Preface of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Preface. That Christianity is today passing through one of the most significant transformations in its history is a fact apparent on every hand. The present generation has come into full consciousness of the new world which has arisen as a result of the discoveries and inventions of the past century or more. New social and industrial conditions, new acquaintance with the non-Christian world of today, a more thoroughgoing knowledge of the vast stretches of human history, and the new science with its promise of a hitherto undreamed-of mastery of the forces of the universe, have led to a new appreciation of the task of the Christian Church. Thus, the Divinity School today is attempting to organize the education of ministers of the gospel and of religious teachers and missionaries with reference to many situations and problems which formerly did not exist. The history of Christianity can no longer be studied in isolation from the total history of which it is a part. The study of the Bible must be undertaken with a full understanding of all that is involved in the processes of historical criticism. Systematic theology must consider religious beliefs in relation to the modern scientific and philosophical ideals which are regnant. The department of practical theology must deal with the bewildering needs occasioned by the shifting habits of people in modern industrial and spiritual life. An entirely new realm of theological training has been organized in order to prepare men to understand the social problems which are so intimately related to the religious life. Aside from discussions of the higher criticism, there has been almost no literature from which one could learn how a modern divinity school is attempting to meet the demands of our age. There has been no work in English on theological encyclopedia for 20 years. Such treatises as Crookes and Hunt's Theological Encyclopedia and Methodology, New York, Phillips and Hunt, 1884, Cave, Introduction to Theology and its Literature, Edinburgh, Clark, 1886, second edition, 1896, and Schaff, Theological Propedeutic, New York, Scribner, 1893, were all excellent works in their day. But because some of the most important phases of modern theological education have been organized since these appeared, they cannot furnish the information needed here, nor can they indicate the literature which has appeared during the past 20 years. The warm welcome which was accorded to Wernle's Einführung in das theologische Studium, Tübingen, Mohr, 1908, second edition in 1911, suggested to the editor the desirability of a volume in English which should deal with the present situation in theological education. It is much more difficult today to prepare an introduction to the study of theology than it was a generation ago. Formerly, it was possible for one broad-minded scholar to cover the entire field with reasonable thoroughness. But today, specialization has advanced so far that no one man is competent to deal with all the branches of learning tributary to a sound theological education. This is, perhaps, the main reason why no one has recently attempted to prepare any such survey. Again, some phases of theological scholarship have lately been passing through a transition period. During much of the past quarter-century, men have been conscious of the fact that old methods and ideals must be modified, but they have not always been sure just where the changes would lead. It is only within the past decade that the full implications of the historical method have begun to be realized with clearness. Until scholars came to feel at home in the use of this method, They were not in a position to formulate constructive principles of theological study based on it. The present volume has been prepared in recognition of the situation above indicated. In order to do justice to the specialized character of scholarship, a group of men has been asked to cooperate, each contributing an exposition of the problems and the methods of study in the field in which he himself is competent to speak. There has, of course, been no attempt to secure absolute uniformity of views. The only common presuppositions of the various portions are the acceptance of the historical method and the belief that the interpretation of Christianity must be in accord with the rightful tests of scientific truthfulness and actual vitality in the modern world. If certain diversities of opinion appear, the volume will only reflect the spirit of freedom which prevails in theological scholarship today, as well as in other fields of research. It is a hopeful sign, however, that the historical method, with all its freedom, yet induces a typical attitude and spirit, so that a course of study dominated by this point of view will attain a consistency which may form the basis for positive convictions concerning Christianity and for fruitful constructive work in the Church of Jesus Christ. This volume is intended to be a guide to the study of the Christian religion for Protestants. It does not attempt to take the place of actual study or to furnish a brief compendium of information. It is prepared primarily to aid students to understand the meaning of the various aspects of education for the Christian ministry. But it will be, perhaps, of even greater value to pastors who wish to keep in sympathetic touch with the latest scholarship, but who find it difficult to obtain in convenient form the requisite information. Brief bibliographies are appended to each section, noting especially valuable works as an aid to those who wish to undertake an intelligent study of any particular topic. They are not intended to be exhaustive, but merely to start the student or interested reader on his quest. It is the hope of the editor and of the contributors that the volume may help toward the understanding of the fruitful and inspiring work which is being done in the realm of theological scholarship today, and may stimulate those who are interested in the progress of theological education and in the thorough preparation of ministers of the gospel to a cordial cooperation in the great task before us. End of preface.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 1, Preparation in College for the Study of Theology. Part 1. The value of any study depends chiefly, not on its intrinsic content, but on the content of the student's mind. What we find in a subject depends on what we bring to it. The horse and his rider look on the same landscape, but they do not see the same things. Several men may enter on a course of theological study in the same institution at the same time. One brings a philosophic mind, trained to the search for truth, alert to all those subtle distinctions in thought that create far-reaching differences in life. Another man brings only a desire to get sermon outlines and secure a pulpit. A third brings a sociological training and finds, or rather seeks, in every creedal formula primarily a means of social uplift. A fourth man brings an intellect stiffened by disuse and finds in theology a tedious discussion of things that do not count. The theological teacher faces an almost impossible task when he is asked to deal with minds undeveloped, or closed by prejudice, or unfired with any real passion for truth. A prepared student will receive and assimilate more in a single year than a crude mind can admit in many years. The preparation for theological study may be either indirect and unconscious, or direct and intentional. Indirect preparation includes all that we mean by the development of personality, mental growth, spiritual experience. All that goes to make a deeper, richer inner life inevitably makes a more successful student of theology. This unconscious preparation is of value in any calling, but especially in one where all that a man achieves depends absolutely on what he is. Augustine found inspiration and enlargement in the writings of Cicero. Wesley was equipped for religious leadership by the culture and the friendships of Oxford. Henry Drummond's training came through the scientific laboratory. Men fulfill themselves in many ways. Whatever brings to the student increase of human sympathy, insight, mental poise, fearlessness, power to examine candidly and to believe wholeheartedly, whatever broadens and deepens personality, is a true preparatory school for religious leadership. Such preparation may come through cathedral or camp meeting, through library or observatory, through the sick room, as witnessed Thomas Chalmers and Frederick Robertson, or through residence on the frontiers of civilization, as witnessed Jonathan Edwards in the Connecticut Valley and Moffat in South Africa. A personality widened by habitual observation and deepened by poignant experience is no longer a tin dipper to be filled in a classroom, but is already in some measure prepared for the great question, how shall we think of God? The relation of the college to theological education. But here we have to do with that direct and intentional preparation which today is obtained through the college. Once the American college was organized chiefly for the training of ministers, and no theological seminary existed in this country. Later, a theological course was organized in some colleges. Still later, the theological seminaries were often founded remote from any college or university, and marked by a quite different spirit. Theological education, like medical education, suffered a real loss through this entire segregation of its students and studies from the broader university world. Now the seminary is becoming part of the university, either by actual incorporation in it, as a divinity school or school of religion, or through close affiliation and cooperation. But there must be a clear sequence of studies as the student passes from his college into his professional school. If the student in college tries to anticipate his theological studies and take strictly professional courses, then in the divinity school he will have to turn about and seek the fundamental and liberal courses which he should have taken in college. Thus he puts the cart before the horse. He turns his college into a poor theological school, and his theological school into a very superficial college. The preparation offered in college is given in two ways, through the curriculum of the college and through its atmosphere and ideals. Let us first consider the values to be found in the college curriculum. What should the intending minister study in college? What studies should the prospective theological student pursue in college or in the university? What may he expect to derive from these 4 years? Out of the vast and varied menu offered by the modern university, from Egyptology to calculus, from chipping and filing to the Divine Comedy, what should he select as of most importance for his future career? Any attempt at a bare list of studies would plunge us into difficulties. Some of the courses we might include are not given in all colleges. Many are open to debate. Any mere list would evoke instant dissent. But there are some clear principles of choice. There are certain values which a student must not miss if his college course is to be a real success. What are they? What should any student expect to acquire in the modern college? Languages. The student must acquire some of the indispensable tools of knowledge. He must master his own mother tongue and secure a serviceable knowledge of some other tongues as well. He must steep himself in the work of the best English writers until he too learns to write. He must study his own vernacular, its marvelous resources, its wealth of expression, its flexibility and force, its power to appeal and illuminate and persuade, until he makes the language a part of himself. He must find out whether he is able to write an important telegram in 10 words, or a complete address in as few words as Lincoln used at Gettysburg. One of the greatest joys that can come to any student is the joy of self-expression in English that cannot be misunderstood. It is like the joy of the hunter when his arrow or his bullet finds the mark. Half the theological disputes of the world come from inability to state what we mean or to understand what others have stated. Definition is the first essential in debate, and definition means the precise expression of exact thought. Ability to read, even in translation, an ancient document like the Apostles' Creed or the Prophecy of Amos, and find out what it meant to the men who first read it, is one of the first qualifications of a religious teacher. Slovenly, hazy language constantly befogs the mind and hides the truth or repels men from it. Let your yea be yea, and your nay, nay, is the basis of all good writing. A good style is as a pane of clear glass, itself invisible, revealing all things as they are. Latin and Greek are indispensable to the theological student. Latin still constitutes the best-known means of acquiring the linguistic sense, the power to analyze thought and to discriminate and compare ideas, while Greek, as the language of the New Testament, is a sine qua non. Commentaries can give us the meaning of a passage, but not the sense of reality and vitality that exhales from the original. Most universities now offer courses in beginner's Greek for those students who could not, or did not, begin that study in the high school. It is quite possible in 3 or 4 years of the study of Greek to get beyond habitual use of commentaries on the New Testament and to be able to form an independent judgment. Surely 3 hours a week for 3 years is a small price to pay for such independence. But these arguments apply with far less force to the study of Hebrew, both because the Old Testament is a less primary source of Christian ideals, and because of the far greater difficulty of reaching independent conclusions in Semitic scholarship. If Hebrew is to be studied at all, it should not be allowed to crowd out the fundamental liberal studies of the 4 college years. French and German are both of value to the man who would be a workman that needs not to be ashamed. While a working pastor may do without them, the theological scholar must have a reading knowledge of both tongues, with the emphasis upon the German. The pioneers of theological thought are still European, and religious leaders in America cannot wait for the possible translation of all important books. Valuable articles in European periodicals are often not translated at all. Latin and Greek, French and German, a reasonable working knowledge of these 4 tongues in addition to the mastery of English, every theological student should carry away from his college. And such knowledge means more than skill in grammatical forms. It means literary appreciation, interpretation, insight. Science. A second gift of the college to the student should be an understanding of what the modern world means by scientific method. This is something quite different from acquaintance with specific sciences. The student cannot become at once astronomer, geologist, chemist, and botanist. But a single thorough course in any one of those sciences may furnish him the key to all the rest. The method by which men of science approach all problems, the intellectual process by which they discover truth, can and must be made thoroughly familiar to any man who would teach the modern world. And the method cannot be learned from books. It can be learned only in the laboratory, through actual experiment and research in the world of material facts and laws. The Yale professor of the last generation who, before performing an experiment in physics, would often say, "Now, gentlemen, we are going to ask God a question," indicated the only real way of asking about physical truth. If prayer is experiment, none the less is experiment prayer, the prayer of the scientific man that avails much. Whether the student shall study one science or several sciences depends on his time and taste. Out of a single course he may acquire a method of investigation which will mold his entire life. He should, however, remember the distinction between the physical or exact sciences, like physics and astronomy, largely mathematical, and the natural sciences, like biology and botany, which deal with the form and structure and growth of living organisms. For the future preacher, whose message is to be life more abundantly, biology, the study of the forms and methods of life, is supremely important. History. Another gain to be expected from a college course is what we may call the historical approach. This is vital in all modern thinking. Our fathers thought chiefly in static terms. Their method was deductive and dogmatic. In proving the existence of God, they used the cosmological argument, or the ontological argument, rather than the argument from experience as found in the story of humanity. They proved the inspiration of the Bible from the probability that a good God would reveal himself, or from the necessity for such a revelation, seldom asking whether the Bible had actually been an inspiring power in the life of humanity. But now we have come to see that we never understand anything until we know how it came to be. The history of a thing is the thing. A new sense of time has dawned upon men since Darwin lived, as a new sense of space came to men through Copernicus. To trace the growth of an institution like the English Parliament, or a composite book like the Book of Psalms, or an idea like the idea of sacrifice, is the only possible way to get at its meaning. The concept of evolution, now accepted by nearly every teacher in northern colleges and denounced by nearly every evangelist, has come to mean, not a theory or dogma, but a point of view, a mode of conceiving the world. We see the world no longer as a fact established by fiat, but as a process, an unfolding of the indwelling Spirit. We ask of the Bible, how was it put together? Of the Church, what have been its stages of development? Of the most sacred ceremonies, what was their original form and meaning? Of the book of Revelation, what did it mean to men of its own time? This historical approach is characteristic of all intellectual effort today. It traces effects to their causes, and thus reconciles our divergences and softens our asperities. Instead of fighting our opponent, we are occupied in explaining how he came to be. The spirit of tolerance and comprehension in the modern world is largely the result of the historical approach to every vital problem. Psychology. A fourth gift of the college should be what we might call the psychological approach. The study of all human institutions and products leads us back to the study of man himself. What is behind the eye is more wonderful than anything in front of it. We cannot understand science, art, literature, or religion except as we understand the human mind, how it works, how it grows, how it misleads us, how it finds and rests in the truth. He knew what was in man. That was the foundation of all he did for man. A man that told me all things that I ever did. Such was the naive description of Jesus by a stranger. The study of psychology has transformed modern education. Its theories regarding memory, imagination, attention, and habit lie at the basis of our public school methods. The study of psychology has given new meaning to the varieties of religious experience, and has shown us that the conversions which once were deemed fantastic or mythical are actual and normal changes in the soul. Psychology helps us to understand revivals, true and false, to explain recent growths like Christian Science, and the existence of all the various denominations. It has important contributions yet to be made to church services, missionary methods, and social reform. No student can afford to spend 4 years in college without some training in the methods of psychology. Through those methods he will find most helpful approach to every present problem of thought or action. Social sciences. Such study easily leads to an appreciation of the social consciousness. So far as theology is still purely individualistic, it is an alien in the world, for the world has become, in the philosophical sense, socialistic. When ye pray, say our, is ancient teaching, but the world has only recently begun to say our in philanthropy, in municipal government, in economic theory, in international intercourse. A purely individualistic theology cannot cope with the needs of a socialized world. What shall I do to be saved? Is a question now being asked, not only by single persons, but by corporations threatened with dissolution, by villages drained of their young life, by cities convicted of antisocial sins, by nations that have lost their idealism and so their moral leadership. Yet it is extraordinary how many of the most famous books of devotion lack the social consciousness. Often the acute consciousness of God has absorbed all consciousness of any relation to the struggling world. Bunyan's pilgrim thrusts his fingers into his ears, that even the cry of wife and children may not hinder his passion to escape. Thomas à Kempis's imitation of Christ is wholly unconscious of any duty to change human conditions anywhere. Otherworldliness marks the older hymnology, majestic in its perception of the divine sovereignty, but conceiving our chief human duty as a never-dying soul to save, and fit it for the sky. But the modern college thinks of religion in terms of action. The average student makes feeble response to the prudential motive, reserving his deepest enthusiasm for altruistic effort. He thinks of the college not as a means of separation from the common herd, but as a means of service to his generation. No man can be a competent religious teacher today unless he is shot through by that corporate consciousness, that sense of social responsibility, which marks our time. Hence the studies listed under social and political science, economics, sociology, international law, etc., are of much importance for any man who aspires to be a religious guide. Philosophy. Not the least of the gifts of the college is what we may call orientation in philosophy. No one can hope to become a master of metaphysics while in college, but he may, working under the guidance of an experienced teacher, become acquainted with the chief theories regarding the origin and mode and meaning of the universe and man's place in it. He can at least acquire a set of pigeonholes to which he can refer all the vagrant theories of our own time. He can learn the difference between materialism and idealism, between nominalist and realist, between Stoic and Epicurean, between the Kantian and the Hegelian. Then, confronted with some new theory or fad or heresy sweeping over the land, he can say, I know where that idea emerged centuries ago, and I understand its implications and sure results. Thus, unperplexed and unterrified, he can deal with the new because he is familiar with the old. To perceive the philosophic origin and outcome of current religious theory is an enormous aid to a religious leader. Are we asking too much when we expect these great gifts from the college of our time? Let us remember that these are gifts of quality of spirit, not quantity of information. The thing we really ask of the college is simply a point of view and a standard of judgment. That standard is not to be gained by absorbing quantities of fact, nor is it to be gained, on the other hand, simply by fervid piety. It is sometimes said that the primary object of the college is character. But that is the object also of the family, and the church, and the state. All human institutions, of course, aim at character. The college differs from the other institutions in that it aims at character through intellectual interests and disciplines, at character achieved not through rules, not through exhortation, not through worship, but through studies. It nourishes those intellectual virtues out of which the virtue of the citizen, the teacher, the prophet, must inevitably grow. If the college can give us interests and enthusiasm and a right intellectual method, it has already furnished the foundations of both character and scholarship. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 1, Preparation in College for the Study of Theology. Part 2, Unofficial Aspects of College Life. But the chief values of the modern college often lie, unfortunately, quite outside the curriculum. They lie in the atmosphere that surrounds and pervades, in the ideals that summon and inspire the student body. They are impalpable and indescribable, yet, like the enveloping air, with its pressure of 15 pounds to the square inch, they exert a constant control. The chief educative power of any institution comes through the constant association of the students with one another and with the faculty. The college is primarily a society of scholars, an association for mutual benefit. The daily give and take of many associated minds creates a psychological climate. The student can say, with Ulysses, "I am a part of all that I have met." When he is first ushered into the new associations of the perilous freshman year, he is likely to be dazzled and distracted. What should be his attitude toward all the complex social life of the college? The dangers of social dissipation. He should seek simplicity, in mode of life, in daily program, in personal ambition. Our college life has no longer the dangers of a vacuum, as it had 50 years ago, but the dangers of a plenum. Silly pranks have largely disappeared, but dissipations of energy, distractions of thought, sideshows of every kind, have multiplied immensely. The student's room is a reception room. His time is seldom his own. He is out for positions and offices, athletic, musical, literary, and the college life allows little time for self-recollection and self-acquaintance. Here is a danger quite as real as the danger of vice and crime, a temptation against which the future religious teacher must resolutely set himself at the beginning. Paul's education was partly at the feet of Gamaliel, but its most important part was acquired when he went away into Arabia to think out the meaning of his own experience. The chief lack of the college man today is time to think. Acquaintance with religious leaders. The student should plan for contact during college years with great religious leaders and movements. Such leaders ought to be found among the members of the faculty, and the fact that they are so seldom found there should occasion us much searching of heart. The emphasis of the last quarter century is on research rather than on personality. The division of knowledge into small sections called departments, the reaction from the old dogmatism to universal interrogation, the absorption of teachers in the making of textbooks rather than in the making of men, all these things have tended to repress and cripple religious leadership on the part of our college teachers. But the opportunity for such leadership is greater than ever before. The fact that teachers are no longer officers of discipline gives them a new advantage. The fraternal in place of the old paternal relation is distinctly helpful to religious conference. The college teacher may be far closer to his students than any college president ever can be. The fact that the average church sermon makes slender appeal to the average student emphasizes the need of special effort at religious guidance by the college faculty. What the students need for their religious training is not so much formal addresses as discussion under guidance. They need to hear a religious address with a chance to answer back, to express their own difficulties, and to grapple with some older, wiser mind in frank discussion. Many members of our faculties are able and willing to do this, but they wait for invitation from the students. The formation of voluntary classes for biblical study, for ethical and religious conference, must originate with the students themselves. Giving religion an opportunity to be seen at its best. Students may also do much to bring college life into contact with the dominating personalities of the religious world. The College Christian Association can easily secure the help of the administration in bringing into college halls present leaders in civic reform, in foreign missions, in biblical interpretation, in Christian education. A 10-minute address at morning chapel by some man from the heart of Africa, from the slums of Chicago, from the medical missions in South India, may give more inspiration than an hour's oration. At one university recently, each of the formal vesper services of the winter was followed by an informal conference of the preacher with the students in the evening. The announced subject of the conference was in each case introduced by the preacher in a 5-minute address. Then the students, sitting round him in large semicircle, turned upon him a fusillade of sincere and searching questions that lasted for an hour and a half. At the end of that time they knew the preacher as no sermon could reveal him, and he knew the students as few members of the faculty know them. One conference on religious journalism gave the students an inside view of an editor's office. One on the college man's idea of the church gave them the apologia pro vita sua of a distinguished American bishop. One on opportunities in the farther East gave an interpretation of China and Japan from one who had spent his life there. Another on the college man's idea of God gave a noted Christian philosopher a chance to insert a whole system of theology into the students' minds without their knowing it. The service rendered among our colleges by Henry Churchill King, John R. Mott, Robert E. Spear, Lyman Abbott, Francis G. Peabody, and a score of other leaders is unsurpassed in lasting importance. It has meant the interpretation of the kingdom of God into the students' own vocabulary, into the terms and concepts which they hear every day in the classroom. Students and faculty should unite in bringing such men into intimate and repeated contact with the entire student body. It is strange that alumni possessing deep religious conviction so seldom return to assist in the religious development of their own colleges. Alumni of athletic prowess are constantly called back to coach the team. Alumni with musical gifts are constantly returning to advise or train the musical clubs. Why should not the alumni who have the deepest religious life constantly be called back to inspire and direct undergraduate religion? Here is an almost unoccupied field. Here is a work every prospective religious leader may do while in college. The practical expression of religious activity. But conference and discussion are not enough. There must be training in altruistic and idealistic effort. 4 years of mere reception, 4 years of self-centered culture are a poor preparation for a life of real ministration to the world. There must be outgo as well as intake. Hence the Christian students in every college should be harnessed for some form of human uplift. Whether it is in church or social settlement, in boys' club or children's playground, in reading room or gymnasium or evening school, matters little. Somewhere and somehow the student must express his faith through action or his faith will dwindle. Classroom lectures and discussions on poor relief, on municipal reform, on the psychology of the crowd, are made real and vital when the student attempts to help and serve some needy neighborhood. A day of prayer for colleges is trebled in value when followed by the sincere endeavor of the students to uplift the community around them. Paralyzing doubts are cleared away by action, and of many a venerable enigma the student learns to say, "Solvitur ambulando." It is solved by going forward. The religious responsibility of college teachers. A most encouraging sign of the times is the increasing realization of college teachers and officers that they are responsible, not only for departments and courses of study, but also for the temper and climate of their institution. It is vain to offer knowledge in bewildering variety unless we can also offer a contagious enthusiasm, a noble fellowship in things of the spirit, a dominating idealism, a faith that the things which are unseen are eternal. What we need, says an Oriental proverb, is not only a filled vase, but a kindled hearth. The kindling of youth's imagination and desire is more than all possible furnishing of tools and technique. Those who teach and administer in college life have a constant obligation to discover and inspire the potential leaders of the spiritual life in the next generation. When the college finds within its walls these embryo prophets, it should bestow on them the priceless gifts of intellectual enthusiasm, sincere devotion to truth, familiarity with the ruling ideas of the modern world, and eagerness for the higher ranges of theological study which are to follow. Note: the Religious Education Association a few years ago appointed a committee to recommend a course of study for college students intending to study for the ministry. The report of this committee is herewith given, printed by permission from Religious Education. Pre-theological study in college. Report of the committee appointed by the Religious Education Association, Shaler Matthews, chairman. 1. Your committee at first attempted to draw up a complete curriculum for the 4 college years. Such a curriculum, however, was seen to be impracticable on account of the different studies, number of hours, and other conditions required by different colleges for their degrees. It seemed best to the committee, therefore, to draw up a list of courses which are especially adapted to prepare men for work in theological seminaries. 2. It has seemed advisable, further, to distinguish between 2 classes of courses: those which seem absolutely essential in training for practical efficiency in the ministry, List A, and those which are highly important for the development of the more technically theological efficiency of the ministry, List B. It is the recommendation of the committee that the studies in List A be pursued by all students for the ministry, and that Course B be pursued by those who wish to prepare themselves in the fullest degree for the philological and exegetical studies of the seminary curriculum. In so far as the student's aptitude and opportunities permit, the committee would suggest that the studies in both lists be pursued. 3. As regards the amount of time to be given to each study, the committee has chosen as its unit a course running 3 hours a week for an entire college year. In colleges where a given study fills a different number of hours per week, the adjustment will easily be made. The committee further assumes that the total number of hours per week required in a college will not exceed 15 or 16. The committee has deemed it best to leave a certain number of units free for electives, permitting more thorough study of such courses of the suggested curriculum as particularly appeal to a student. 4. The student is advised to consider the instructor as well as the course. In case a course is given by an inferior instructor, the committee advises that the student substitute for it some other course in the corresponding group in the other list, or, if more advisable, even in some subject not suggested. It is the opinion of the committee that the influence of the teacher is as important as the material of a course. List A. Courses recommended for the practical efficiency of the ministry. 1. Preparation in literary expression. English composition and rhetoric. Literature, principally English. Public speaking, art of expression, vocal training, debating, etc. The student should take as much as possible of such work even when no academic credit is given for it. 2. Languages. At least one foreign language, preferably Greek. 3. Natural science. Biology, psychology. 4. Social sciences. History, political economy, study of society, introduction to the study of sociology, dependence, etc., socialization, social science. 5. Philosophy, history of philosophy. List B. Additional courses suggested as important preparation for technical theological study from which elections can be made. 1. Languages. Latin, German, Hebrew, for those whose aptitude and desires would lead them to pursue Hebrew in seminary courses, Hellenistic Greek. 2. Natural and physical science. Geology, physics or chemistry. 3. Philosophy. Ethics, Introduction to Philosophy, Logic. End of Chapter 1, Part 2.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 2, Part 1, The Historical Study of Religion. A. The historical method in general. The study of history is much more than the reading of books about history. The genuine historian seeks, by the use of all the material at his disposal, so to reproduce the past as to make it not only vivid, but also a means of interpreting the present. History, unlike biography, is essentially a social study. It is concerned with social groups rather than with individual men and women. It is by no means indifferent to individuals, but regards them as contributors to the action of the group of which they are members. Biography, on the other hand, is centrally interested in the individual as related to social activities. The fact that history is essentially a social study makes possible a certain stability of method. Group action is by no means so indeterminate as the actions of individuals. It is possible by statistics, for instance, to organize pretty clearly the general tendencies of groups of men, although it is quite impossible to determine just what the action of the component individuals may be. While the historian must be careful not to mistake philosophical generalizations for history, it is none the less possible for him to reach certain general conclusions as to the movement that constitutes the evolution of civilization. These generalizations may be of real advantage in the interpretation of that particular point of the stream of human life to which he himself belongs. 1. The first step in the historical method. The first step in a historical method is the gathering of materials. These materials may be of varied sorts and are by no means limited to written sources. In fact, nothing could be more misleading than to conceive of history as essentially a matter of books. Since it deals with life, it must shape up its estimates of any period of the past through a scientific examination of all available products of that life. The materials for historical study may be classified, although the groups are not absolutely exclusive, as A. Survivals. Here would belong the actual non-material survivals such as living practices, customs, social attitudes, and institutions which have extended over to the present from the past. Further, such matters as language, music, dances are often of the utmost importance as embodying in themselves elements which were the germs of a more developed civilization. B. Monuments. The second group of material may be roughly called the monuments, although the word is somewhat unfortunate. Here belong the actual material survivals of the past, such as manuscripts, papyri, pottery, and inscriptions, not their contents, buildings, coins, monuments, statuary, and all the material products of a period. With such materials, the archaeologist and antiquarian are primarily concerned. These material remains of the past are of immense value, not only because they furnish the contents in such sources as inscriptions and manuscripts, but because in themselves they perpetuate information regarding the artistic and mechanical and general cultural developments of the past. No one, for example, could ever get a fair conception of the civilization of Egypt without the pyramids, nor could one accurately picture Greek life were it not for the great wealth of its statuary. The historical value of museums is therefore great. In them the student of history finds his imagination stimulated by the actual products of past activities. C. Unwritten sources. The third source of history may be said to be the unwritten sources not intended to be historical, like traditions, sagas, anecdotes, songs, legends, myths, and whatever else is carried along from tongue to tongue. In the course of time this material may be reduced to writing, but it is of distinctly different character from that of deliberately intentional records. Here again the student of history is enabled to come directly to the life of the group he is studying and to share, as it were, the creative impulses in a way which no description makes possible. Folklore and sagas, for instance, lose much of their charm and original significance when reduced to the printed page. D. Written sources. The fourth type of material is written. Such material is by no means limited to what would be called intentionally historical writings, like annals, chronicles, genealogies, biographies, and memoirs, but comprises also non-narrative sources, including acts of governments and the contents of monuments already mentioned. In the very nature of the case, this written historical material is of outstanding importance for the historian and furnishes the largest mass of his sources. It is particularly in the study of these written sources that the historical method has made its most noteworthy advances in recent years. 2. The study of literary material. The method of investigating this written material is called criticism, and is of two sorts, in accordance with its purpose and material. A. Textual or lower criticism. This is the determination of the original, or, if that be impossible, the oldest obtainable text of a document, whether narrative or record. Its method is the systematic comparison of various texts. Textual criticism has become a highly developed science in itself, and the results of different critics tend to a consensus of opinion. When we recall that there are several thousand variant manuscripts in whole or in part of the New Testament, the necessity of textual criticism is at once apparent. Textual criticism, however, does not undertake to do more than recover the oldest possible text. In the case of the New Testament, no pretense is made by the critics that they can reconstruct any text of a date earlier than the 2nd century. That this 2nd century text is doubtless close to that of the documents then circulating may very well be conjectured, but no hope is entertained of an absolute recovery of the text of the autograph. Furthermore, textual criticism leaves unanswered many questions concerning the trustworthiness of the record, the text of which may have been appropriately recovered. Thus a second step is demanded. B. Historical, literary, or higher criticism. The methods of this stage of criticism are very similar to those of the textual criticism, but the problems are different. Granting that we have the oldest obtainable text, the question is raised as to the authorship of the document, the possibility of rewriting or other modification of an original source having taken place, the personal equation or tendency of an author or editor, and the integrity or composite character of a source. In the answer to such questions, there is, of course, involved the further and more important matter of trustworthiness of the record. In all attempts to answer such questions, particularly in the case of records so precious as the books of the Bible, the historical critic should proceed with caution and by no means give way to the temptation to make clever guesses. In the estimate of the historical value of any given document, we must proceed by way of testing hypotheses, and such hypotheses should be based upon painstaking study of the data rather than upon suppositions and guesses. In testing any hypothesis, the student employing the historical method should be careful to use all monumental evidences at his disposal. In fact, any hypothesis that is essentially uncontrolled by study of the actual materials of the life of a period as far as they are preserved is to be adopted very cautiously. One of the most serious difficulties in the present study of the history of religion, and of Christianity in particular, is the dogmatic presentation of hypotheses which are based upon a very narrow range of facts and are largely colored by the critic's own personal opinions. It is obvious that in both the lower or textual and the higher or historical criticism, the student must be constantly on guard against his own prejudices and preconceptions. Absolute impartiality in our attitudes is probably out of the question, and critical scholarship makes its permanent advance by the mutual testing of various scholars. Their personalities serve to counteract one another, and in the course of time results are reached which are as free from personal bias and as trustworthy as the existing data and human nature permit. It is much to be regretted that in so many cases the student for the ministry comes to the historical study of the Scriptures without any training in historical method. As a result, he is likely at first to feel that the foundations of what has been to him helpful religious conviction, inherited or accepted without reflection, are being shaken. Further acquaintance with a genuinely scientific method, however, serves to liberate him from this feeling, and in the study of doctrine, church, and Bible alike, he finds himself possessed of facts which are not dependent for their validity upon inheritance or ecclesiastical authority. Nonetheless, the transition from one type of study in religion to another should be made in the atmosphere of religion itself. Nothing is more fatal to the spirit of genuine religion than the superstition of scientific method for personal fellowship with God. "To pray well is to study well," is as true of the historical critic as of the preacher. 3. The discovery of genetic relations of facts. The study of sources is only introductory to the more definitely historical methods. Criticism gives material and nothing more. When sources have been properly studied, and their worth as historical material has been determined, there begins the work of the historian proper, namely, such an organization of the material thus gained as to produce an accurate description of the total situation under investigation. The difference between the antiquarian and the historian here becomes evident. The antiquarian, as such, is interested in objects rather than in life processes. The historian will use the results of antiquarian study much as he uses those of lower and higher criticism, but he himself must proceed to show the relations in which these various facts stand. For in history, relations, and particularly the processes of social experience, are of supreme importance. To know how a situation came into existence is indispensable to a knowledge of the situation. Equally indispensable is the power of evaluating historical conditions from the point of view of their outcomes in the genetic process of social evolution. At this point it is very necessary to distinguish between history and the philosophy of history. Probably no historian is absolutely free from philosophical predilections, and he must be constantly on his guard against the tyranny of preconceived philosophy. Such theories should really come by induction from the facts themselves. It is true, however, that studies in certain fields, particularly in those of statistics, politics, law, and sociology, furnish general conceptions by which the interrelations of historical experience may be tested. But these features are of less importance than those almost subconscious habits of thought which are the expression of the general social mind under whose influences the historian lives. At present this is particularly true because of the conception of process and development which have come into the social sciences from the biological and geological fields. It is necessary also to know the geographical conditions and economic struggles which have conditioned human efforts. History is more than its record, for it is the actual living of men and women. It is concrete, a movement full of changes as well as results. It extends far beyond the earliest historical records. Indeed, the actually recorded history of humanity covers an exceedingly small period compared with the hundreds of thousands of years during which we are assured man has been living upon the planet. Really, to understand our present life, it is necessary to recall the long struggles of our faraway ancestors. To this end, the study of the bones and implements found in various geological strata is as truly of importance as is the study of newspapers. We can best appreciate how far the race has actually developed when we compare our modern world with human affairs as they appear from a study of prehistoric man. From this point of view, we can appreciate the value of the study of primitive peoples. They are, so to speak, the social leftovers human survivals of stages of civilization which once were the highest known. These primitive peoples are not lacking in ability, and when they come under the influence of a higher civilization, particularly when this is mediated by Christianity, they develop amazingly. But their customs, religions, and social structure enable us again to appreciate the great progress which has been made in human life. 4. The study of the history of religion. It is from this point of view that men are now learning to study the history of religion. The same methods which are applied to tracing the development of any other human interest are now being applied with very interesting results to the development of religion. Such a study involves a knowledge of anthropology and a careful investigation of the lives, manners, and customs of primitive peoples. Yet such a knowledge is by no means all that the history of religion involves. As Farnell, Evolution of Religion, well argues, we need to know not only origins but processes of development. Fortunately, we possess the records of a religion which has thus developed from the very simplest type of social customs. The Bible is a record of the religious experience of the Hebrews from the dawn of their historical records to the very highest ideal type of life to be found in Jesus. It is only recently, however, that this wonderful collection of historical material has been treated in a historical way. Theologians have used the Bible to find proof texts. Preachers have allegorized it to get religious inspiration and the truth which they wish to preach. Fanatics have found in it all sorts of ammunition for attacking their opponents. But the sober and reverent study of its passages, by the use of literary and historical methods, which have proved themselves effective in other fields of similar research, was for centuries neglected. An application of these methods to the study of the Bible has served to enable us, first of all, to appreciate the worth and the character of the documents of the Bible itself. But more important, it has enabled us, in the second place, to trace the development of the Hebrew religion as the Hebrew people progressed and made their way through the various strata of social experience. In the start, they had not even a tribal organization. Gradually, the tribes emerged, confederated, and fell apart, and out from a section of them emerged a nation. This nation in turn suffered the experiences of little nations situated between mighty military powers, and the Jewish people ceased to be a nation, but spread over the world as immigrants, bearing the hope of a glorious kingdom which God would later establish for them. Then came Christianity, a religion which emerged from Judaism but perpetuated no ethnic traits, retaining only the religious and ethical ideals. These it presented as embodied and completed in the life of Jesus Christ, a life which the world has always regarded as supreme. Fully to appreciate this development of our own religion, it is advisable for the student to become acquainted with the development of other religions. Students of comparative religion have in the past been less interested in the development of religions than in contrasting various systems and discovering their common elements and their differences. The study of the history of religion is somewhat different from this, and as yet has confined itself pretty largely to the study of primitive peoples. There are indications, however, that on the basis of such anthropological and scientific investigations there will be built a more complete presentation of religion in its more developed forms. See section B. Efforts have been made in this connection to show how Christianity has emerged from earlier religious movements. Particularly by the Religionsschichtliche school has the endeavor been made to trace the ideas of the New Testament to earlier religions, especially those of Egypt, Syria, Persia, and Assyria. Such procedure has brought to light many interesting facts, but as yet it is marked by more ingenuity than solid reasoning. An extreme development is to be seen in authors like Drew's The Christ Myth, who have denied the historicity of Jesus and have made him a personification of religious ideals. B. The evolution of religion. 1. What is meant by the evolution of religion? The use of the term evolution in connection with religion is subject to at least two objections. On the one side are those who insist that religion is the gift of God and therefore has no historical development. And on the other hand, the biologist may object to the use of the term in any such general sense as a student of social science must adopt. To the first critic it may be replied that when he asserts or implies that religion has not developed like other elements in human experience, the facts are against him. End of chapter 2, part 1. Recording by Tony Richardson.
Chapter 2, Part B of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John F. Shorman. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 2, Part B, The Evolution of Religion. What is meant by the evolution of religion? The use of the term evolution in connection with religion is subject to at least two objections. On the one side are those who insist that religion is the gift of God, and therefore has no historical development. And on the other hand, the biologist may object to the use of the term in any such general sense as a student of social science must adopt. To the first critic it may be replied that when he asserts or implies that religion has not developed like other elements in the human experience, the facts are against him. Whatever may have been its origins, religion exhibits phenomenon akin to those observable in the social institutions to which the term evolution may legitimately be applied. The old distinction of the deists between natural and revealed religion has been outgrown, not so much because it did not involve large elements of truth, but because, as a final answer to the problems set by the history of Christianity, it failed to take into account those psychological and sociological factors with which the modern student is particularly concerned. All religions are phases of religion. To the other class of critics it must be replied that if biologists ever had a monopoly on the term evolution, their exclusive rights have long since expired. The conception given to the word by the origin of species and general biological usage is a particular phase of a view of the world, as old as reflective thought. The service which biology has rendered the social sciences at this point has largely been confined to the region of method, vocabularies, and analogies. If these analogies have too often been overemphasized and made to do yeoman's service in the name of some non-biological science, They have nonetheless made it possible to realize that whatever precise definition may be given to the term evolution, there is a large measure of similarity between certain processes in social history and certain others in the building up of cellular organisms. Outside of the strictly biological sciences, the word must be used in a large sense, but it is not identical with mere change or growth. It is possible to trace religion as one of the functional expressions of life itself through increasingly complicated and more highly differentiated activities and institutions as that life, both of individuals and of societies, seek to adjust itself more effectively to its environment. The result of such vital activity is to produce, as it were, species of religions, between which, as for example, between Brahmanism and Mohammedanism, there is only a generic likeness. 2. The nature of religion. Religion is not an abstraction. There have been times in which men have endeavored to arrive at the conception of religion by abstracting from Christianity its characteristic elements. Other attempts have been made to extend this process of abstraction to all religions, and thus to discover that which is, so to speak, a generic concept. The difficulty with such search after a bit of scholastic realism is evident. Generic religion never existed apart from religions, and religions never existed except as interests and institutions of real people. There is imperative need that all students of the subject, and especially theologians, should emancipate themselves from scholastic abstractions and frankly recognize that religion is not a thing in itself possessed of independent, abstract, or metaphysical existence, but is a name for one phase of concrete life. It is only from a strictly social point of view that either religion or religions will in any measure be properly understood. We know only people who worship in various ways and with various conceptions of what or whom they worship. What is the common element in different religions? Yet while men possess religions, and not merely religions of all sorts, from the simplest custom of the savage to the profundity of Brahmanism, and the redemptive gospels of the Buddhist and of the Christian, they have discovered within themselves religion as a common divisor, as it were, and religion is a functioning of life itself, as truly and universally human as the impulse of sex or of self-preservation. If we attempt to formulate this common element and to describe this functional expression of life expressed in all religions, we must compare both the highly developed religious systems and the simplest type of religion as it exists among primitive peoples. The more complex systems show the direction taken by the religious expression of life, and the simplest religious organisms help us to understand the more complicated. To push the biological analogy farther, it might be said that the cell of religion is man's conscious attempt to place himself as a member of a group possessed of similar concepts and customs in benefit-gaining relationships with those superhuman forces in his world, his dependence upon which he realizes and which he treats as he would treat persons by whom he wished to be aided. Or, more briefly, religion is a social laying hold of God or of any object of worship for the sake of help or salvation. It is obvious that the content of such a formal definition will vary according to the conception of what constitutes this superhuman environment, and that this variety of estimate will affect the methods which a man adopts in his search for superhuman aid. A study of even the most primitive religion leads one to two convictions apparently paradoxical. Religion does not necessarily imply a belief in a supreme person, and yet, in religion, environment is conceived of in the same way that men conceive of persons. Therein, the functioning of life in religion differs from the functioning of life in the satisfaction of the impulse of sex or of food seeking. True religion does not, as Monier Williams would insist, postulate the existence of one living and true God of infinite power, wisdom, and love. That would exclude too many religious customs and rites. Men have worshipped fetishes or animals or sacred stones. Such objects are regarded as elements in the environment which affect human interests, and therefore, without being of necessity consciously personified, are treated as if they were personal. Theories concerning the origin of religion. There are a number of theories undertaking to show how this attitude of mind was induced, but all the more or less unsatisfactory. Some find the cause in fear or dreams or regard for ancestors or the appetites of sex. Doubtless there is truth in all of these hypotheses, but we are not absolutely sure as to just how religion came into existence any more than we are sure as to how human life itself arose. We can, however, see clearly that the functional significance of religion is an elemental expression of the second of the two elemental impulses of life itself, namely, to propagate and to protect itself. Religion is life functioning in the interest of self-protection. It differs from similar functional expressions of life in that, 1, it treats certain elements of its environment personally, though not necessarily as a person, and 2, it seeks to make these friendly and thus helpful. One or the other of these two elements has almost invariably been overlooked in studies of religion, but both are indispensable to the concept. Religion utilizes personal experience and uncompromisingly presupposes personalism, not, let it be repeated, always in the sense of any systematic worldview. Doubtless unconsciously at the first, but with ever-increasing clearness of conception, men have treated their environment as they would treat human beings. Religion is uncompromisingly functional, not only in adjusting the individual or the group to its environment, but also in the attempt to adjust environment to the person or the community. Thus, Schleiermacher's conception of religion as a feeling of dependence is only part of the truth. To it must be added the conscious effort toward reconciliation. It is this twofold modification of the elemental functioning of life in the interest of self-preservation that distinguishes religion from so many activities with which it has been intimately associated, like hunting and grain planting, marriage, and burial. Obviously, the inception of this radically human attitude toward its world is lost in the unrecorded struggles by which humanity raised itself above the other forms of animal life with which it is genetically united. But one's ignorance here does not impugn the fact that such a use of experience was actually made. Sometime, somewhere, just when and where it matters not, there appeared a man who, first of all living creatures, with the new impulses of a genuine person, attempted to adjust himself consciously to the outer world upon which he saw himself dependent, by an attempt to make that outer world favorable to himself. It makes little difference how he conceived that outer world or which one of its particular aspects first impressed him. Any one of the various theories of the origin of religion might here suffice. The essential thing is that, in his passion to protect his life and to ensure his continuous existence as a person, he attempted consciously to enjoy or to win the favor of the extra-human environment with which he found himself involved, and on which his happiness seemed to depend. And that, so far as we know, no animal other than man ever attempted to accomplish. But even this statement is too individualistic. Such efforts have always appeared in history as the expressions of group activity. Religions are fundamentally social, the possession of some tribe, nation, or church. It is not necessary to insist that all religions are genetically related in the sense that one has been derived from the other. That some such relations between certain religions in the way of development or devolution exist is undeniable. But the historical religious method at the present time is in danger of mistaking similarities between religions for genealogical relations. Thus, in the comparative study, let us say, of Christianity, there is a strong temptation to insist that elements of Babylonian myths go to constitute the very content of Christianity. That a certain degree of genealogical relationship in this particular case may exist may well be admitted. But a too rigorous application of the comparative genealogical method in the study of religion is certain to distort the facts. If there is anything undeniable in the study of society, it is that human nature is essentially the same, and that when facing the same social needs, it functions in a generic sort of way. Thus, in the case of inventions, men, subject to the stimulation of certain social needs, in absolute dependence of each other, produce instruments and processes practically identical. An even more striking illustration of this general tendency is to be seen in the fact that all civilizations precipitate practically the same moral codes when they arrive at the same stage of complication of social life. So, in the case of religions, the striking similarities which occur between religions belonging to the primitive groups and religions belonging to the highly socialized groups are not necessarily to be interpreted as involving imitative or, in fact, any historical relationship. Such similarities, both in institution and in process of evolution, can often be sufficiently well accounted for by a generic religious impulse in humanity which tends to produce customs, rites, institutions, and creeds in answer to individual and social needs. The nature of religious activity. At the risk of excessive repetition, one thing needs particularly to be emphasized, namely, the worshipper not only seeks to appease that in his environment which he regards as conditioning his welfare, but he also undertakes to put himself into proper relationship with that which he appeases. The essence of religion is not a feeling of dependence, but the impulse toward reconciliation with that which engenders such a feeling. The moment a group thinks that the highest power in its environment is unreconcilable, its relations therewith become utterly passive, i.e., impersonal. Men cease to be religious and become simply fatalists. And fatalism is not religion, for it lacks the fundamental attitude of religion, which is the effort to establish favorable relationship with the super-environment. In other words, the situation which religion would establish is one of personal harmony between the worshiper and that worshipped, no matter how crude or superstitious that relationship may be. The primitive savage, who by mysterious rites seeks to induce his corn god to give him a good harvest, differs no whit, so far as his psychological attitude is concerned, from the most philosophically religious person who seeks to enter into healthful personal relations with a supreme and infinite God through an intelligent faith that the universe may be conceived of as involving a cosmic personality possessed of purpose and love. How true this is apparent in the work of Christian missionaries. They do not need to engender the religious impulse. They need simply to give new content and intellectual control to that impulse. A man could never make a religious convert of a dog. The South Sea cannibal could become a Christian because he was, first of all, religious. Part 3. The evolution of the personal interpretation of environment. It will be understood from what has been already said that the term extra or superhuman environment does not necessarily always involve personality. What the term means is simply some power, other and, in its influence at least, more than human, which a group regards as having influence upon its life and fortunes. The fact that such elements of the environment are treated as if they were personal is only to say that religion involves an extension of personal experience over into environment as a means of interpreting that environment in the interests of a helpful reconciliation. Personal life seeks personal adjustment to an environment believed to possess personal elements. Such an instinctive act is not unlike that in which, to speak figuratively, a living organism makes the assumption that its environment, discovered by experience, is capable of forming a part of a dynamic situation. Thus far, Ward is correct in saying that religion is in man what instinct is in animals, but only in so far. For did an animal ever seek to placate nature? The personal element is essential in religion because it is the functioning of the total life of a personal being. The essential matter in the evolution of religion, as in all evolution, is the transformation of the original organism through its relation with its environment and the nucleating about itself, if that figure may be allowed, of other experiences into species of the same genus. And this is accomplished by the varying social experience with which a group adjusts itself to its environment, to which it must submit and from which it must derive assistance. Primitive religions. These generally deal with environment directly. The primitive gods in the earliest survivals and literature in which we can trace religious concepts were often natural forces. The heavens and the earth, fire, water, and wind, the sun, moon, and the planets, these natural objects were worshipped, but they were not personified. Man found himself face to face with the awfulness of nature. He saw how dependent he was upon nature, how the rising of the river would flood and sweep away his hut, how the rain would come from heaven to give him grass for his cattle, how the sun would drive the animals he hunted into the deep forests. He naturally wanted to make the river and the heavens propitious. He therefore treated them as he treated human beings, whom he wished to make propitious. Groups also were or became animistic and regarded natural forces as the home or the visible expression of personal beings, such as ghosts, spirits, and gods. These men treated personally as they treated members of their own or other tribes, customs thus preceded doctrines. If we go back even farther than philology can carry us and study religion as we discover it in the most primitive folk, we find corroboration for this view, although with this difference. There seem to be some tribes that have not risen to the conception of the great natural forces as those that are to be appeased, and who therefore concern themselves rather with items in their natural environment. In fact, anything unusual is likely to be regarded by primitive men as a good or a malign influence. In either case, it needs to be treated with respect and, if possible, placated. A rock over which someone has fallen, a cave in the darkness of which someone has been lost, a curious root that was discovered when someone became ill, a tree that has been struck by lightning, all have been regarded as operative forces in man's situation which have needed in some way to be placated. Here, too, an early step was to regard these natural objects as the residence of some spirit, good or evil. Thus, fetishism arose as a sort of limitation of the lesser nature worship. Not all natural objects were significant, and even those which were might lose their meaning if the spirit abandoned them. It is possible to draw a distinction between magic and religion as soon as religion begins to take on its more social form. The witch is different from the priest, in that her arts are antisocial, or at least not those of the group. Despite the weighty names to be quoted against such a view, it would seem to me that non-injurious magic may often be treated as the vestige of a rudimentary religion preserved and observed by specifically empowered persons rather than groups. For there is in such magic, for instance, rain-making, that will to conciliate as well as to control, which, as a complement to the will to power, is the very sign manual of religion. But this is not to say that religion developed from magic. The fundamental difference between magic and religion lies not in the fact that magic was originally antisocial or individualistic, but in the fact that in the course of social evolution it is seen to be so. As a religion develops, certain rites are seen to apply only the impersonal principle that like affects like, through the agency of a specially empowered person who has a personal monopoly of power. The primitive religion, thus outgrown, becomes magic, and, although socially condemned, continues as a survival. And the reason for its condemnation is in large measure the development of a knowledge of natural processes. A growing science thus relegates certain elements of a religion to superstition. Similarly, too, in the case of the worship of dead ancestors, a stage in religious development to be found all but universally in simple civilizations. Whatever may have been the origin of such a custom, it is sufficiently clear that the dead are regarded as important factors in determining good and evil fortune. For a group to propitiate themselves is therefore good policy, as well as tribal piety. Tribal religion. With the emergence of actual tribal organization, a new phase in this religious interest appeared. A developing civilization does not always, it is true, immediately react to the conception of the God. But insofar as the religious concept develops, it invariably passes through a stage in which these forces, which have been treated like persons, are treated as persons. This is to say that contemporaneously with the development of the clan, religion entered into the stage of naive anthropomorphic or anthropopathic religions. Such a development was inevitable for people sufficiently constructive to become a part of the main current of civilizations. All others, like the blackfellows of Australia, preserve the religious ideas in forms as primitive as their civilizations. Such personification, however, does not seem to have proceeded uniformly. In some cases, a tribe would have as its own a god who is the personification of some natural force, and would worship him by attributing to him those qualities which, thanks to its social development, the tribe as a whole believed to be most ideal. Without exception, these tribal gods are regarded as normally in a state of reconciliation with the tribe. Generally, they are regarded as the fathers of their tribes. In other words, they are believed to partake of the same elemental quality as primitive civilization itself. They are, however, subject to the paroxysms of anger, evidenced by the defeat of the tribe in battle, by the outbreak of disease, and by various other misfortunes. In such cases, they must be placated by gifts. In this we see one of the various contributing influences that made sacrifice a social institution, although there are other influences quite as powerful. At other times, a god appears to be particularly favorable, in that he sends good weather and good fortune. At such times, his kindness needs to be appreciated by gifts. Thus arises the sort of sacrifice which is not intended to appease the tribal god, but to thank him for his help. In this, all members of a tribe partake. But the most essential element in the tribal religion is the conception of the god as the supreme chieftain of the tribe. It is true that he is not believed to appear frequently, but that at critical moments some member is likely to see him and get some word of encouragement or warning. Further, there have been few peoples who have attained to the tribal form of society in which there has not been some particular person or family regarded as in some way the god's particular representatives. Such persons instructed the tribes as to the will of the god, served as priests, and under God's direction established great feasts of which the god partakes. And probably at this point we find the most important contributing source of sacrifice. The social group includes the god, and he shares in the experiences of the tribe, be they sad or joyous. And it should be noted that the rites of religions had their origin in the enjoyment of life as truly as in its misery and fear. Men thought of the gods as their companions as truly as their judges. This tribal god in some tribes may, so to speak, be assisted by a number of secondary gods. But polytheism is not necessarily an element of tribal religion, and even when a tribe worships several gods, it's likely to have one particularly its own. In fact, as the tribal civilization developed, it would seem as if, in many cases, particularly among the Semites and the Aryans, there were two classes of gods: those which represent the material forces more or less personified and constitute a sort of superdivine body of deities to whom worship is paid, and as the final source for good fortune, and along with these, so to speak, the working class among the gods. Other tribes carry along with their single tribal god a phase of magic, which may be said to be the survival of some more primitive religious practice. Similarly, customs, the meaning of which has long been forgotten, may be carried along as an essential element of a developing religion. So important may these customs become as to give almost its full content to the religion. Monarchical religion. The fact that the tribal god was regarded as, so to speak, the responsible party in tribal history led to another phase of religion, the monarchical. Such a term is at best unsatisfactory, but it serves to indicate how the thought of God develops by the extension to him of new political conceptions. The national god must be superior to the tribal chieftain. As a chieftain developed in power by conquest so as to extend the power of the tribe over other tribes, it has been all but uniformly true that the tribal god was regarded as victorious over the gods of the conquered tribes. Thus, as the tribe itself, through conquest, became the head of a quasi-nation, the god became a conquering monarch. But it did not at all follow that the tribe which had been absorbed or conquered would give up its god. It might continue to worship him in the hope that ultimately he would assert himself and give deliverance to his people. Or, on the other hand, as the tribe was incorporated into a new political entity, its god might become a member of the royal court of the supreme god. There is many a nation whose religious history shows the struggle between the worship of the two sets of deities. Thus we find in the history of Israel a long succession of struggles between the worship of Jehovah and that of the Baalim and the Syrian gods of the high places belonging to the conquered Canaanites. This struggle is likely to be particularly violent when the two sets of gods are brought together, not by war or conquest, but by the intermingling of civilizations. For conquest is not the only source of the development of the king god. Political development as such leads to this more developed conception. It may often be that a number of tribes have the same god. These may federate, as in the tribes of Israel, religion being the sole or at least the chief bond of the political unity. But even such federation is not necessary for the development of the idea of God. The transformation of the tribe from nomadic to agricultural life has been accompanied by a transformation of the conception of a god and has given him new attributes, as in Zoroastrianism. Sometimes this addition has been made through the religious teachers or the priests. Sometimes it has been unconsciously due to the rise of new economic conceptions born of social evolution. As the agricultural stage of social evolution has passed into the commercial and urban, new powers of the chieftains have been used as media for shaping new prerogatives for the gods. His relations have become less those of the father of the family and more those of the king, increasingly political and forensic. It is not too much to say that in the case of all tribes whose development we can trace across the various stages of social evolution, the idea of monarchy, which has characterized some period of every developed society, however different its social institutions may have been, has also colored religions. The god is not subject to the will of the people. The people and their material environment are to obey him. Obedience to his law becomes thus a condition of his rendering his people aid. The higher development of monarchical religion. At this point, the really great religions have made two important transitions. 1. The superhuman monarch of the tribe has come to be regarded as the superhuman monarch of the world, the king of creation. It has not followed that all the other gods have been regarded as non-existent, for in many cases they have been treated as devils or saints. But the passage to genuine monotheism cannot infrequently be traced through this monarchical stage. The divine monarch is supreme over human subjects. He arranges nature. The thunder is his voice, the wind is his messenger, the earthquake the creature of his will. Men begin to think of him philosophically, and so transcendental may the thought of him become that the effort to realize the now supreme and increasingly ethical conception of his character gives rise to a genuine, if naive, theology. The second transition has been the moral elevation of the idea of God. This change has been the work of the prophet. In primitive religion, the prophet in any true sense of the word is unknown. There are only medicine men, necromancers, witches, and the like. But few peoples ever come to the universal monarchy conception of their God without seeing him in the standard of morality. If such a transition is impossible, a new God is adopted, as the new conscience needs a more sensitively moral God. If, as in the case of classical mythologies, gods are past reformation, they are pensioned off with conventional honors and allowed to pass into innocuous desuetude on some mountain where their example will not injure the morals of young people. In the extent of this moral idealization of its idea of God, the Hebrew religion is unique. It seems to have passed through the earlier stages of religious evolution, but this eventuated, as in no other religion, in a monarch of absolute righteousness, hating iniquity. That this is the case is due to the work of the prophets who, from an exceptional religious experience, taught an unwilling nation ideals that were to serve as the basis of the non-monarchical ethical religion of Jesus. This monarchical conception has given rise to the most precise theologies, and it's easy to see why. Political experience is so universal. Political institutions are so subject to legal adjustment, and legal analogies are so intelligible that it has been comparatively easy to systematize religious relations under the general rubrics of statecraft. Thus, righteousness has been thought of as the observance of the laws of God, given through divinely inspired teachers, and punishment has been attached to the violation of such laws in precisely the same way as to the violation of the laws of the king. The pardoning of sins has been a royal prerogative, although sometimes needing justification in the way of vicarious suffering by some competent sacrificial animal or person, while the rewards of the righteous have been pictured by figures drawn from the triumphs of earthly kings, just as in primitive societies the future has been regarded as the happy hunting ground. Only a few religions have as yet progressed beyond the monarchical stage. In Brahmanism, religion has been denied content and direction by an impersonal cosmic philosophy, and two of the three great religions of Semitic origin, Judaism and Christianity, have moved over into a quasi-transcendental sphere. But the theologies of even these religions have been developed on the monarchical analogy. This is particularly true of Christianity as the flowering of Hebrew religion through the introduction of the personal experiences of Jesus. End of chapter 2, part B. John F. Sherman, Winfield, Illinois. Chapter 2, Part C of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John F. Sherman. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 2, Part C, The Development of Religious Doctrines. Theology deals primarily with experience, and experience is far more extensive than rational processes. Theology arises when men undertake to organize their inherited and new religious experiences, beliefs, and customs in harmony with other elements of experience, and thus to satisfy their deepest spiritual need for unity between their faith and their knowledge of the universe. The organizing principle is all, but invariably dramatic, a presupposition born of social experience which the community producing the theology has unconsciously accepted as a basis of social activity and the standard of social values. Most frequently, such an organizing principle is that already operative in the state. A second, or apologetic period, begins when men undertake to defend their right to hold religious beliefs by means of appropriating current elements of culture. The creative and the apologetic stages of theology are indispensable, but the former is primarily social, the latter philosophical. Mythology, philosophy, and theology. Religion is personal, but it is also a phase of social experience. Although by no means to be identified with social custom, its development involves such custom and particularly the preservation of tribal sanctions for various social activities. Yet, to limit religion to merely social experience and to make God a symbol of an authoritative totality of social experience is to neglect outstanding elements of personality and its relations. Religion is a word of experience, but it has a correlate in an extra experiential reality which is a dominating factor in the situation out of which religion develops. To eliminate an objective God from religion is as illogical as to eliminate the soil and air from the life of a plant. A theology in the nature of the case must therefore contain its meta-experiential elements. A pragmatic view of the world is highly fruitful for the discussion of the psychological and social aspects of religion, but it is not sufficient for a theology which shall include the cosmic processes in which men find themselves. But after this has been admitted, it still remains true that the first creative attempts to rationalize religious experience into harmony with elements of culture have not found their organizing principles in metaphysical processes. Metaphysical treatment of religion has always been a second or even third stage in the rationalizing process. Prior to it are mythology and theology, each structurally dramatic. Part A. Mythology as a means of interpreting religion. Recent discussions in the history of religion have made evident the fact that mythology has played no inconsiderable part in the early stages of religious development. Myths might be described as a method of combining rationalized religious aspiration with observed cosmic phenomenon by use of elementary experience, generally of individuals rather than of groups. In this, mythology differs from theology, which organizes religious thought on more genuinely social concepts than combats, lovemaking, and individual careers. In the case of practically all religions, with the exception of the Christian and other religions like Mohammedanism, which have been derived from the Bible, the philosophical stage followed immediately upon the mythological and served to destroy confidence in the myth, even when, as in Greece, mythology continued as a form of popular religion long after Plato and Aristotle had all but universalized the philosophical attitude of mind. In the case of the Hebrew religion, whatever may have been its roots in early Semitic thought, it is all but impossible to discover any period of myth within its biblical stage. Both in it and in Christianity, religious syncretism, it is true, did to some extent show itself, as in the influence of Baal worship upon the Hebrews and in the appropriation of pagan customs and institutions on the part of the Christians. But Hebraism in its constructive principle was germinally monotheistic. It never was characterized by the mass of mythological details which most polytheistic religions have included. Hebraism used for its structural religious ideas not the adventures of individuals, as classical mythology did, but the universalizing conception of monarchy. Zeus was never a lawgiver, but Yahweh's relations with his people were always those between a king and his subjects. That is to say, the material of Hebrew religious thought, while like mythology in being dramatic rather than philosophical, was organized about an essentially political experience. Part B. The relation between theology and philosophy. A distinction between theology and philosophy is hard to draw in terms of definition, for both alike seek to give some sort of unity to the highest thought of mankind. Furthermore, philosophy, like theology, is largely conditioned by social experience. Of the two, philosophy is by far the more frequent framework for religious thought. Indeed, one might even say that there has been but one well-rounded theology, namely that which has been produced by the Christian thought of Western Europe. The other great religions which have used biblical material have resembled Western orthodoxy to some extent, but in the case of Mohammedanism and Judaism, no theological system in any way comparable with that even of the arrested theology of the Eastern Church has been developed. Yet, practically all religions have had their philosophies, and in some cases, notably in Hinduism and the religion of Egypt, there has often been developed an esoteric system of teaching for the cultured classes alongside of the gross superstitions among the masses. Western Christianity has, it is true, developed its secondary form in the practices of the Roman Church. But this secondary Christianity has always become at length organically embodied in a real theology, the subject matter of which is the relationship of God and humanity, and which is only apologetically cosmological or metaphysical. Further, while it is difficult to distinguish formally between theology and philosophy, the content and tendency of the two show marked differences. Philosophy, as it has existed in the Western world, has been concerned primarily with the construction of some worldview, which finds its unity in a general conception, such as the ideas of Plato and the idea of Hegel. Once having gained such an a priori principle, instead of working toward experience, it has, by a process of abstraction, worked away from experience. In the place of personal relations, it has substituted those of logic. Pragmatism, it is true, is an exception to this general tendency. But pragmatism itself is more concerned with the problems of reality and knowledge than with the systematic presentation of the relations of man and God as theology conceives them. And there is a further distinction between pragmatism and theology, in that theology cannot be content to find its subject matter wholly in the region of experience. Theology, since its subject matter is primarily religion, must always involve a metaphysical reality and, above all, emphasize relations between God and man. A comparison of philosophies with theology will show still another difference. Whereas the organizing, unifying principles of philosophy are, with the exception of those of pragmatism, in the realm of the meta-experiential, in the case of theology, the unifying principle is some presupposition which determines social experience as a whole. In giving form and rational acceptability to its formulations, the theology of the schools has utilized dominant philosophies, but this process belongs to the second rather than to the original creative stratum of the organizing process. A theological system, as distinguished from its amplification, has sprung from the same subconscious social mind as that from which has sprung political theory. Interaction between politics and theology is always to be noted, but neither is strictly the origin of the other. The parallelism between the two is due to their common origin. It is this fact that in part explains the survival in highly developed types of theology of those concepts which are fully intelligible only when they are historically valued as drawn from the experience of different economic and political stages through which the people creating the theology have passed in its development. Such a fact is easily appreciated. Theology is essentially concerned with relations or situations in which God and man are both involved. But to describe relations, men inevitably make use of relations already in experience. In religion, men seek help. They justify that search by the use of those categories of social experience in which help has already been found, and its methods of operation organized. And furthermore, a religion and its consequent theology has been the possession of a total group like the church, and has consequently relied upon customs, rites, and ceremonies as embodying its truths. Such control exercised by the non-religious presuppositions of social experience over a theological system, whether it be simple or highly developed, is inevitable, since such a system is only one phase of a social mind. A philosophical treatment of religion, and particularly a philosophy of religion, are always likely to overlook this fact because of their tendency to deal with concepts abstracted from experience. But speaking strictly, there is no history of doctrine. There is only the history of men who hold doctrines. A doctrinal man is as impossible as an economic man. Theology has been even slower than political economy to recognize this fact. But as soon as the doctrine-making process is seen to be only one phase of an evolving civilization, its social aspect at once appears clear, and the approach to theology is seen to be through history and group life rather than through philosophy. Indeed, it may be said that when philosophy becomes dominant in theology, the period of creative theology, like the period of creative mythology, has closed. End of Chapter 2, Part C, The Development of Religious Doctrines, read by John Sherman, Winfield, Illinois. Part 5, A Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. Chapter 2, Part D of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by John Sherman. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 2, Part D, The Development of Christian Doctrine. Part 1, The Creative Social Mind. Occidental civilization has resulted from the genetic succession of several creative social minds. These social minds have been the outcome of social experience of various sorts. Christianity, as a developing religion by which men of different grades of culture have sought to gain help from God in accord with the teachings and persons of Jesus Christ, has appropriated and built into itself these dominant social minds, which in turn have been expressions of creative social forces. As social experience varies, new intellectual concepts result. Doctrine making, when analyzed, is the group formulation or modification of inherited religious beliefs in accordance with these new concepts, for the purpose of vindicating and directing religious self-expression. Generally, such formulation gives birth to but one doctrine in an epoch. To put the matter more distinctly, theology is the outgrowth of the needs of religion for intellectual expression. Wherever religion is practiced, it is forced to meet the needs set by the social life of those to whom it ministers. In the nature of the case, the satisfaction of these needs, as well as the needs themselves, are determined by the habits and thoughts and social activity of any given epoch. Religious doubts or religious controversies, which have been the usual occasion of doctrinal growth, have in general sprung from the tension of soul resulting from the failure of inherited religious formulas to meet needs set by the dominant and creative social minds. The doctrines of Christianity have thus been religiously functional rather than absolute, and the development of Christianity has thus inevitably been a social process. The fact that in the midst of these successive social minds, Christianity has proceeded in a definite direction and has bred true to itself is an argument that a generic but not absolutely and finally formulated Christianity is to be found by a study of the successive periods of creative theological thought. Such periods are epochs of that genetically related creative activity which has expressed itself in the successive social minds which have constituted the continuous stream of Western history. A nation without social development naturally has no developing theology. The relation of doctrine to the creative social mind from which both the new religious needs and their satisfaction spring is not quite as simple, however, as what has been said might imply. While a social mind has been formulating the particular doctrine demanded by the same new creative social impulse, it has usually accepted and defended other doctrines which it has inherited from a long line of predecessors. Thus, new doctrines appear only at what might be called the tension points of intellectual and social progress. These, however, are not, strictly speaking, inventions, but the organization of truths already held implicitly in the Christian religion, much as elements of a developing civilization are implicit in its fundamental genius. Quite as important is the further fact that just as some persons have alternating personalities, so most epochs have more than one social mind. In fact, much of the progress of history is due to the conflict between these social minds, each of which has tended to shape up some characteristic religious expression. These counter-social minds express the social experience of minorities unproductive of immediate historical development. When expressing themselves in theology, they have given rise to the opposition theologies which have been sidetracked into the limbo of heresy. The fact that the developing system of Christian teaching which we call orthodoxy persisted was not due to any superficial causes like persecution or state support. These indeed were agents, but the fundamental explanation why one doctrine rather than another triumphed during moments of creative struggle is that it served better than the other the needs begotten by the continuously developing and dominant social experience. Could, for example, true progress in social development any more than in theology ever have resulted from social minds which could have been satisfied with Gnosticism, or the essential polytheism of Arius, or the atomistic philosophy of Pelagius? Counter-theologies have been valuable because they have each recognized something not included in the theology which ministered directly to the dominant social mind. But, despite common belief regarding heresies, they have never become future orthodoxy. These theologies failed to function directly in the actual courses of development of both society and Christianity. At the best, they were of influence only as contributing causes of new social minds. These counter-theologies or heresies failed to persist for two reasons. They did not tend toward the increasing knowledge of reality, and, however much influence they may have had in affecting the course of the development of orthodoxy, they have not satisfied the religious needs set by the dominant social minds which determined the main course of history. Only those Christian conceptions for which the genetically connected dominant social minds of successive periods have shown affinity have given the real content to our growing religion. In them, as by a sort of Mendelian formula, the generic quality of Christianity is to be found. Dominant traits alone have persisted in vigor. 2. The creative social minds which have made Occidental history. The creative social minds which have made Occidental history during this Christian era are the Semitic, which gave us the New Testament and the Messianic drama, the Hellenistic, which gave us ecumenical dogma, the imperialistic, which gave us the doctrine of sin and the Roman Church, the feudal, which gave us the first real theory of atonement, the national, which gave us Protestantism, the bourgeois, which gave us modern evangelicalism, and the modern scientific democratic mind, which must give us the theology of tomorrow. It is not without importance that each of these dominant social minds has had its particular place of birth. Syria, the Hellenistic territory, Western Europe, Germany, England, and America have each been the home of one of these social minds which have resulted in doctrinal development. And it is not improbable that the Western movement of our civilization may yet add still another phase of social as well as doctrinal development, the cosmopolitan fraternal, which, so far as the Church is concerned, will find its birthplace in Asia. A. The contribution of the Semitic social mind to Christian theology. Christianity, considered theologically, perpetuates the transcendental politics of the Hebrew. Sovereignty and subjects, law and judgment, punishment and rehabilitation. These great rubrics, which express the presuppositions controlling the highest social activity of the Hebrew, became the skeleton of their religious thought. Christianity springs genetically, however, not directly from the Hebraism of the Old Testament, but from the Judaism of New Testament times. Its principles are those of Hebraism re-expressed in the Messianic hope. How far Christianity at its start was from being a philosophy appears not only from the teaching of Jesus, but also from the expressed hostility of Paul to what he called the wisdom of this world, a hostility which was vigorously urged by such church fathers as Tertullian. The latter's treatise, The Prescription of Heretics, is a plea for the supremacy of a dramatic theology as over against a philosophy. But neither Paul nor Tertullian was apart from other Christian writers. The theology to which they held was the limit within which philosophically minded Christians like Justin and Origen debated. This theology, epitomized in Regula Fidei, was nothing more nor less than a transcendentalized theory of that conception of government which was an unconscious but determinative presupposition of the entire social life of the ancient world. And its schema was the messianism which had been brought over from Judaism. Messianism undoubtedly had deep roots, which must be traced back into the hopes and mythologies of ancient nations, particularly those of Babylonia and Persia, whose civilizations had affected Judaism. But there is no chief root that does not finally end in social practice. However great, or, as it seems to me more probable, however slight, may have been the role of the Gilgamesh epic in Jewish messianism, it is colored by the political habits of the age in which it arose. Similarly, in the case of the influence of the Persian religion, whatever may have been the relative importance of the reciprocal influence of Mazdaism and Hebraism, the outcome in either case was a religious hope that involved transcendental politics. The Jewish messianic hope passed through two stages, both formally political. In the first, the Jews believed that Yahweh would reestablish through ordinary methods the Jewish state as supreme over all its enemies, and in the second, they hoped that the same triumphant nation would be established not in the ordinary sense of history, but by the miraculous intervention of God through his anointed. Messianism is as truly political in its transcendental as in its political revolutionary stage. A sovereign God who seeks to establish his kingdom by the conquest of the rival kingdom of Satan. A vicegerent through whom the divine sovereign works and who is to conquer the hostile kingdom and establish the kingdom of God, in which the law of God is to be established, a new age in which God is to be the supreme sovereign and his people supremely blessed, while the arch antagonist is bound and punished with his followers, a day of judgment in which the triumphant king metes out the fate of all mankind in accordance with its loyalty or disloyalty. These are the fundamental elements of the program of messianism. The resurrection simply assured the disposition of all mankind in the final world order. It requires no argument to show that this schema is fundamental to Christian theology, and that it is indeed the organizing principle of theology as it subsequently was developed in the Western world and less imperfectly in the Greek church. Whatever else philosophy may have accomplished in the development of doctrine, it has never obscured these fundamental rubrics which were carried over into religion from the social presuppositions on which the ancient civilization was ultimately based. Indeed, Christian theology as an organized system might be described as the philosophical expansion of a political dramatic scenario in which the future and present relations of men and God are set forth in terms drawn from the political experience of the Jewish people. B. Some non-political elements in New Testament thought. At 2 points, this schema is modified in the New Testament and by later writers by the addition of non-political elements, which are really the most essential in Christianity. There is first the spiritual experience of the Christian. This is, in turn, twofold. Those phenomena which are called in the New Testament the gifts of the Holy Spirit have never been thoroughly worked into orthodoxy and have always been emphasized among groups, for instance the Montanists, who have been to a considerable degree regarded as heretical. And the reason is very plain. The general schema of historical orthodoxy is transcendental politics, redefined by the use of other elements of social experience and rationalized in detail by current philosophy. In such a schema, there is no room for mysticism. That must always be extra-orthodox. Yet, the second sort of spiritual experience, the actual transformation of the believer by God has always been emphasized by theology. In Greek Christianity, this element of transformation played a very large role. We see it in the recapitulation by Jesus, so attractive to Irenaeus, and even more in the conception of salvation as the theizing of human nature into incorruption. At one time, transformation even bade fair to become the organizing principle for an entire system. But the development of Greek theology was arrested in its Christological epoch, and Western theology became so far committed to a forensic outline of teaching that the saving transformation of the believer was attached to the idea of the church and its sacraments instead of being allowed to organize Christian teaching into a vital system. Yet transformation has always persisted in Western theology as a sort of parallel orthodoxy. If it, instead of the messianic drama, had become really central in orthodoxy, doctrinal development would have been far more vital and less authoritative. In modern theology, this spiritual and vital element is assuming a new importance and constitutes one of the great constructive principles for a theology which shall be more in accord with the presuppositions of modern social life, so radically different from those expressed in absolute monarchy. Completely outside of the inherited messianic drama, it is essential to Christianity itself. A second element, too little used by orthodoxy because it also lies outside of the politico-religious drama of messianism, is the experience of Jesus himself. All theologians, it is true, have generalized this element of historical Christianity in the same proportion as they have not been dominated by the transcendental politics of messianism. But the really personal life and significance of Jesus have lain outside of the norm of doctrinal development. Indeed, Christology has never been wholeheartedly interested in Jesus, even though it has devoted itself to his natures and person. The reason is simple. In the messianic schema, the Christ is essentially functional. He must perform the work of God's vicegerent. For such an office, his earthly life was of small significance. Even his resurrection, which, if once accepted as historical, has a meaning wholly independent of the messianic argument, has been made contributory to the proof of his divine office. The chief interest in the anti-Arian movement out of which orthodoxy rose lay in the desire for assurance that the Savior was divine. The ethical implications in the belief were all but overlooked. Yet in the actual experiences of the historical Jesus, with their wealth of religious and moral appeal, there was overlooked another organizing principle which modern theology recognizes, but to which historical orthodoxy was blind, because such experiences were not readily systematized in the messianic drama theology. The reason that the messianic drama became the vertebral column, so to speak, of Christian doctrine is not far to seek. It is primitive Christianity itself, minus only these experimental elements. The New Testament and other early Christian literature make it plain that the conquest of Christianity was due primarily to an enthusiasm born of the belief that the entire messianic program was to be immediately fulfilled, and that those who accepted Jesus in his messianic capacity would participate in the joys of the literal kingdom which he was to establish. The beliefs with which Christianity started on its conquest of the Roman Empire were utterly foreign to philosophy, and were as dramatic as the social experience in which the Christians shared. Recall only the impassioned hopes and arguments of Ignatius. To think of Christianity as originally an ethical, sociological, or philosophical movement is to misinterpret it completely. The elements of its hope were concrete, and their unity was the unity of a drama. Therein was Christian theology in outline. C. The Hellenistic social mind. When primitive Christianity entered into the Greco-Roman world in the eastern part of the empire, it entered a world untrained in the messianic hope. It was therefore forced to restate itself in such forms as would satisfy certain very definite religious needs on the part of perhaps the most complicated social mind which the world has ever seen prior to that of the modern days. The social mind of the eastern or Hellenistic part of the Roman Empire was excluded from political and social expressions by the policy adopted by the Roman conquerors. While there were incidental reforms instituted in various cities of the empire, the religious need of the Greco-Roman life was essentially metaphysical and dramatically mystical. On the one side, there was a need of an absolute God as over against idolatry. And on the other side, there was the yearning for salvation through union or at least fellowship with this God. The former of these two needs appears everywhere in the philosophical writings, but most characteristically in the Stoic term logos. The second of these needs is apparent in the rapid spread of the drama mystery religions with their promise of salvation from evil and death through the union by worship with some god like Osiris or Mithra. When the message of Christian salvation came to this Greco-Roman world, it was immediately found capable of satisfying these two dominant needs of the social mind. What the other religions promised, Christianity, through the course of several hundred years of bitter struggle and persecution, actually supplied to the satisfaction of both the metaphysician and the mystic. The form taken by this satisfaction was the Nicene formula of a God who is metaphysically and substantially one, and yet in terms of experience has manifested himself personally as to come into vital relationship with sinful man. The later discussions of the nature and person of Christ were not superimposed upon the original Christian religion, but were the growth of the new exposition of the content of the new doctrine of God. The old conceptions persisted, but were interpreted through new carrying concepts. The Nicene theology, so far from being an addition to Christianity, was vital Christianity itself, functioning in certain definite religious conditions and under the control of the Hellenistic social mind. Arianism failed, not so much because it was finally outlawed as because it did not so express the elemental Christian impulse and belief as to satisfy the needs of the Greco-Roman social mind. The philosophizing of theologians of the early church never destroyed their Christian inheritance. By the middle of the 2nd century, however, the messianic expectation had ceased to be concrete and had become transcendental. True, there were those like the Montanists who fought against this transformation and sought to maintain the messianic drama theology in full literalism. But so strong had become the tendency to revalue the messianic program as a philosophy that this more primitive type of Christianity was repeatedly relegated to the limbo of heresy. Notwithstanding the contributions made by Tertullian to Christian doctrine and vocabulary, the line of theological development runs not through him, but through that remarkable group of Alexandrians who made regula fidei the basis of a theology by synthesizing the messianic drama with Hellenistic culture. This transition can be observed primarily in two particulars. First, with the disappearance of the hope that the heavenly kingdom would be immediately established, the Christian teachers passed from the heralding to the rationalizing of their message of deliverance. At once they became involved in disputes with representatives of contemporary philosophies, all of them profoundly interested in cosmological speculations. We have so little first-hand knowledge of men like Marcion that it is unsafe to speculate as to what Christianity might have become had the church leaders not stood manfully by the messianic outline. But it can hardly be doubted that the new religion would have been lost in the swarming Gnostic sects. The line of defense as laid down by Tertullian was implicity itself. Away with all attempts to produce a modeled Christianity of Stoic, Platonic, and dialectic composition. We want no curious disputation after possessing Christ Jesus, no inquisition after enjoying the gospel. With our faith we desire no further belief, for this is our primary faith, that there is nothing which we ought to believe besides. Tertullian's final appeal is to regula fidei, which is the very quintessence of an unphilosophical, dramatic summary of Christian messianism. But the Alexandrine teachers chose quite another method. With them, regula fidei was final, but it was also defensible philosophically. Accordingly, for centuries, the defense proceeded in the way of giving the Messiah a cosmological value. Materials for such redefinition lay close at hand in the New Testament terms Son of God and Logos. In the New Testament usage, the term Son of God was simply a synonym for Messiah, and the Pauline usage by no means served to modify the politico-dramatic expectation of messianism. In the hands of the Alexandrine theologians, however, it passed from the social presuppositions of politics to the even more universal presupposition of generation. A study of Justin Martyr and Origen will enable one to trace this clearly. Instead of the conquering king, we have the incarnate God foretold by the prophets, and this doctrine of incarnation, which played practically no role whatever in Paulinism, becomes a central feature of the new interpretation of regula fidei. But the transition from the political to the parental filial presupposition may be seen even before Justin in the struggles of Docetism to reach a rational Christology. Indeed, the dangers inherent in this heresy appear in the Johannine epistles, where a test of genuine Christian belief is to be seen in the assertion that the Christ has come in the flesh. The question under discussion did not concern the Godhead, but the historical person, Jesus. How could the Son of God be genuinely human? The source of the difficulty in accepting the Hebraic conception of unction is doubtless to be found in the fact that Christianity had passed from the Jewish people, where messianism in its full content was a religious presupposition, to the Gentile world, in which the possibility of incarnation through divine generation was a universally accepted presupposition. But even here it will be observed that the transition is from one social presupposition to another, from politics to paternity. A more genuinely philosophical concept appears in the Logos. The most significant transition in the history of Christology occurred when the Logos of cosmological significance was identified with the begotten Son of God, and the new conception was injected into the old messianic formula of regula fidei. The Logos then, with Justin, became the revealer of a new and sacred philosophy. This tendency to elevate concrete dramatic expectation into a transcendental philosophical formula reached its culmination when the contest over the sonship of the Logos passed from the realm of history into the realm of the metaphysics of the Godhead, and the center of interest in the Son became not Jesus, but the second person of the Trinity. Just as the kingdom of God ceased to become a definite social order upon the earth and became a transcendental heaven, did the doctrine of divine sonship pass from the stage of history into the stage of metaphysics. But again, the mold in which the new doctrine was shaped was not in itself metaphysical, but one of social experience. The great discussion of the century that culminated in the Council of Nicaea centered about two terms: eternal generation and persona. We are accustomed to overlook this fact because so much attention came to be centered upon the metaphysical term consubstantial. But consubstantiality was only a marker for the genuine content expressed by the sonship of the Logos through eternal generation rather than creation. And as any fair study of Athanasius will show, it is the expression begotten, not made, which is the real heart of the Nicene Creed. Consubstantiality was a dangerous metaphysical concept blurred by Latin Philistinism, used as a shibboleth against Arianism to protect the content of eternal generation. The organon, so to speak, by which eternal generation was rationalized was the legal term suggested by the lawyer Tertullian: persona. While it is true that in the entire Trinitarian controversy the tendency was toward abstraction, it is beyond question that the final decision of the Nicene Council was regarded not as a completely metaphysical, but rather as a dramatic and symbolic expression. The opposition which Athanasius felt to the word consubstantial was largely due to his fear lest the word should involve Christian theology in metaphysical heresies. What he and his party desired was the maintenance of the actual relationship which the figure eternal generation expressed. The appropriation of persona, a term so essential to Roman law, was due to the fact that it connoted something that gave the theological truth a universalized social, that is, forensic connotation. However metaphysical the language of the disputants in the Arian controversy, the synthetic rather than the definitive force of the term appears from the well-known expression of Augustine to the effect that the word persona is used to express a fact which really transcends formal definition. But while thus the messianic term Christ lost much of its original content and became metaphysical, the entire schema of the Christian hope remained unchanged. The philosophizing of ecumenical Christianity never affected the dramatic program contained in the old Roman symbol, and even its metaphysical Trinitarianism was self-determined by the analogies of social experience. The ecumenical creeds never passed beyond the relation of the Son to the Father, except as regards the person of Jesus, and, somewhat incidentally, in the matter of the procession of the Holy Ghost, and never attempted to reorganize the messianic program as a whole. D. Latin orthodoxy as determined by imperialism. When one passes from ecumenical to Latin theology, the dominance of the original messianic program is at once apparent. Whereas the Greeks, with their constitutional inability to organize politically, turned to the concept of salvation as a gaining of immortality, the Latin world, with its passion for administration and law, undertook to develop the governmental presuppositions which lay back of the primitive Christian hope. Indeed, the history of doctrinal development in the Western world might be described as the construction of a theology on the basis of transcendental politics. Theology thus advanced parallel with the development of the church as an institution. As the Christian religion spread westward, it carried with itself not only the original messianic conception, but also these new formulas so full of religious power. It was not merely church authority which prevailed in their acceptance. It was a new intellectual and religious harmony. Anything less than a Christ possessed of the divine nature was repudiated by that Western social mind of which Augustine is the epitome and expression. The success of Arianism among certain German tribes simply makes the real progress of generic Christianity more obvious. As all students of institutions would admit, it was really in the West that the Roman genius best expressed itself. It was in Italy, Gaul, and Spain that by an epoch-making series of experiments, the Roman world evolved the imperial idea. To the East, this idea was carried in terms of officialism, but the ancient civilizations were too deeply bedded to be replaced by Roman methods, and remained a force against which the imperial idea struggled, only to find itself transformed into likeness to Oriental despotism. In the Western world, the imperial idea was really creative. It built up new civilizations and worked itself into the very tissues of a growing new world. Naturally, it was in the Western world that deep religious need was felt of administrative efficiency in religion akin to the political efficiency of the empire. This was especially felt when the empire itself began to weaken, and the only conservative or preservative force in the Western civilization was the church. It was natural, therefore, that Christianity should have still further developed itself in terms of contemporary social efficiency. The Roman Catholic Church was not the invention of this or that man. It was rather the outcome of the union of the vital impulses of Christianity, in part already recognized, with the social mind of the Western world. So thoroughly did it satisfy the need of the region in which the institutions of Rome persisted, that to this day there is a well-marked social and political, not to mention religious, distinction between the countries which had been thoroughly Romanized and those countries of northern Europe where Roman influence had never triumphed, or where Roman institutions were destroyed by un-Romanized invaders. But Christianity in Western Europe came in contact with another widespread social attitude, the pessimism and distrust of human nature so inevitable in a period when a civilization literally disintegrates before people's eyes. Almost paradoxically, the great religious need which this terrible collapse of civilization engendered was some teaching that could raise men from trust in discredited human nature to trust in an eternal and supreme God. Augustine formulated and fixed this new phase in the Christian religion. His doctrine of sin is, of course, involved in the New Testament, but with him it was systematized in our religion. Christianity was not only organized in terms of liberation from the natural corruption of human nature, but was made to serve the purposes of faith in a God who was greater than his world and was not dependent upon human virtue to bring about his ends. The doctrine of original sin and of God's sovereignty were, therefore, by no means accretions, but the expressions of the vital impulse of Christianity as it brought power and courage to the mind of Western Europe. E. Feudalism and Christian theology. The history of the Middle Ages gains unity as one sees imperialism expressed in the Holy Roman Empire. But so far as Christianity was concerned, this attempt at social order administered by Jesus Christ through his two vicegerents, emperor and pope, expressed itself almost entirely within the development of the church itself. There was, however, another creative social mind which was to have powerful influence on the development of Christian thought: feudalism. Feudalism as a creative conception of social relationships is not difficult to state, however much we may fail to understand its origin. It is the expression of life subject to definite economic conditions, temporary, it is true, but wherever found, pervading all the thinking of its social order. Christianity came to the world of feudalism with its well-developed message of a triune sovereign God, of a Savior possessed of the divine nature, and of original sin. Anselm endeavored to think these three together by systematizing the divine method of salvation according to the principles of feudalism. The significance of the death of Christ, though a part of the original message, had never been systematized with other Christian belief. It had been set forth dramatically as sacrifice or ransom. Such dramatic presentations had been carried over into the church services as the Mass, but minds dominated by the social conceptions of feudalism and the passion for systems seen in scholasticism could not be content to leave their religion with no connecting thought between salvation from sin and the all-perfect God. Such systematizing was accomplished by Anselm's extension of feudal concepts into the realm of theology. As a complement of the inherited doctrines, the death of Christ was shown by him to be the satisfaction of the honor of God, injured by man's sin. Thus Christianity found itself for the first time possessed of complete symmetry. While the Anselmic doctrine of the atonement never became a part of official orthodoxy in any such sense as did the philosophy of substance and the belief in original sin, it did nonetheless give direction to the development of Christian thought. From his time, Christianity has always seen in the death of Christ something which has made plain to the world the ethical unity of a forgiving sovereign. F. The nationalistic social mind and theology. The period which followed feudalism was essentially a struggle between the imperialistic conception in church and state and the new spirit of monarchy and individualism. The Reformation was far more than a mere theological or even church struggle. It rooted itself in a changing order with new economic, political, and cultural forces. On its religious side, it was an extension into theology of the same forces which were operative in the shaping of our modern state, and conversely, an extension into the course of political development of those spiritual conceptions which give worth to personality. But at this point we notice the practical completion of another religious development in terms of Roman Catholicism. Just as the Greek Church has never markedly advanced beyond the theological development expressed in the ecumenical creeds, so the Latin Church stopped its development at the point reached by scholasticism, imperialism, and feudalism. Individual dogmas, it's true, have been added by the Latin Church, but they have been little more than formal ratifications of beliefs involved in ecclesiastical imperialism. The Roman Curia, in its present struggle with modernism, is thoroughly consistent in its insistence that its theologians shall revert to the study of Thomas Aquinas. And this fact makes it plain that the Roman Church as yet does not propose to be influenced constructively by the new social minds which have created periods since the 16th century. Speaking generally, and with due regard for the apparently exceptional situation in France, in those nations which embraced the new monarchical conception born of the new conditions of the 15th and 16th centuries, the development of Christianity has proceeded in terms of Protestantism. Conversely, Protestant theology has been marked by an extension into theology of the monarchical idea as opposed to the imperialistic. This is less true in the case of Luther than in that of Calvin, but the change is obvious in the new interest shown by the 16th century in God's sovereignty and in the substitution of the satisfaction of his punitive, that is, sovereign justice, for the satisfaction of his unsatisfied, that is, feudal honor. But such a development has been genetic. Protestantism, notwithstanding its laxity in some of its organizing concepts, has held true to the formulas of ecumenical orthodoxy. The effort of deism to build up a sort of cosmic constitutional monarchy similar to that which was being built up contemporaneously in England is a striking illustration of the impossibility for the social mind to shape up a permanent religious concept that does not embody the fundamental Christian concepts as to God. In its failure to perpetuate the belief that God is in actual control of his world, deism was also an illustration of the fact that the elements of generic Christianity are to be recognized in their capacity so to unite with the dominant social minds as to produce doctrines which satisfy all succeeding social minds. A constitutionally limited God is a religious impossibility for the scientific mind. He must be absolute, or he is not God. G. The age of revolutions and theology. The 18th century might be described as the period in which the bourgeois class became dominant in politics through revolution. It followed naturally, therefore, that its influence should be felt in all phases of social life. This can be seen in the rapid extension of commerce, the spread of limited democracy, as well as in the establishment of our present capitalistic system. But quite as clearly it can be seen in the field of religion. The bourgeois social mind had inherited the Protestant theology with its emphasis upon metaphysical matters such as those of free will and foreordination. Its needs, however, were vastly more practical than those which the professional theologians and the higher ecclesiastics could satisfy. There resulted, therefore, from the interplay of Christianity with this new spirit, an emphasis on the atonement largely in commercial terms, which was to have much the same influence in religion as the bourgeois movement had exercised in politics. For it is to this union that we owe evangelicalism, that characteristic type of religious interest which was so evident among churchmen of all Christian bodies in the first half of the 19th century. Centering as it did around the substitutionary atonement, it brought home afresh to a commercial age the vitalizing conception of a divine love that dared to suffer in order to serve. A great and sacrificial conception of God could not fail to find expression in the religious life of the church. However selfish and commercial certain forms of evangelicalism may appear, however much it has failed to appreciate the inefficiency of aristocratic conceptions in morality, to it are due the abolition of slavery, reforms in prisons, and the care of the insane and of the poor, the establishment of young men's Christian associations, Bible and foreign mission societies, colleges and theological seminaries. Altogether, evangelicalism is to be credited with profoundly ethical sympathies. This bourgeois attitude took two other very different theological directions. On the one side was Unitarianism, in which, like an insurgent bourgeoisie, a respectable humanity, sensitive to its natural rights in the sight of a sovereign God, rose up and repudiated belief in total depravity and, in consequence, the orthodox conceptions of God and Christ. On the other side was Wesleyanism, which became a training school of religious democracy, vital religious experience, and aggressive, but not excessively theological orthodoxy. The subsequent history of these two movements shows clearly which best represented generic Christianity in its relation with the dominant social mind. Wesleyanism and its kindred nonconformist groups live on, possessed of unchecked power of spiritual parentage. H. The modern social mind. At this point, we come to the modern world in which tendencies are as yet hardly sufficiently developed to be traced with precision. But the religious needs of the dominant social mind are at once apparent. trained as we are in scientific thought and surrounded as we are by the forces of an adolescent democracy, it is inevitable that we should seek to satisfy religious needs in accordance with these dominant forces. In the light of the past, it is inevitable that these satisfactions will be gained only on the condition that they first include the vital propagating elements of Christianity rather than some current philosophy, and secondly, that the dominant social mind rather than some counter or fractional or anarchistic social mind be permitted to shape up dramatically rather than metaphysically the formulas of our religious thinking. The latter demand is perhaps a little more clearly organized than the former. We can appreciate the demand of a scientific method, and we can formulate with some precision the share which democracy must have in our religious development. But the religious thinkers of the day are not yet at one as to what elements of our inherited religion are essential to the continued efficiency of Christianity. This is the end of Chapter 2, Part D, read by John Sherman, Winfield, Illinois. Chapter 2, Part E, Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, Gerald Birney Smith, Editor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To inquire about volunteering, contact LibriVox.org. This reading is by John Sherman. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, Part E, Gerald Birney Smith, Editor. Chapter 2, Part E. Why theology has not developed parallel with the presuppositions of social experience. While thus the influence of the presuppositions of social experience is to be traced in the development of doctrinal systems, it is also true that there has been no such complete parallelism in the development of theology and social institutions as might be expected. Theologies have not always been orthodox, but they have seldom reached wide acceptance when diverging widely. Furthermore, periods of intellectual and political progress have always been marked by distrust as well as transformation of theological systems. The reason for these discrepancies between the logical and the actual relation of theology to the social mind are not far to seek. Part A. The influence of philosophy. In the first place, theology has always been checked in its response to the creative social forces by a tendency to become a philosophy. The history of theology on the one side may be described as a struggle between these dramatic conceptions in which men have endeavored to make real to themselves the significance of their religious beliefs and philosophy. Such a conflict was inevitable from the fact, already noted, that philosophy is both the product of the same social experience as theological thought, and at the same time is a phase of that social mind with which theology has to reckon. In its earlier stages, theology was forced into conflict with systems of thought which undertook to organize Christianity in terms of some cosmological or metaphysical principle. Especially was this true in the case of the great contest lasting for centuries between Catholicism and Gnosticism. The Gnostic movement, strictly speaking, was not theological. Combining the cosmological idea of emanation and the theosophical idea of dualism, it undertook to embody in itself such elements of the New Testament as it could. Its success was great, and there resulted what might fairly be called a rival religion, which was Christian only in the sense that it embodied certain elements of Christianity in a synthetic philosophical schema covering all phases of human thought. In their struggle with this rival, the Christian thinkers, as has already been pointed out, strove to do two things. First, to maintain the supremacy of the messianic schema, which was involved in the baptismal symbol and Regula Fidei. And second, to show forth the philosophical significance of such doctrines as were in process of formulation. That Catholicism conquered was due to many causes, but doubtless as much as any to the fact that although cosmological significance was given to Christ reconceived as Logos, the second person of the Trinity, the Catholic scheme of doctrine was not subjected to that worldview which was the basis of the Gnostic teaching. On one side, Catholicism protected itself by the criticism of the extravagant ideas of Gnosticism, and on the other side, by the appeal to that which had always been everywhere and by all believed. This latter appeal was, of course, not an answer to the claim of Gnosticism to be the true philosophy of religion, but it did succeed in making clear that Gnosticism was not the Christianity which was contained in the New Testament. Furthermore, in refusing to answer philosophical objections to Christianity by philosophical arguments, and by concentrating attention upon its strictly theological elements, Catholicism accomplished two things. It preserved the theological elements which it had inherited, and it repudiated a view of theology as of necessity adapting itself to current modes of thought at the expense of its own criteria. It has been inevitable, therefore, that in the same proportion as a philosophy has become identified with the strictly theological elements of a church system, the two should have been carried along together. A striking illustration of that is Thomas Aquinas, whose Christianized Aristotelianism thoroughly identified philosophical method and point of view with theological positions. The current struggle of the Roman Curia with modernism is an illustration of how a theology which has grown rigid through the dogmatizing of philosophical concepts fails to respond to the new presuppositions which condition the evolution of social experience and philosophy itself. But similar illustrations could be drawn from Lutheranism and Calvinism. Each of these great systems has suffered a hardening of the arteries of theology because of the introduction into it of philosophical concepts transformed into orthodoxy by ecclesiastical and political authority. In consequence, neither system responds readily to the modern mind. B. The retarding influence of doctrinal orthodoxy. Thus we are brought to the second reason for the failure of theology to develop pari passu with social evolution. The philosophizing of theology might have been to a considerable extent rectified in the course of the development of Christianity had it not been rendered static by being transformed into authoritative orthodoxy. A student of church history does not need to be told how this process proceeded. Generally speaking, it may be said to have begun in an attempt at some adjustment of the inherited Christian faith to a philosophical mode of thinking. This was followed by a period of controversy in which the defenders of the inherited Regula Fidei were forced to justify their position by the use of some philosophical concept. Thereupon there occurred the holding of a council which formulated the doctrine in dispute in accordance with the Regula Fidei or creed and the philosophy of its defenders, and then made the acceptance of its formularies the test of right belief. As the decisions of these councils were as a rule enforced by the state as well as by the penalty of excommunication from the church, theology steadily grew less responsive to the changing social mind. We see here the fundamental weakness of a doctrine which depends solely or chiefly upon authority. It of necessity perpetuates philosophical and social survivals. However serviceable it may have been to the age in which it was formulated, However it may have functioned helpfully because of its participation in the dynamic presuppositions of the life of its day, it grows incapable of service and helpfulness in ages of different character. Indeed, we might almost say, in the same proportion in which it did function well, does its rigidity render it incapable of vital service to those communities which are dominated by different social minds. For this, if for no other reason, there is imminent danger lest the essential and permanent values which orthodoxy expresses shall be lost to those who no longer accept the philosophy and no longer share in the social experience which orthodoxy has embodied in itself. C. The constructive task of theology. Yet this cannot obscure the fact which the history of the doctrine-making process discloses. Orthodoxy is the outcome of a process unhappily arrested by ecclesiasticism, by which fundamental religious realities were mediated to religious needs of a given period by the use of the presuppositions of that period's social experience. Any theological reconstruction, therefore, that would be thoroughgoing and do for our age what the original creators of theology did for theirs, must face two tasks. First, it must distinguish between the theological schema which came over from the messianic Christianity of the primitive church and that philosophical construction which has built up by it as defense and explanation. And second, it must evaluate the schema itself in terms of religious efficiency. This second is the primary task of today. As long as it is neglected, will theology be in distress. Christianity can never dominate our modern world by merely changing its philosophical element. That is, of course, demanded, but the fundamental need is that of dramatic analogies drawn from our dominant social mind by which religious thinking can satisfy their religious needs, that longing for divine help which our intense and complicated life originates. Theology today, as never before, cannot be replaced by either psychology or philosophy. The position which the theologian will take in the present moment of unrest will be very largely determined by his conception of the aim of theology. If, as many hold, the purpose of theology is to give final and unchangeable formulations for religious experience, and so to express religious truth that it shall be as statically absolute as metaphysical reality itself, there is no appeal, except that of orthodoxy itself, to the authority of either councils, the Pope, or an a priori belief in an infallible Scripture. It goes without saying that such an appeal will completely break with our modern world. If, on the other hand, the purpose of theology is held to be functional, and if it is an ever-growing approximation to ultimate reality through the satisfaction it gives to the ever-developing and changing religious needs of different periods, then theological method becomes to a considerable extent empirical and pragmatic. Theological reconstruction will seek, first of all, not philosophical means of adapting a theological schema to our modern world, but will rather reproduce the actual procedure of theology in its creative epochs. That is to say, as theology in such epochs has utilized the dynamic presuppositions conditioning all social activity in general, will it today seek to utilize such presuppositions as are now creative. Nor is this a difficult task. The theologian who approaches his problem from the point of view of social experience, rather than that of metaphysics, will recognize two presuppositions which are reconstituting our modern world: evolution and creative democracy. Just how these two presuppositions can be used for theological reconstruction must be left to an honest and scientific methodology. The historical study of religion, like our own, is not content to deal only with facts and their relations. It seeks not only to discover the origins and to trace the course of development of Christian truths, it must also evaluate them. When one evaluates historically our heritage of doctrinal formulas, he will discover in them both form and content. The latter may have been recognized without reflection throughout the history of the Church, but the doctrine-making process at last brought it into consciousness and systematic perspective. It is this fact that explains how it is that Christianity has always attempted to reproduce biblical materials. Such determination is not due merely to a belief in the inspiration of the Scriptures. It is really due to the essential nature of Christianity itself. For the teaching and person of Jesus as seen through the actual experience have always been the ultimate criteria to which the Church has reverted. The normative elements of our religion, however stated, are always traceable to the relations of the Church to its founder. The successive developments of doctrine might be thus described as our religion functioning in the new situations set by dominant social minds for the purpose of making clear to successive generations the reality of that salvation which Jesus brings. Generic Christianity is, in fact, the gospel as it has developed under new social influences. It is thus not difficult to see, back of these successively organized doctrines, the elements which go to make up generic Christianity. Stated as far as possible without the doctrinal forms given them by successive social minds, they are as follows. 1. Men are sinful, and, if they are to avoid the outcome of sin, in need of salvation by God. 2. The God of the universe is knowable as the God of love, who in personal self-expression seeks reconciliation with men. 3. God has revealed himself as Savior in the historical person Jesus. 4. God comes into any human life that seeks him, both directly through prayer and service and indirectly through social organizations like the church, transforming it and making it in moral quality like himself. 5. The death of Christ is the revelation of the moral unity of the love and law of God. 6. Those who accept Jesus as the divine Lord and Savior constitute a community in special relationship with God. And 7. Such persons may look forward to triumph over death and entrance into the kingdom of God. These fundamentals of generic Christianity are not dependent upon the particular type of philosophy in which they have been adjusted to the needs of social minds. They are as old as the New Testament. As a growing religious inheritance, they have been constantly recast and reappreciated. Various social minds, in proportion as they have felt the need of the help one or all of them can give, have used their own vocabularies to express them. But even when the vocabularies themselves have in some cases grown unintelligible, the reality itself has continued to function. In the light of these facts, it seems inevitable, therefore, that if Christianity is to go on developing, these same fundamentals must be brought into contact with the dominant social mind of today. The Christianity of tomorrow will not be a new religion, nor will it be a merely reiterated, uncritically accepted orthodoxy. It will be a genetic development of those beliefs which have constituted the permanent elements in historical orthodoxy. The particular formulas in which this generic theology has been expressed do not function well with modern men. But that which they express, which is generic Christianity, is possessed of religious value and power. At one point, we already see evidence of new doctrinal development. The religion of our modern world is already shaping up the social as well as the individual content of the eschatology of the original gospel message, as yet so imperfectly evaluated, and therefore so often literally presented. But this awaited doctrine of salvation, which our age, because of its new social passion, is the first clearly to need, and because of its more scientific understanding of man's nature and of its new social sympathies, is the first to grasp and attempt to organize in terms of life and society, will be genetically the outcome of the generic Christianity of the past. It will mediate God to the individual in his personal sorrow and temptation, and also to the complex of individual activities we call societies. However much grander and richer it may become, generic Christianity tomorrow, as yesterday, will prove itself capable of satisfying the religious needs of a dominant social mind in terms and concepts, both individual and collective, which are furnished by that social mind. Expressing itself in an enriched, genetically progressing, and far-reaching way of life, it can have no other foundation than that which is laid, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Any form of Christianity that is not in attitude and fundamental sympathies at one with the religious spirit of historical Christianity, in whatever way it may reject the philosophies or the dramatic pictures and analogies in which this spirit has been expressed, will be spiritually weak. End of Chapter 2, Part E. Reading by John Shorman, Winfield, Illinois. Chapter 2, Part E.
Chapter 3, Part 8 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 3, Part 8. The Study of the Old Testament and of the Religion of Israel. Introduction. The primary purpose in the study of the writings of the Hebrews is the discovery of the exact thoughts which the writers themselves desire to express. The task of interpretation is not a simple one, even when writer and interpreter belong to the same race, speak the same language, live in the same age, and have the same background of history and civilization. When none of these advantages are to the credit of the interpreter, his work is rendered immeasurably more difficult. In proportion as these racial, linguistic, and sociological barriers can be removed or surmounted, the interpreter may hope for success in his attempt to enter into the thought of the author. But just as the only way to learn to swim is by swimming, so the interpreter of the Old Testament must gain his equipment for interpretation in the main from the very literature that he is to interpret. Aside from the larger Semitic literature of which the Old Testament forms a part, and to which it constitutes in itself the easiest and most natural approach, there is no source whence the interpreter may derive the point of view, the linguistic skill, the anthropological approach, and the historical knowledge requisite to the successful prosecution of the work of interpretation. This larger Semitic sphere is similarly segregated, and cannot be understood or appreciated from the outside. Its interpreter, too, must learn to interpret by interpreting. Under these circumstances, the practical method of procedure for one who wishes to gain the best possible understanding of the Old Testament is to start work at once upon the Old Testament itself. Through the gate thus opened let him pass on into other fields of Semitic thought and come back from these into the Old Testament again, better able to understand and appreciate it by reason of the breadth of vision and standards for comparison obtained in the larger Semitic world. The first step on the way to mastery of the contents of the Old Testament is to take up the study of the Hebrew language, in which all of it, except certain chapters in Ezra and Daniel, is written. This work of translation will inevitably involve comparison with the earlier translations into Greek, Syriac, Latin, etc., and it will drive the zealous translator farther afield into the cognate languages, Assyrian, Arabic, Ethiopic, etc., that he may discover there the meanings of words and phrases upon which the Old Testament itself throws insufficient light. But when all legitimate aids to translation have been exhausted, there will remain many passages which still defy interpretation or translation. Many of these will raise the question of the validity of the textual tradition, and the translator will find himself forced to enter upon the science of textual criticism. He must endeavor to restore the original text by elimination of its errors, before he can with satisfaction undertake the task of translation. When the work of textual criticism and translation has been completed, the task of literary criticism remains. The function of this discipline is to enable us to evaluate aright the document that lies before us. It enables us to place it in its proper literary category, to determine whether it is the work of one or of many hands, to fix its appropriate date, to discover its historical and social background, and to learn its author's purpose and point of view. With these facts in our possession, we are ready to undertake detailed interpretation of the document. We are able to put ourselves in the author's place and see the people to whom he addressed his message, and the occasion which called it forth. His words take on new meaning, and his message becomes vital. We pass from this consideration of documents as such to the more comprehensive science of history. On the basis of the documents properly analyzed, classified, dated, and interpreted, we proceed to reconstruct the historical experience of Israel. We trace the course of her economic, social, and political development. We relate her development to that of the Oriental world in general. In the same way, the religious development is traced from its earliest and most primitive stage, as merely one of the minor Semitic religions, to its highest goal as one of the greatest religions of the world. Finally, the question of value remains. In the effort to determine this, we consult the judgment of past ages, which has expressed itself in the process of canonization and in the history of interpretation. We are then ready to consider the worth of the Old Testament and its religion for today. This leads to an investigation regarding its contribution to the various coordinate subjects which go to make up a theological curriculum, for example, the study of the New Testament, church history, systematic theology, religious education, and the like. Especially important is the question as to the degree to which the Old Testament contributes toward the upbuilding of character through the implantation of high ideals and the inspiration that comes from the consideration of the lives of its great men. In the following pages the preceding program will guide our thought and enable us to bear in mind constantly the relation of the special topic under consideration to the larger subject as a whole. End of chapter 3, part 8. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, July 2011. Chapter 3, Part 9 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 3, Part 9. The process of translation. The character of the Hebrew language. The first obstacle confronting him who desires to appreciate the Old Testament to the full is the necessity of learning the languages in which it is written. These are Hebrew and Aramaic. The proportion of the Aramaic text to the whole is very small, the former being limited to Jeremiah 10:11, Daniel 2:4b to 7:28, Ezra 4:8 to 6:18, 7:12 to 26, and 2 words in Genesis 31:47. The Hebrew language is, relatively speaking, not difficult to learn. Its syntactical structure is simple, its inflectional system is not cumbersome, and the vocabulary of the Old Testament is quite limited. There are in all about 7,000 words in the Old Testament, of which 1,000 appear 25 times or more each. Not only this, but these words are formed from roots, of which each yields many different formations. A knowledge of the root and its meaning, together with a familiarity with the significance of the various methods of formation, gives control of the meaning of a large number of words. There are only about 300 possible verbal forms, as compared with those of Greek, for example, which has approximately 1,200 such forms. It is safe to say that as much facility in the use of Hebrew can be gained in 1 year as would require 3 years' time in the case of Latin or Greek. Versions. No translator of the Old Testament can ignore the translations already in existence. Starting with the many modern versions, he must push back to the ancient versions, seeking to improve his own rendering by careful comparison at every step. The most important ancient version is the Septuagint, which was begun sometime in the 3rd century B.C. Next comes the Syriac version, known as the Peshitta. Behind these must be placed the more familiar Latin rendering, commonly called the Vulgate. Footnote: Information and literature regarding these and other versions will be found on pages 94 through 100. Supplementary lexicographical and grammatical study. Better translations of the Old Testament than any thus far made are now within our reach. Before the oldest known translation was made, classical Hebrew had become practically a dead language. It is safe to say that the scientific scholarship of the present day yields a better mastery of that language than has been possible at any earlier stage of its study. Through the aid of exhaustive concordances, we are able to compare passage with passage and word with word, and thus to determine the precise significance of many a word and phrase which, standing alone, would be almost unintelligible. By the study of a word in all of its various contexts, we obtain new conceptions of its flexibility and capacity to take on more or less widely varying shades of meaning. This word study is further advanced by the contribution obtainable from the languages cognate with Hebrew. The vocabulary of each one of these contains much that is found also in Hebrew. Oftentimes a word that occurs but once or twice in Hebrew is found to be of constant occurrence in one or more of the cognates, and its meaning is thus easily obtainable. In the light of this comparative language study, a much better understanding of the laws of Hebrew syntax obtains today than ever before. It is often of vital significance that we should know definitely what possibilities the nature and structure of a sentence afford to the translator and interpreter. For example, in Isaiah 1:18, it makes much difference whether we render, "Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow: though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool," or if your sins be like scarlet, can they be as white as snow? If they be red like crimson, can they be as wool?" The determination of the true meaning here involves two things: a close study of the prophet's line of argument here and a thorough knowledge of Hebrew syntax. Much work remains to be done. Our knowledge of Hebrew vocabulary and Hebrew syntax is even yet far from exhaustive. The Hebrew dictionary is continually being enriched by fresh materials brought in by the cognates. Many problems of syntactical structure remain to be solved. For example, what are the decisive signs of an interrogative sentence which lacks the ordinary interrogative particles? Is the usage of the Hebrew tense forms yet correctly analyzed? Have we as yet properly treated all classes of clauses introduced by so-called vav conjunctive and vav consecutive? The history of Hebrew syntax, and indeed of the language as a whole, remains to be written, but many preliminary and detailed studies must be carried through before it can be satisfactorily done. Obscure passages. When the Hebrew lexicographer and grammarian shall have said their last word, there will still remain many a passage which will defy successful translation, and that too not because of the ignorance of the translator. The fact is that, in many cases, the Hebrew text as it stands presents phenomena in direct conflict with the best known facts of Hebrew grammar. This raises at once a suspicion as to the correctness of the text as handed down, and leads the translator to take up the work of textual criticism. End of chapter 3, part 9. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, July 2011. Part 9. The process of translation, the character of the Hebrew language.
Chapter 3, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 3. The Study of the Old Testament Religion of Israel. Part 3. The textual criticism of the Old Testament. The age of the existing manuscripts. In any attempt to get at the writer's thought, one of the first things to be done is to determine whether or not the document under consideration is precisely as its author left it. If we have before us the actual manuscript as originally prepared, and if the manuscript is clearly written and well preserved, the task of the textual critic is reduced to a minimum. But when, as is the case with the Old Testament writings, the original manuscripts lie by thousands of years in the past, and their contents are available only in copies, then the labors and problems of the textual critic rapidly multiply. Modern editions of the Hebrew Bible all practically reproduce the text as edited by Jacob ben Hayim in the second edition of the Bomberg Bible, 1524 through 1525 A.D. The best of these modern Bibles are the following: 1. Biblia Hebraica, edited by R. Kittel, second edition, Leipzig, Heinrichs, 1913. This gives a limited conspectus of variant reading from the versions and of conjectural emendations at the foot of every page. 2. The texts of the individual books edited by S. Baer and Franz Delitzsch, Leipzig, Tauchnitz, 1869 through 1895. These editions offer a revised Masoretic texts, collations of various manuscripts, and critical textual notes. The books from Exodus to Deuteronomy inclusive were never published in this series. 3. The very best editions of the Masoretic text are those by David Ginsburg. He first published 24 holy books carefully edited after the Masorah and after earliest editions. London, Trinitarian Bible Society, 1894. This was put out again in a cheap edition by the Trinitarian Bible Society, London, 1906. From this edition were eliminated all the variant readings from Masoretic manuscripts which were incorporated in the first edition. The same text was published again with a far more comprehensive array of variant readings. London, British and Foreign Bible Society, 1908 through 1911. This is the standard edition of the Masoretic text as far as it goes. The writings, viz., Psalms, Job, etc., remain to be published. Texts like the foregoing are constructed upon the basis of a careful and exhaustive comparison of all existing Hebrew manuscripts and printed editions. No printed edition goes farther back than 1477 A.D. The oldest of the manuscripts now existing, of which there are approximately 2,000, go back only as far as the latter part of the 9th century A.D., with the exception of one fragment containing the Decalogue and Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. This latter fragment belongs apparently to the 2nd century A.D. It exhibits a form of the Decalogue, presenting many textual variants from the recensions of Exodus chapter 20 and Deuteronomy chapter 5, but accords on the whole more nearly with the latter than with the former passage. The remarkable fact regarding the rest of the manuscripts is the slight amount of variation among them. What variation there is of relatively slight importance, being for the most part due to easily recognizable errors and peculiarities of copyists. They all represent what is known as the Masoretic text. This text was established sometime in the early Christian centuries and succeeded in displacing all other texts. There developed different schools of Masoretic scribes, representing somewhat different interpretations of the textual tradition, but they all sought to perpetuate essentially the same text and to guard it from error by most scrupulous precautions. The state of the Masoretic text. The word Masorah means tradition, and the Masoretic scribes were so called because they aimed at nothing more than the reproduction of the text as it had been handed down by tradition. Yet the Masoretes themselves recognized the fact that the traditional text was not in perfect condition. This is evidenced by the preservation of two sets of readings, the Ketib and the Keri. The former represents the traditional consonantal text, the authority of which was so great that it could not be set aside. The latter is the amended text proposed by the Masoretes as a substitute for the traditional text. For example, in Isaiah chapter 46 verse 11, the Ketib has man of his counsel. The Keri has man of my counsel. In Ezekiel chapter 48 verse 16, the Ketib has 5 twice, the Keri only once. And in Jeremiah chapter 51 verse 3, the same is true of the word bend. The Keri is not always an improvement upon the Ketib, but it shows that the scribes did not regard the traditional text as free from errors. In addition to the corrections offered by the Keri, the Masoretes compiled a list of passages which they recognized as now presenting a different text from the original. These are 18 in number, and are known as the emendations of the scribes. The passages involved are Genesis chapter 18 verse 22, Numbers chapter 11 verse 15 and chapter 12 verse 12, 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 13, 2 Samuel chapter 16 verse 12 and chapter 20 verse 1, 1 Kings chapter 12 verse 16, 2 Chronicles chapter 10 verse 16, Jeremiah chapter 2 verse 11, Ezekiel chapter 8 verse 17, Hosea chapter 4 verse 7, Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 12, Zechariah chapter 2 verse 8, in Hebrews chapter 2 verse 12, Malachi chapter 1 verse 13, Psalm 106 verse 20, Job chapter 7 verse 20 and chapter 32 verse 3, and Lamentations chapter 3 verse 20. In Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 12, for example, the present text offers, "We shall not die." The Masoretic testimony is that the original reading was, "Thou diest not." Though the Masoretes formulated a set of rules providing for the copying of the Old Testament manuscripts in the most painstaking and accurate manner, so that the text they established has been perpetuated in the precise form in which they left it, very many errors had crept into it before it reached their hands. Most of these were of the kind commonly made by copyists, for example, confusion of similar letters, the wrong grouping of letters into words, the repetition of letters, words, and phrases, known as diktography, the writing of letters, words, and phrases only once, where they should have been written twice, known as haplography, the confusion of similar sounds, and the elision of words or phrases, due to their being between two occurrences of the same word, so that the eye of the scribe after leaving the manuscript where the word first occurred, returned to the manuscript where the word occurred the second time, thus omitting the intervening material. Other errors were due to the damaged or illegible condition of the manuscript serving as copy, so that the scribe misread it. Some also were due to the deliberate corrections of copyists and editors, who considered the text in need of improvement of various kinds. Of the many errors arising in these or other ways, the Masoretes have indicated but a very small proportion. Much remains to be done. Emendation of the text. There are three main sources of help in the discovery and correction of errors, viz. 1. The examination of duplicate passages, 2. The comparison of the various versions, and 3. Scientifically controlled conjecture. Examination of duplicate passages. The first of these methods is, of course, capable of application only in a limited area. there are certain sections of the Old Testament which are found repeated almost verbatim. For example, Psalm 18 repeats 2 Samuel chapter 22. Psalm 14 repeats Psalm 53. Isaiah chapters 36 through 39 repeats 2 Kings chapter 18 verse 13 through chapter 20 verse 19. Isaiah chapter 2 verses 2 through 4 repeats Micah chapter 4 verses 1 through 3. Exodus chapter 20 verses 1 through 17 repeats Deuteronomy chapter 5 verses 6 through 21. Ezra chapter 2 verses 1 through 70 repeats Nehemiah chapter 7 verses 6 through 73. And large sections of Samuel and Kings are incorporated in the books of Chronicles. Comparison of passage with passage reveals many variations between the two, and that which is wrong in one may be right in the other. For example, 2 Chronicles chapter 22 verse 11 retains "and put him," which has been lost from the Hebrew text of 2 Kings chapter 11 verse 2. These duplicate passages are of great value, particularly in revealing to us the kinds of errors into which Hebrew copyists were liable to fall, and the degree of departure from the original that was possible on the part of the copyist or series of copyists. Between Isaiah chapter 2 verses 2 through 4, for example, and Micah chapter 4 verses 1 through 3, there are no less than 12 variations. Comparison of ancient versions. The second method for the detection and correction of errors is a much more complicated and indirect one. The great ancient versions of the Old Testament were prepared at times all antedating the fixing of the Masoretic text, and in some cases certainly upon the basis of texts belonging to recensions wholly different from the Masoretic. Through these versions we are thus enabled to get behind the Masoretic text and in very many cases to improve upon it. A. The Septuagint. The most important of these versions is the Septuagint, the Greek translation made for the Jews of Alexandria, which became the Bible of both the Jewish and the early Christian communities. The oldest portion of this Greek version, viz., the translation of the Pentateuch, goes back probably to the days of Ptolemy Philadelphus, 285 through 246 BC. The entire Old Testament was probably put into Greek by the close of the 1st century BC. The task of discovering the Hebrew text that lies behind the Septuagint cannot be satisfactorily performed until we have determined the text of the Septuagint itself. The history of the Septuagint shows that in the early Christian centuries it was current in at least 3 recensions, viz., that of Origen, that of Lucian, and that of Hesychius. The text of the Septuagint is now extant in a large number of manuscripts, both uncials and cursives. The more important of these codices are the Vatican, the Alexandrine, Sinaiticus, Marcellianus, Ephraim Cyrus, Serenvianus, Petropolitanus, Coislianus, Taurinensis, and Cryptoferratensis. The task of careful and minute comparison and collation of these and the many other codices and manuscripts for the purpose of grouping them according to their common characteristics, and of determining their relations to the 3 great recensions, or the necessity of recognizing still other recensions, is now occupying the time and energy of Septuagint scholars. When it shall have been completed, we shall have before us the main types of Septuagint text accepted in the early Christian centuries. It will then be in order to determine whether these recensions presuppose one common text from which they are all derived, or rather point to the fact that there was prior to the 3rd century A.D. no single authoritative translation, but 2 or more competing versions. 1. The Old Latin Version. As further aids in fixing the text of the Septuagint, we have certain translations made from it into other languages. First may be mentioned the Old Latin Version. This translation was made from a Greek text which antedated all 3 of the known recensions of the Septuagint mentioned above. Quote, "The Old Latin, in its purest types, carries us behind all our existing manuscripts, and is sometimes nearer to the Septuagint, as the Church received that version from the synagogue, than the oldest of our uncial manuscripts. Readings which have disappeared from every known Greek manuscript are here and there preserved by the daughter version, and in such cases the Old Latin becomes a primary authority for the Greek text." Close quote. Sveta, Introduction to the Old Testament in Greek. 2. The Syro-Hexaplar Version. Another daughter version of the Septuagint is the so-called Syro-Hexaplar text. This is a literal Syriac translation by Paul of Tella in 616-617 A.D. of the 5th column of Origen's Hexapla, which contained his recension of the Septuagint. The Syro-Hexaplar reproduces the apparatus devised by Origen to indicate the relation of his revised Greek text to the current Hebrew text of his day. The testimony of the Syro-Hexaplar is therefore of the greatest value for the history of the Septuagint text in general, and for the determination of Origen's recension in particular. 3. Other daughter versions. Other daughter versions of value are 1. The Coptic, in 3 recensions, the Bohairic, the Sahidic, and the Middle Egyptian, which was probably made at least as early as the 3rd century A.D. 2. The Armenian version, which is a very Slavish rendering from the Greek, and hence helpful as a witness to the recension of Origen, whose text it seems to reflect. 3. The Slavonic Old Testament, which, on the other hand, in so far as it is a rendering from the Septuagint, is generally recognized as reflecting the Lucianic recension. B. Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodotion. 3 other Greek versions are of exceptional value. The translation by Aquila was made about 130 A.D., directly from the Hebrew of his time. Its purpose was to provide a version more serviceable to the Jews than the Septuagint, which was held by the Jews to have suffered perversion at the hands of Christian apologetes. The virtue of Aquila's rendering, from the point of view of textual criticism, is its painfully literal character. Thus, the Hebrew upon which it was based is easily discerned through it. The translation by Theodotion is less valuable. It was made with the Hebrew text in view, but was rather a free revision of the Septuagint than an independent rendering. It dates from about 180 A.D. The translation by Symmachus is a free rendering made about 200 B.C., with the aid of the Septuagint and Theodotion's version, on the basis of the Hebrew. The Hebrew text used by all 3 of these versions was one almost identical with the Masoretic text. These versions were all incorporated in Origen's Hexapla. C. The Samaritan Pentateuch. The Samaritan Pentateuch is really not a version, but the edition of the Hebrew text used by the Samaritan community. It exhibits about 6,000 variations from the Masoretic text, most of them merely orthographic. Aside from some deliberate changes and additions clearly made to subserve the Samaritan claims, the text is essentially the same as that of the Masoretes. This carries the Masoretic text of the Pentateuch back at least to the latter part of the 4th century B.C. The Samaritan makes but little contribution to the correction of the Masoretic text. It will be found in both the Paris and the London polyglots. D. The Targums. The Targums are Aramaic versions and paraphrases of the Hebrew text. The main ones are the Targum of Onkelos, which covers the Pentateuch, and that of Jonathan, which deals with the prophets. The oldest of them dates from no earlier than the 4th or 5th century A.D., and in their present form they belong to a much later date. The Targum of Onkelos is a fairly close rendering of the Hebrew. The Targum of Jonathan is much more free, and in the prophetic books is often very paraphrastic. Very little textual aid is to be derived from any of the Targums. E. The Peshitta. The Syriac version, known as the Peshitta, was made directly from the Hebrew, though it reflects a good deal of influence from the Septuagint, especially in the case of the prophets and Psalms. The name Peshitta, which means simple, probably contrasts this version made from the Hebrew with other Syriac versions, like the Syro-Hexaplar, which came through the Greek. The Hebrew text used seems to have been practically identical with our present Masoretic text. The cases of departure from it are relatively few, and the translation, therefore, is correspondingly weak as an aid to textual criticism. Only occasionally does it afford genuine help. The date of the translation is unknown. The oldest known Syriac manuscript bears the date 464 A.D., and is the oldest dated manuscript of either Old or New Testament now known in any language. A critical edition of the Syriac text is an urgent need. F. The Vulgate. The Latin Vulgate was begun by Jerome in 390 A.D. and completed in 405 A.D., and by the beginning of the 7th century was in common use among the Latin churches. This version, too, was made directly from the Hebrew, but its Hebrew was essentially the Masoretic text. The Vulgate has suffered the penalty of being a popular version in that it has departed frequently from its original form. Many manuscripts are extant. Conjectural emendations. When everything possible has been done in the way of the comparison of passage with passage and version with version, there will still remain many a passage which defies successful translation or interpretation, by reason of its having become corrupted in transmission at a very early stage. It is beyond question that in many cases the text was already corrupt when the translators of the Septuagint knew it. Under these circumstances, the only recourse for the textual student is to scientific conjecture. Emphasis should be laid upon scientific. The kind of conjecture required is that controlled by full knowledge of the factors entering into the textual situation and by sound judgment. This involves familiarity with the kinds of errors commonly made by copyists, knowledge of the Hebrew alphabet in all of its changing forms, rendering it possible to trace confusion of similar letters, a thorough knowledge of Hebrew grammar and lexicography, a tireless industry which will not shrink from a thoroughgoing comparison of all the renderings of the versions and of the textual readings they presuppose, and a clear understanding of the course of thought in the passage involved, that the reading proposed may harmonize with the context. This conjectural procedure can never yield certainty, but it will produce varying degrees of probability, according to the difficulty of the problem and the learning and judgment of the critic. In some cases, the only choice for the scientific translator is between the adoption of such conjectural readings and a frank confession that the passage in question is hopelessly corrupt and unintelligible. A satisfactory translation of the Old Testament upon the basis of a critically restored text must wait until much preliminary investigation has been done by the textual critic. It is, of course, clear that the task of the thoroughgoing textual critic is so complex and laborious that only a very few students have the requisite tools for it, or can give the time necessary to secure the proper equipment for it. The majority must be content with but a relatively slight degree of technique. With a working knowledge of Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, a very clear conception of the nature of the work to be done can be attained and considerable progress achieved in its actual accomplishment. As a beginning, no better step can be taken than that of comparing a large number of parallel passages in the Hebrew Old Testament and registering the variations there found and the nature of the error involved. Then, to get well on the way, the student should take up Driver's Notes on the Text of the Books of Samuel, from 1913, and work through it thoroughly. This will give familiarity with the methods of criticism and the sources of information. After that, the textual criticism of any book, to the extent that the student's linguistic and technical equipment makes possible, may be entered upon. The omission of Hebrew from the prescribed course for the degree of Bachelor of Divinity. All the work thus far outlined involves a willingness on the part of the student to undertake a course of hard study in at least Hebrew and Greek. From this labor many students are precluded either by mental ineptitude for this kind of study or by a desire to turn their energies in other directions. Indeed, on December 21, 1898, the Divinity Faculty of the University of Chicago, upon the initiation of the late President Harper, head of the Department of Old Testament Language and Literature, voted to discontinue the requirement of Hebrew of its candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Divinity, placing it on the list of electives. For the previously required courses in Hebrew, there were substituted certain courses in the interpretation of the English Old Testament, which called for an equal, if not greater, amount of work. It is scarcely necessary to say that the students, in an overwhelming proportion, have chosen the English courses and passed by the Hebrew electives. The policy has since commended itself to many of the leading theological schools of the United States in which it has been adopted. For example, the Yale School of Religion, the General Theological Seminary, Episcopal, New York, the Rochester Theological Seminary, the Newton Theological Institution, the Oberlin Theological Seminary, the Garrett Biblical Institute, the Crozer Theological Seminary, and the Chicago Theological Seminary. Students who forego the delight of studying Hebrew will, of course, always be dependent upon the scholarship of others in every question involving the translation of a Hebrew passage, the meaning of a Hebrew word, the linguistic testimony as to the date of a document, the poetic forms and characteristics of Hebrew rhythmical passages, or the validity of the Hebrew text. One consolation is that such a student can never fully know how much he has lost. Furthermore, if the student goes out from the divinity school only to drop his study of Hebrew at that point, it is fairly certain that as a rule it is better for him to have spent his time in the classroom and library in securing an intelligent and comprehensive view of the Old Testament literature. It is better for him to know how this literature arose, and to appreciate its true significance through the use of the English version than to have gained simply a smattering of Hebrew, of which he expects to make no further use, while he has learned very little of the real meaning of the Old Testament as a whole, because his time has been spent in a futile study of the language. How best to study the Old Testament in English. The student who knows no Hebrew should provide himself with several good translations, and be very careful in choosing his commentaries. By reference to the pages of standard biblical journals, he should discover for himself those commentaries whose translations and grammatical interpretations are most trustworthy, and should avoid unscholarly works as he would the plague. The student of the English text may console himself, in part, with the reflection that the historico-critical interpretation of the Old Testament places relatively little stress upon minute verbal exegesis. That has its place, to be sure, but the main matter is the recovery of the great drift of Hebrew religious thought and the full realization of the conditions under which it was wrought out. It is a far more vital matter to know the situation that confronted Amos, for example, and the main outlines of his teaching and attitude toward the problems of his day, than it is to know precisely what was the meaning of Amos chapter 5, verse 25, or any other isolated passage. Into most of the tasks outlined in the following pages, the student without a knowledge of Hebrew can enter enthusiastically, with the confidence that he can obtain most satisfactory results, despite his handicap at the start. End of chapter 3, part 3.
Chapter 3, Part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 3, The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. Part 4, Literary Criticism and the Interpretation of the Old Testament. The function of criticism. The function of criticism is appreciation, not depreciation, as is too commonly supposed. It seeks to present each object that it studies in its true light. It seeks to know it precisely as it is. It divests it of all error and prejudice that do but befog vision, and allows it to stand out in the clear light of truth. Only thus is it possible for true appreciation to be enkindled in the soul. The thing studied must be looked at from every side, and the conditions amid which it was produced must be clearly understood, if its value is to be rightly estimated, and if the producer's ability is to be properly evaluated. The capacity for critical appreciation needs careful cultivation. The ability to see a thing just as it is seems within easy reach of all, but as a matter of fact it is possessed by relatively few. This is particularly true in the field of literary appreciation, and when the literature in question is biblical, obstructions in the field of vision rapidly multiply. We come to the study of our sacred literature with our minds already closed to much that it has to say to us, because of the theories and prejudices that we entertain regarding this whole group of literature in general, and the special section under consideration in particular. The truly critical interpreter comes to the literature to be interpreted with his mind free from all restraining and obstructive influences. He seeks only to hear what the literature itself has to say. He insists that it be allowed to tell its own tale and to make its own impressions. Intelligent appreciation springs only from full and exact knowledge of things as they are. Still another difficulty that all too easily besets the interpreter is the more or less unconscious feeling that the Old Testament, being a part of the Bible, must always be of value primarily for practical purposes of edification. Its purpose must be that of stimulating the devotional life. Hence, if a passage, when read in its natural and normal meaning, does not seem to yield material for spiritual enrichment, it must be re-examined and probed until some hidden, richer significance is discovered. As a matter of fact, however, there are whole pages of the Old Testament that can, in and of themselves, by no legitimate methods be made to minister to the soul's welfare, and evidently were not written for that purpose. Take, for example, the genealogical lists that occur so often. The Old Testament is profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, for instruction which is in righteousness, but it does not yield its richest treasures to those who seek to force it to say what they expect from it. A facile, superficial, homiletical exposition of the Old Testament misses most of its highest values. Before using it for practical purposes, we must make the honest effort to let it tell its message in its own way. The criteria of poetry. The critic, therefore, is in part a searcher for information. He approaches each piece of literature with a series of questions. One of his first concerns is the determination of the class and character of this literature with which he is dealing. Is it poetry, or is it prose? This question is not so simple as it seems at first thought. Hebrew manuscripts do not distinguish between the two by writing poetry in a special poetic form. A casual look at a page of Hebrew, as printed even in our older Bibles, does not at once reveal the classification to which it belongs, for there is no distinction in the arrangement of poetic and prose lines. It becomes necessary, therefore, for the student to learn to recognize poetry by such characteristics of form and content as are independent of copyist and printer. This recognition of poetry as such is, of course, of the greatest importance for interpretation. No one dreams of taking poetic statements in the same literal and matter-of-fact way in which prose utterances are interpreted. It is of the essence of poetry to be imaginative, figurative, and idealistic. We do violence to the spirit of poetry when we treat it as a mere sober statement of fact. To do so is utterly to misunderstand the point of view and purpose of the writer. For example, we should hardly treat as a literal statement of fact these poetic lines: "The mountains skipped like rams, the little hills like lambs." Psalm 114, verse 4. Yet it is by no means always easy to discriminate between poetry and prose in the Old Testament. At the present time there is not unanimity of judgment in this matter. Of course, such books as the Psalms, Proverbs, Song of Songs, and Job commend themselves to all as poetical. There is, too, an increasing willingness to recognize much of the prophetic writings as poetry. But some enthusiastic students of Hebrew poetry are not content unless we declare such books as Genesis and Samuel to be poetic also. The careful study of the nature and form of Hebrew poetry is, consequently, a duty incumbent upon every interpreter of the Old Testament. Even the prophetic books take on a different atmosphere when we clearly understand the significance of the fact that they are poetic in form and spirit. How much greater a change in our attitude would result were we to conclude that the historical books too are poetry and not prose. Parallelism. The outstanding formal characteristic of most Hebrew poetry is its parallelismus membrorum. This parallelism is represented in such verses as: "In Judah is God known, his name is great in Israel. In Salem also is his tabernacle, and his dwelling place in Zion." Psalm 76, verses 1 and 2. The statement of the first line is repeated in slightly different form in the second, and that of the third in the fourth. This is the simplest and most easily recognizable form, and is usually designated synonymous parallelism. Another closely similar variety is called antithetic. It is represented largely in the book of Proverbs. For example, "The full soul loatheth a honeycomb, but to the hungry soul every bitter thing is sweet." Proverbs 27, verse 7. A third kind is known as synthetic, since two or more parallel clauses are necessary to the complete thought. For example, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of deep darkness, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me." The fact of such departure as this from the norm of strict parallelism is one of the elements that enters into the task of deciding between poetry and prose. If the parallel form is not clearly marked, as it is in the synonymous and antithetic varieties, and if in addition the poetic quality of the literature is not very high, it is not an altogether simple matter to classify it correctly. Meter. The problem of meter in Hebrew poetry is one still far from solution. How are the parallel lines organized? Can they be measured by poetic feet? Are the units of which the lines are composed of equal length? How is length determined? By the number of syllables or by the number of words? Does the nature of the syllable play any part in the calculation, that is, whether it is long or short? Is the same meter requisite throughout a poem, or may there be more or less variation? These and other related questions still call for decisive answer. Uncertainty on these matters also tends to increase the difficulty of distinguishing poetry from prose. The one thing in this sphere that seems fairly certain is that the basis of the poetic line is accentual. We count the number of word accents as the measure of the line. In general, also, the length of the lines thus determined is the same throughout a given poem. But the usage controlling the number and nature of the unaccented syllables that accompany each accented syllable has not yet been discovered. Varieties of prose. If the literary product under consideration turns out to be prose, the critical student seeks farther to know to what class of writings it belongs. Is it historical narrative, concerned with no other end than that of recording events exactly as they occurred? Is it sermonic or didactic in character, setting consciously before itself the end of instruction and edification? If the latter, to what extent is its treatment of history controlled by its aim? If ostensibly historical, is it really so? Careful discrimination must be made between the mythical or legendary and the historical. Allowance must be made also for the possible presence of parabolic or allegorical matter under the guise of historical narrative. The failure to recognize this has played havoc with the interpretation of such literature as the Book of Jonah. Again, are the visions in Ezekiel, Daniel, Isaiah, Zechariah the records of veritable prophetic experiences, or are they but a literary or homiletic dress, chosen for the more effective presentation of the prophetic thought? The search for answers to these and other such questions yields a knowledge of the literary methods and characteristics of the Hebrews which is of the greatest value to the interpreter. Composite authorship. Another matter for investigation by the literary student is the problem whether or not the writing before him is a unit. As a matter of fact, most of the Old Testament books are today regarded as of composite origin. The analysis of the Hexateuch into several documents, and the partition of the book of Isaiah among several writers, are but illustrations of the situation as a whole. The tests of the unity of a biblical book are in general precisely the same as those applied to any other book. Are the language and style throughout the work one and the same, or are there marked variations? Judgments regarding style will always differ somewhat, de gustibus nil disputandum. But certain objective, outstanding differences can be recognized by all. Browning and Longfellow, for instance, could hardly be confused. Stylistic differences of pronounced character are thus generally recognizable, and they, at least, reinforce other considerations indicating diversity of authorship. Similarly, the language of Chaucer and that of Tennyson could not possibly be regarded as belonging to the same man or the same age. In the same way, the language of the Old Testament represents approximately the history of 1,000 years. Unfortunately, the history of the Hebrew language is not as well known as the history of English. Furthermore, the language of the Old Testament has undergone considerable revision from time to time, being kept up to date by reason of the fact that the books were so widely read and in such steady demand. Yet there are certain clearly marked differences between early and late Hebrew, and the presence of both in one book gives rise to legitimate suspicion regarding its unity. Another criterion of unity is harmony throughout the writing. Are the statements it makes and the presuppositions it reflects mutually compatible? Are the likes and dislikes in general the same throughout? Are the interests and ideals sufficiently alike to belong to one mind, or do they presuppose more than one? Is the theological standpoint the same from beginning to end, or are there differences of religious and theological character too great to be reconciled on the hypothesis of unity? For example, could David have held the two conceptions of God reflected in 1 Samuel 26 verses 17 to 20 and Psalm 139 verses 7 to 12? The same inspection must be made of the historical background. Is it the same throughout? The historical situation is revealed sometimes indirectly and incidentally, even when we are not directly informed as to the period to which a writing belongs. If a discussion of some religious doctrine were, for example, to use an illustration based on wireless telegraphy, later ages would be enabled to determine the terminus a quo, at least, of the writing by that incidental allusion, even if no other information were available. The author. The next question asked of a book by the interpreter is, who wrote it, or its several constituent elements? The mere possession of an author's name is of little value in itself. We seek rather to know the man as he was. To what stratum of the social whole did he belong? It is of great help, for example, in the understanding and appreciation of the sympathy felt by Amos and Micah for the poor and the oppressed, to know that they both came from the peasant class and knew whereof they spoke by personal experience. What was the inheritance of the author in the way of family traditions and prejudices? What kind of training or education had been his? What were his personal history and experience? We come to the prophecy of Hosea, for example, with somewhat different attitudes, according as we regard him as a young man who had bestowed all the wealth of his love upon a maiden who, after she had become his wife, developed lustful proclivities and finally deserted him, or as a man who believed himself called of God to marry an out-and-out harlot that he might thereby furnish a striking object lesson to Israel. The fuller and the more exact our knowledge of the author, his antecedents, and his temperament, the better qualified are we to appreciate his point of view and his utterance. The date. It is of primary importance to fix the date of a writing as nearly as possible. The value of this information lies in the fact that it enables us to know the historical situation out of which the writing came and to which it was addressed. This knowledge is necessary to a full understanding of any writing. To know in the fullest measure possible the environment of the writer and the situation of those to whom he wrote throws a flood of light upon the meaning and significance of his words. Words uttered in the 9th century would not convey the same significance as the same words coming from the 3rd century B.C. Prophecies from the days of Jeroboam II cannot be understood aright if read with the supposition that they come from the exile. The circumstances of the age are woven into the very texture of the thought, and they must be known if that thought is to be made wholly intelligible. The date of a piece of literature is determined in various ways. The superscription attached to it not infrequently states a date, but the superscriptions were evidently added by later editors, in many cases at least, for they frequently do not accord with the contents of the document to which they are prefixed. Hence, in every case, whether there is superscription or not, the final test of the date of a document is the document itself. If it alludes to known historical events and circumstances, these of course fix the date at least within limits. For example, since the 137th Psalm opens with, "By the rivers of Babylon there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion," it is perfectly clear that the period of the exile lay behind the writer. The last verses of the same psalm, on the same principle, show that the city of Babylon had not yet, when the poet wrote, been punished as he thought it deserved, that is, totally destroyed. When Isaiah chapter 44 verses 26 to 28, and chapter 45 verse 1 and following, speak of the wasted state of Jerusalem and of the triumphs of Cyrus, it is clear that the writer of these chapters lived during the latter part of the exile, after Cyrus had begun his glorious career, and before Babylon had fallen or a return from exile had taken place. Specific historical allusions are not always, however, available. Then recourse must be had to other kinds of testimony. The vocabulary and syntax of the language give some aid in the determination of date. The appearance of certain words and of certain idioms can be dated with approximate definiteness. Their presence or absence from a document is therefore a slight indication of the time when it originated. Persian or Greek words, for example, at once betray the age to which a writing belongs. But, on the whole, less aid is derived from the linguistic argument than from any other. Compare page 110. Much help in dating a book or document is often derived from a study of the social, political, and ecclesiastical institutions, customs, and ideas it reflects. If the writer refers to the monarchy, for example, as an existing institution, he reveals the general period to which he belongs. In like manner, if he laments the lack of temple services, we at once place him in the exile. If the whole background of his thought is commercial or urban, rather than rural and agricultural, we put him in the later sections of the history. This kind of testimony is furnished particularly by the religious and theological thought of the writer. For instance, when 2 Samuel chapter 24 verse 1 tells us that Yahweh moved David against Israel, saying, "Go number Israel and Judah," and 1 Chronicles chapter 21 verse 1, in describing the same situation, informs us that Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel, we know that a long history of religious and theological development lies between the two interpretations. The difference in standpoint illustrated by these two judgments runs through the entire thought of the two stages of religion represented by these two passages. Writings whose theological and religious standpoint approximate that of the passage in 1 Samuel belong near the beginning of the process of growth; those that approximate the standpoint of the chronicler belong near the end of the Hebrew period. And the steps along the way from the first to the second are fairly well recognizable, so that the religion and theology of a writer do much to place him chronologically for us. The author's purpose. Another contribution to the understanding of a document is made when we discover its author's purpose in writing it. If we read the books of Chronicles, for example, as a sober record of history, made by one whose chief aim was to find out what the facts were and what the causes were that controlled the course of events, we are confronted by vexatious questions. How can we account for the many discrepancies between Chronicles and Kings? Compare, for example, 2 Chronicles chapter 14 verse 5, chapter 17 verse 6, and 1 Kings chapter 15 verse 14, and chapter 22 verse 43, the latter being much the older record. Why does the chronicler, if a historian primarily, pass over so many facts without mention of them? For example, the story of Bathsheba, the discords in David's family, and the Elijah and Elisha stories. How does it happen that the David of the chronicler is a saint, chiefly interested in preparations for the proposed temple and its ritual, while the David of Samuel and Kings is a man of flesh and blood, busied in war and intrigue and the practical affairs of a monarch's daily life? When we discover that the chronicler was not at all concerned with history as such, but was solicitous to vindicate the legitimacy and glory of God, the temple, the priesthood, and the ritual as he knew them and loved them, many of these questions are at once answered. He was interested in the facts of history only to the extent to which he could make them subserve his purpose. He therefore selected such materials as he could use to teach the lessons he desired to inculcate, and passed by the rest. He also interpreted past history from the standpoint of his own time and from the viewpoint of his great purpose, and thus presented conclusions widely at variance with those of an earlier interpreter writing from a different standpoint and with a different purpose. If we take prophetic literature, the importance of knowing the prophetic purpose is equally great. If we decide that the prophets were merely human automatons who spoke and moved as the Spirit of God directed them, there will be practically no limits, except such as inhere in our conception of God, to our conceptions of what they might do and say. If, however, we regard the prophets as men who were profoundly moved by the events and conditions of their times, and sought to bring to bear upon their contemporaries such considerations as would turn them from sin unto righteousness, our whole interpretation of the prophetic activity will be controlled by our conception of the prophet's purpose. For example, if we think of the prophet Isaiah as seeking to stimulate Israel's faith in God at the time of the Syro-Ephraimite invasion of Judah, we shall seek to show how the Emmanuel prophecy, Isaiah chapter 7, contributed to the achievement of his purpose, and we shall have great difficulty in understanding how it could do so if it was primarily a prediction of the coming of Jesus Christ, as older interpreters used to say. Again, if we regard the writer of Isaiah chapters 40 to 55 as engaged in the great purpose of inspiring and strengthening discouraged Israel in captivity, that it might be ready to seize the opportunity for return when it should present itself, we shall read these chapters with a new appreciation. We shall at once understand why he enlarges upon the power and the love of Yahweh, and the futility and absurdity of idolatry. We shall also see why so much attention is given by him to the problem of suffering. He must explain satisfactorily the misfortunes of the past, if he would inspire confidence in Yahweh for the future. Comparative study of literature. The necessity of still another way of approach to the Hebrew literature is now beginning to be recognized. It was long thought that the Old Testament literature was absolutely unique, that it was quite without parallel in any way. But within recent years certain facts have come to light which challenge that point of view. The Babylonians had a creation story and a deluge story which present such striking points of similarity to the biblical stories that we are forced to raise the question of the use of the Babylonian stories by the biblical writers. The Code of Hammurabi, king of Babylon, antedated the Mosaic legislation by hundreds of years. Some of the Mosaic laws are much like those of Hammurabi. Was Hebrew law therefore dependent to some extent upon older Babylonian law? The Egyptian tale of two brothers offers elements that vividly recall the story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife. Prophetic and messianic literature has been found in Egypt at dates far preceding the earliest appearance of prophecy or messianism in Israel. Was this old Egyptian prophetic material familiar to the Hebrew prophets, and did it furnish models for the expression of Hebrew prophetic thought? In the recently discovered Aramaic papyri from Elephantine, there was found an Aramaic version of the story of Ahikar. This Aramaic version arose about 500 B.C. It is a legend of a wise man who served as chief adviser of Sennacherib, king of Assyria. In its Aramaic form it spread throughout the Hither Orient, and was finally translated into Syriac, Ethiopic, Arabic, Armenian, Greek, and Slavonic. It is indisputable evidence of the freedom with which literary influences passed from one part of the Oriental world to another, and it lends new impetus to the study of Oriental literature as a whole from the comparative point of view. To what extent, we are compelled to ask, were the Hebrews dependent upon the literary life of the Orient as a whole for the form and content of their own literature? The Ahikar story contains a large amount of proverbial material which is no whit inferior in form or content to much that is in the book of Proverbs. We can no longer therefore view the Old Testament entirely as a thing apart. We must reckon with the probability of interrelations between it and surrounding literatures, and be prepared for the possibility of surprising discoveries in this field. The art of interpretation. In view of the fact that everything which has preceded is preparation for the work of interpretation, it will be recognized at once that the office of interpreter is no sinecure. His work calls for the most careful preparation and the most complete self-surrender. We must divest ourselves of every preconceived opinion or prejudice that may stand as an obstruction between us and our author. We cannot dictate to him what he shall say, but must be ready to receive what he has said. We try to put ourselves in his place, in the ways pointed out in the foregoing pages, to look through his eyes, to hear with his ears, and to feel as he felt. We may add nothing to his message, nor may we subtract anything from it. Our obligation as interpreters is to be absolutely loyal to our sources and transparently honest in our endeavor to understand their full significance. As interpreters we have no concern with the truth or the error of the views presented by our sources. We may agree or disagree with the doctrines of our author, but it is our first and only duty, in our capacity as interpreters, to understand his views completely and to report them accurately. When the student of the Old Testament has finally equipped himself thoroughly for the work of interpretation, so that he is able to read the mind of his author clearly, he is still confronted by the problem of method in his presentation of his results to the public in general. He cannot expect the average person to go through the long and painful process by which he himself has arrived at his understanding of the Old Testament. He must devise some easier way for the great majority of men. They may, perhaps, reasonably be expected to read their Old Testament in more than one English translation, a procedure which will be found helpful in so far as it presents familiar ideas in a new dress, and so arouses new thoughts about them. In so far as the translations read differ from one another, they will contribute also to bring about freedom from bondage to any one translation, and a recognition of the fact that no translation can quite take the place of the original language. Further, the main features of the historical and social situation can be set before the popular mind briefly and vividly, and the right background thus suggested for the understanding of the Old Testament book or document. But, in addition to this, it is of great value to be able to translate the ancient situations, institutions, and ideas into terms of modern life and thought. Being unable to carry our public back to the days of the Hebrew people, we must, at least so far as possible, bring the ancient life down to our modern days and interpret it in terms of our own age. One of the best examples of this method of exposition is furnished us in George Adam Smith's commentaries on Isaiah and the Minor Prophets. End of chapter 3, part 4.
Chapter 3, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith, Chapter 3, Part 5, The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 4. The History of the Hebrews. Important and valuable as the work of interpretation is, it is only as its results are gathered up and given larger significance by the historian that it comes to full fruition. Interpretation of documents is fundamental in the reconstruction of history, while history is the crown and glory of interpretation. Scope of history. The historian seeks to cover the record of the whole life of a given people. There is no phase of its thought or activity that is not of interest to him. A full understanding of the development of any people requires a full knowledge of the various influences that have cooperated in the production of the result. The political history of a people cannot be understood as a thing apart from its intellectual, social, economic, ethical, and religious life. National life is a unitary thing. All its parts are bound together in one structure and exercise mutual and reciprocal influence one upon another. Every fragment of information, of whatsoever kind, is therefore of significance to the historian. He seeks for facts wheresoever they may be found, and, given equal powers of interpretation and exposition for all, the truest reconstruction of a people's history will be presented by that historian who is in possession of the widest and most accurate knowledge of facts. Dating of sources. Naturally, the most valuable source of information for Hebrew history is the Old Testament. The first step in the use of this source for historical purposes is to accept the results of literary criticism regarding the time of origin for each of the literary units composing the Old Testament. Its 39 books must be arranged in chronological order, that each one may make its contribution at the proper point in the course of the history. Having gone thus far, we must go farther and discriminate among the various literary strata of which the Old Testament books are composed. The Pentateuch, for example, as a complete work belongs to the 4th century BC. But it contains within itself elements of much greater age, some of which go back even as literary documents to the 8th or 9th century BC, and perhaps farther. Before the Hexateuch can be properly used as a historical source, it must be analyzed into its primitive constituent elements, and these must in turn be arrayed in chronological order. In like manner, the books of Judges, Samuel, Kings, Chronicles, Ezra, and Nehemiah have been found to be composite and must submit to an analysis of a chronological assignment of the component parts. Similar processes are applied to the writings of the prophets and the poets. It is at this point that a large measure of uncertainty must attach to any effort toward a reconstruction of Hebrew history. The dating of many of the literary strata within the Old Testament is of necessity a somewhat subjective piece of work. Few tangible and definite chronological indices are at hand, and in their absence more reliance than is desirable has to be placed upon considerations of taste and judgment. The farther the historian moves from firmly fixed objective facts into the regions of thought and feeling, the more speculative are his results. But no truly historical mind can rest content with a bare list of chronologically attested facts. Chronology is not history, but merely its framework. The historian must fill in the picture as best he can, seeking for the full historical setting, of which the definitely known and placed facts form but a small part. It is inevitable, therefore, that there will always be many variant representations of the progress of Hebrew history, for conjecture and imagination, even when controlled by sound historical principles and methods, afford wide scope for variations in judgment. Facts versus interpretation of facts. When a literary source has finally been definitely placed in time, a new problem presents itself to the historian. He is seeking for facts. His literary record offers him an interpretation of facts. The record is the product of some person's observation of an event, or study of a tradition, or thought upon an experience. Consequently, it partakes of the imitations and reflects the characteristics of the writer. A single individual, with the best will in the world, will almost inevitably give a partial or incomplete interpretation, or one in which certain aspects of the fact or truth are given unique or undue prominence. The historian, therefore, must discriminate between a fact and its interpretation. Is the interpretation historically valid? Does it do full justice to the facts, or is it but a partial or prejudiced view? Was the writer in possession of all the facts, or of a sufficiently large proportion of them to make it possible for him to arrive at a just estimate of the situation? Was his ability as an interpreter vitiated by the purpose for which he was writing? Did he desire primarily to find out exactly what the facts were and to make them known, or were facts only secondary or incidental matters with him, his mind being set upon some great political, social, or religious end? A literary document that purports to narrate some past event is not infrequently a source of information regarding at least two periods, namely, the age in which the event occurred and the age in which the narrator lived. To the extent to which a faithful record is given is of value as a witness to the actual facts. But even when, for various reasons, A document is anything but a faithful record of the actual facts. It may be of exceedingly great value for the age from which it itself originates. That is to say, a writer always reveals something of the milieu out of which he writes. Whatever he may or may not tell us directly of the more or less remote period whose history he is recording, he will certainly tell us, more or less indirectly, much regarding the times in which he himself lives. He will write in the language of his own day. He will drop occasional allusions to recent or contemporary occurrences and personalities. He will reflect the opinions, political, social, ethical, or religious, of his generation, and he will employ the literary and historical methods and point of view of the world in which he is living. No 20th century document could ever be mistaken for a 16th century document, even if it were a history of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. It is of the greatest importance that the historian of the Hebrew people should make this differentiation between fact and interpretation of fact. The Old Testament records, even those that profess to be written as histories, were all written by men who knew nothing of the modern scientific historiographical spirit and method. They were wholly lacking in all that goes to make up critical scholarship in the field of history. They accepted as true practically all that tradition had to offer them. They never dreamed of submitting traditions to cold-blooded scientific investigation. They wrote not for the purpose of recording facts for fact's sake, but for the edification and inspiration of their people. They selected their materials and modified them as seemed necessary from this point of view. The result is, not infrequently, a disproportionate emphasis upon some phase of the national life and a complete ignoring of others equally important. Furthermore, Hebrew writers, like all other ancient historians, were almost totally lacking in the sense of perspective. They were unable to make the necessary allowance for the lapse of time. They looked at events and situations from the standpoint of their own age. They did not think of the necessity of divesting themselves of all that the progress of time had brought to them, and of putting themselves in the place of those whose sayings and doings they were recording. They judged everything and everybody by their own standards, and conceived of people of former generations as actuated by the same ideals and purposes as they themselves were. They read back into ancient times the ideas and institutions of their own times without a thought of the incongruity that must often result from such a procedure. The interpretive bias illustrated by the books of Chronicles. Plentiful illustrations of the characteristics here enumerated is furnished by the books of Chronicles. In them the spirit and method of much of the Hebrew writing is most clearly seen. A comparison of these books with the corresponding portions of the books of Samuel and Kings is most instructive and illuminating. These two sections of the Old Testament cover largely the same ground, but the interests, point of view, and aims of the writers are widely different. These differences control their selection and use of materials and results in interpretations which vary radically. The chronicler, living after the fall of the northern kingdom, and regarding that kingdom as having been contrary to the will of Yahweh throughout its history, almost wholly ignores it in his narrative, giving it mention only where the history of Judah was so inextricably interwoven with that of Israel, as to compel recognition of the latter by the recorder. The chronicler, being concerned chiefly in an effort to validate the temple at Jerusalem and its ritual as he knew them, traces the institutions of his own day back to the days of David, to whom he assigns the whole organization of the temple cultus. The chronicler's David is an ecclesiastic, first of all. Out of the 19 chapters devoted to David's life and work in Chronicles, 11 are devoted to accounts of his activities in connection with temple, ritual, and the like. The same desire to represent the great King David as fulfilling the chronicler's ideal of a king leads him to omit almost all reference to the sins of David, which bulk so large in the Samuel record. The only sin noticed by him is that of taking the census, and the striking difference appears in his narrative regarding it. In 2 Samuel 24:1, we are told that Yahweh moved David to number Israel and Judah and then punished him and his people for doing so. This was not ethically justifiable in the chronicler's eyes. Hence in 1 Chronicles 21:1 we read, Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Similar liberty in modifying and even contradicting the earlier record is often taken by the chronicler when the purpose he has in mind seems to require it. Cf. for example, 2 Chronicles 14:5 and 17:6, with 1 Kings 15:14 and 22:43, 2 Chronicles 24:26 and 2 Kings 12:21, where the chronicler's attitude toward mixed marriages leads him to attach the terms Ammonitis and Moabitis. 2 Chronicles 24:4-14, with 2 Kings 12:5-17, 2 Chronicles 36:9 with 2 Kings 24:8. We have the advantage of being able to check the chronicler's accounts by the earlier records of Samuel and Kings. They reveal to us the great freedom with which the chronicler has handled his sources and his facts. More or less of the same attitude is discoverable in other Old Testament writings, and the historical student must therefore always be on the lookout and ready to make allowance for the bias of his sources of information. The historian must endeavor to find out how things actually happened. He cannot rest content with the opinions and interpretations of uncritical writers, even if they were eyewitnesses of that which they record. He must compare testimony with testimony, witness with witness, and seek to get behind all records to the facts themselves. Geography as a historical source. A second source of information that must be utilized to the full by the historian is the geography of Palestine and the neighboring lands. The land of Palestine, in relation to its illumination of the life story of Jesus, has been well named the fifth gospel. The same kind of value is to be obtained from it for the understanding of the Old Testament. The geographical data contained in the Old Testament are abundant. Scarcely a page but makes one or more topographical, climatic, geological, political, or ethnological reference, for the understanding of which a knowledge of the geography of Palestine and the neighboring lands is almost indispensable. Travel and residence in Palestine and the study of good maps and handbooks have made the general topography of Palestine familiar to most students. The lay of the land, the lakes and the rivers, the hills and the greater valleys, and many of the more important towns are well known. On the other hand, many places still await exact localization and sure identification. For example, Gibeah of Saul, Lodebar, Beth Rehob, Salem, Topheth, Gath, Bethkar, and Aphek. The political significance of the geographical location of Palestine. Geography has much to do with the making of history. Location largely determines vocation. Climate and soil vitally affect character and function. The situation of Palestine was strategic. It was, as a glance at any map of Western Asia and Egypt will show, the only path of communication between Asia and Africa. It lay between the great powers of these two regions as a connecting link. All the commerce and culture of the ancient Oriental world must, perforce, pass through Syria and Palestine. Palestine received the impress of the civilizations of Crete and the Aegean, of Egypt, of the Hittites, of Assyrian, Babylonian, Persian, Greek, and Roman, each in turn. It was the battlefield of contending tribes and the prize of the great world powers. The control of this bridge was indispensable to the aspirant for world dominion. Its inhabitants could not live the life of seclusion. They were inevitably involved in all the great military and political movements of each age. Their statesmen were continually confronted by great problems in the field of foreign affairs. The policy to be adopted in any great crisis became a subject of tremendous import, and called forth opinion and discussion throughout the land. These people were continually in the forefront of the world's history and could not escape the effect of continual concern with great issues in the realms of politics and morality. The economic resources of Palestine. The surface of Palestine is very broken. Hills of varying elevation are intersected by valleys of great or less extent, penetrating into the hills and ascending to various degrees of elevation. The Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea run like a deep gash through the land from north to south. With such great variety of elevation and of exposure, there goes a corresponding variety of products. Consequently, the land is to an unusual degree self-sustaining, providing for practically all the needs of its inhabitants. In contrast with the sandy deserts to the east and south, it is a garden of fertility. This has always made it the envy and the prey of marauding bands of Bedouins, and attracted to it the hungry hordes of the desert. The Hebrews themselves approached it thus and looked longingly toward the land flowing with milk and honey. But large areas of its surface are limestone rock coated with an inch or two of soil, which raises nothing but a little grass for a few weeks in the springtime. Consequently, famines were no uncommon occurrence, the area of productive land being so small, and a full allotment of rain being necessary to a full yield. A study of the records of Judges and Joshua shows that the conquering Hebrews were for long confined almost wholly to the hillsides, and that the fertile plains were held firmly by the Canaanites. Economic motives played no small part in the relations between the incomers and the older inhabitants. In like manner, reference to a raised map of Palestine and Syria will show that Damascus was cut off from Phoenicia and the coast by the Lebanon ranges. Her only way out was across the northern end of Palestine. The need of an outlet for her commerce may have had much to do with the long wars between Damascus and Israel. The economic resources of Palestine were so slight in comparison with those of the fertile valleys of the Nile and the Euphrates as to constitute a heavy and hopeless handicap to the Hebrews in any endeavor to rival the political and economic power of Egypt and Babylonia, Assyria. The Hebrews were never far removed from starvation. It may well be that this lack of things material contributed much toward the development of spiritual riches. In these and other ways, the influence of geography upon Hebrew history is easily discernible, and it well deserves the careful consideration of students. Archaeology and history. A third source of information regarding Hebrew history is at hand in Hebrew archaeology. This science concerns itself with the material remains of Hebrew civilization. These are fragments of ancient buildings, city walls, and fortifications, wells, cisterns, tombs, and graves, altars, shrines, and sacred pillars, various products of artistic skill, for example, idols, figurines, coins, statues, tools of various kinds and weapons, utensils for household use, such as jars, bowls, and lamps. In short, any product of human labor and skill is serviceable to the archaeologist. Through such things he may trace the people's progress in the arts and sciences and be able to give them their right place in the scale of culture. Of especial interest, however, are the few inscriptions that have been recovered thus far from the soil of Palestine. Whence have materials of this sort been obtained? In part from the representations, the inscriptions, and reliefs of the spoil carried away from Israel by invaders, like the Assyrians and Babylonians. In part also from the surface of the soil, where may still be found such things as ancient high places, wells, walls, and building materials from ancient structures which had been torn down and utilized by the natives in the erection of modern houses, etc. But the most fertile source of such materials has been and will continue to be the work of the excavator. Thus far, excavations of any extent have been conducted only at Jerusalem, Jericho, Gezer, Samaria, Bethshemesh, Tanakh, Megiddo, Lachish, Tel-Saphi, Gath, Tel Zachariah, Azekah, Tel-Judah, and Marisha. The work of excavation in Palestine has little more than begun. There is yet much soil to be overturned. In the words of Dr. F. J. Bliss, himself a competent and successful excavator, excavation has all the possibilities of an infant art. The debris of ages has only just begun to reveal its treasures. Scattered under the soil are countless documents in stone and metal, in earthenware, documents inscribed and uninscribed, but each waiting to tell its tale of the past. Of the hundreds of buried sites in Syria and Palestine, those in which excavation has been attempted on any large scale do not reach the number of 20. Relatively few inscriptions have as yet been recovered from the soil of Palestine. This is in part due to the many political and military vicissitudes of the land, and in part to the destructive effects of climate and soil. The more important written documents found are the Moabite stone, the Siloam inscription, the Gezer calendar, the Lachish tablet, the ostraca from Samaria, the Assyrian tablets from Gezer and from Taanach, the lion seal of Megiddo, and the stamped jar handles and Tel-Saphi and neighboring sites. The finds of the excavators have thrown much light on certain phases or sections of Hebrew history. For example, it is pretty generally conceded now that the Palestine excavations support the contention that there was no sudden incursion into Palestine of an overwhelming horde of Hebrews sweeping everything before them, but that the process of Hebraizing Canaan was a slow and gradual one. Again, the excavations show that the civilization of Palestine, into which the Hebrews came and with which they identified themselves, was not a pure unmixed product, but rather a complex and composite culture into which had entered most varying elements from widely separated homes. It was a cosmopolitan life in large measure. Many more interesting revelations doubtless await the spade of the excavator. History of the Semitic world. A very important contribution to the understanding of Hebrew history is obtained through the study of the history of the neighboring nations. First of all, the inscriptions of Egypt, Babylonia, Assyria, Persia, Moab, and Syria contain many references to Israel and Judah, which substantiate, modify, correct, or help in the interpretation of the statements of the Old Testament itself. In addition to the concrete statements regarding Israel and Judah to be obtained from the inscriptions of neighboring peoples, the entire progress of their history must be considered in its bearing upon Hebrew history. By geographical location, the inhabitants of Palestine were the connecting link between the two great centers of civilization in the Oriental world, namely, the valley of the Nile and that of the Euphrates. It was impossible for them to live an isolated life. They were of necessity involved in all the movements of the life of the Orient. Across their border marched and countermarched the armies of the East, and their own fate lay in the hands of the great contenders for world supremacy. The foreign policies of Egypt, of Syria, of Urartu, of Babylonia, of Assyria, and of Persia each in turn affected more or less profoundly the course of Hebrew history. We cannot understand the reign of King Hezekiah, for example, apart from an insight into the larger political field of Egypt and Western Asia. We get valuable light from the series of events culminating in the Maccabean revolt and the full significance of that struggle as we view it in relation to the tangible politics of Egypt, of Syria, and of Rome. No important political or economic movement anywhere in the world of Egypt and Western Asia was without great significance for the Hebrew kingdoms. Not only in such external ways was Israel affected by the world about her, she was herself part and parcel of that world. The historian must fully recognize and give due weight to this fact. The Hebrews were Semites, living among Semites. There is thus a very real sense in which the life of the entire Semitic world was one life. Its underlying currents, its dominating motives, its psychological reactions to the phenomena of experience were throughout the length and breadth of that world fundamentally the same. To write the history of any part of the Semitic world without constant reference to the life of the other parts would be as radically wrong as to attempt to obtain an intelligent understanding of the history of the state of Massachusetts apart from a thorough knowledge of the history of the United States and of England. Yet the importance of this method of approach to Hebrew history and its full significance are only just beginning to dawn upon Old Testament scholars. Problems in Hebrew history. The kind of problems that interest historians of the Hebrews at the present time may be indicated by a few examples. The Hebrew settlement in Canaan invites investigation. Conflicting views in the Old Testament raise questions regarding the manner and duration of the Hebrew entry. The likelihood of the Ubari of the Tel el Amarna letters having been Hebrews in a wider application of the name involves the probability of there having been marauders in or invaders of Canaan in the 15th century BC. The Stele of Merneptah places Israel in Palestine about 1200 BC. What relation did the Hebari and Israel of Palestine bear to the Jacob tribes in Egypt? Were they the same people or different branches of one and the same people? When did they first enter Canaan? At the time of the Hyksos invasion, or in the Amarna period, or at some other time? The results of excavation show no break in the culture of Canaan at any point in the early days. Was Israel's settlement there a peaceful one, not disturbing existing conditions? Did the Israelites bring with them a culture so akin to that of Canaan as to make amalgamation easy and natural? Or did they come with everything to learn from the Canaanites, but in such relatively slight numbers and so gradually as to produce no appreciable effect upon the life of the times? Another group of problems besets the return of Judah from exile in Babylon and the restoration of the Jewish community. Is the chronicler's account in Ezra and Nehemiah a wholly trustworthy one? Was there the return of a large body of exiles in 536 BC? To what extent did the chronicler use sources in his record of these events, and to what extent did he write in independence of sources? Which was the pioneer in the work of restoration, Ezra or Nehemiah? Was the hostility of the Samaritans toward the Jews fundamentally on account of religious or political considerations? Did the old breach between the North and the South reassert itself here? To what degree is the chronology of the Old Testament trustworthy? Checking it up where we have the data for testing it, we seem forced to doubt its validity at many points. For example, the period from the Exodus to the laying of the foundation stone of Solomon's temple was, according to 1 Kings 6:1, 480 years. But the sum of the figures given in the Hexateuch, Judges, Samuel, and Kings, for the same period is 550 years. And these figures do not include the days of Joshua, the elders who outlived Joshua, Samuel, and Saul, which, if added, would bring the total up toward 650 years. The total of the reigns of the kings of Judah from Athaliah to the 6th year of Hezekiah, as given in Kings, is 165 years. The figures for the corresponding period in Israel are 144 years. The chronology of Hezekiah is in great confusion. According to 2 Kings 18:2, compared with 16:2, Ahaz was about 9 years old when his son Hezekiah was born. Samaria fell in 721 BC, the 6th year of Hezekiah, according to 2 Kings 18:9 and 10, thus placing Hezekiah's accession in 727 or 726 BC. Sennacherib's siege of Jerusalem in 701 B.C. was in the 14th year of Hezekiah, according to 2 Kings 18:13. This places his accession in 715 or 714 B.C. Such problems call for the most careful and thoroughgoing application of historical method to the reconstruction of the history of the Hebrews. Intelligence of a high order and patience unlimited are requisite for the treatment of this great subject. There is opportunity here for almost unlimited work, and the reward, from the point of view of the genuine student, will certainly be commensurate with the labor involved. End of chapter 3, part 5. Recording by Tony Richardson. Part 5. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. Chapter 3, Part 6 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 3, Part 6. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 5. The Religion of the Hebrews. Religion and History. The modern approach to the study of Hebrew religion has shown that the religion was just as truly a historical product as is the religion of any other people. The history is one of growth and development from a primitive type of thought and conduct to a relatively advanced and lofty type. Progress in religion went hand in hand with progress in culture. Jephthah, in a primitive age, sacrificed his daughter to please his God. A writer in the post-exilic age says, "Wherewith shall I come before Yahweh and bear myself before the Most High God? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves a year old? Will Yahweh be pleased with thousands of rams and tens of thousands of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? It has been told thee, O man, what is good. Yea, what does Yahweh require of thee, but to do justice and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with thy God." Micah 6, verses 6 through 8. David dreads expulsion from Israel as involving banishment from Yahweh in 1 Samuel 26, verses 19 and 20. A later David, living at the other end of the Hebrew career, says, "Whither can I go from thy spirit? And whither can I flee from thy presence? If I ascend into heaven, thou art there. If I make Sheol my bed, lo, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning, and dwell in the utmost part of the sea, there also would thy hand lead me, and thy right hand hold me." Psalms 139, verses 7 through 10. The second commandment says that Yahweh is a jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children, upon the third and the fourth generation of them that hate him. Ezekiel at the time of the exile says, quote, "The soul that sinneth it shall die. The son shall not bear the guilt of his father, neither shall the father bear the guilt of his son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be for himself, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon himself." Ezekiel 18:20. Such being the case, the study of Hebrew religion is in reality a part of the study of Hebrew history as a whole. It calls for the same preliminary processes in the treatment of the sources of information that any other historical investigation calls for. The same sort of allowance must be made for the point of view and purpose of the writers, for the limitations, prejudices, and enthusiasms. It is also to be continually borne in mind that religion is one of the most conservative elements in civilization, that it tends to conserve and enshrine the old even long after the new has taken a place alongside it. Many a primitive religious idea or institution has persisted into modern times, sometimes with a change of function or significance that keeps it alive and effective, sometimes having lost all significance and become a mere matter of habit, sustained by the momentum of its long history. This will explain many an apparent inconsistency in the religious consciousness of later times. It also makes it possible to recover something of the more primitive religious mind from the religious practices of later generations. Religion and culture. The effect of the political and economic history upon the content and development of the religious history must be carefully studied. If religion is one of the functions of culture, it must be studied in relation to all the other functions, if it is to be properly appreciated. Take the effect of the settlement in Canaan upon Hebrew religion as a case in point. The God idea of the nomadic Israelites was wholly unfitted for the needs of a settled people. The God of the desert had been thought of as supplying all the needs of his people there. But a new kind of life confronted them in Canaan. Here they must become farmers and city dwellers. Whole areas of new experience were opened out before them. They must learn new ways of living, and they must learn to associate their God with these new ways. The Canaanites were farmers and must be depended upon to teach their art to Israel. But the Canaanites were worshippers of the Baalim and organized all their agricultural life in connection with Baalistic rites. The Baalim were for them the lords of the soil and the givers of the fruits. Yahweh must displace the Baalim and these functions if he is to retain the loyalty of his people. He must become a farmer's God. This change of function on the part of Israel and Yahweh required much time. It was a life and death struggle for the religion of Israel, which ended in complete victory over the Baalim only after centuries of conflict. Cf. Hosea chapter 2 verses 2 through 13. Another illustration of the dependence of religion upon history is at hand in the Hebrew teaching regarding the personal responsibility of the individual to God for his own deeds. This teaching never received full recognition and distinct emphasis till the days of Jeremiah and Ezekiel. Prior to that period, the whole thought of the teachers of religion had concerned itself with the problems and duties of the nation as such. The future of the kingdom of Yahweh was indissolubly bound up with the future of Israel. But at last it became clear to the religious guides of Israel that the nation as such was doomed. Was Yahweh therefore to be eliminated from history? This led to a transfer of attention from the nation to the individuals of which it was composed, and to a recognition that the kingdom of God must be set up in the hearts of the pious. Hence Ezekiel takes upon himself the cure of souls and wrestles with the problems and doubts that disturb the faith of the men of his day. Through the experiences of those trying times he is brought to see that no man is condemned by Yahweh for sins committed by other men, and that no man's righteousness can be counted to the credit of another than himself. Isaiah and Micah interpret the invasion of Sennacherib as chastisement from Yahweh for Judah's sin and lack of faith. A later Isaiah kindles faith in the hearts of his despairing people by exalting Yahweh in his omnipotence and sole Godhead, when his people are buried in exile, apparently having no God and without hope in the world. Habakkuk preaches that the necessity of faith in God when all men's hearts are failing them for fear. The prophets as a whole make Yahweh the God of the world just when it seems inevitable that his own land will be overrun by the heathen. The relation between religion and the larger life of the day was vital and must always be taken into account. Hebrew religion and Semitic religion. Another aspect of the Hebrew religion is the relationship of the Hebrew to the Oriental religions in general. We can no longer think of the religion of Israel as existing in a vacuum. The civilization of the Hebrews owed much to the Semitic world in which it was developed. We can safely say that there was little that was distinctly Hebraic in it. It was largely composed of the Semitic and non-Semitic cultures that surrounded Israel and were rooted in the very soil upon which she lived. If this be true, it is scarcely possible that the religion of Israel could have escaped some influence from the religions that were vital elements in the neighboring civilizations. The possibility becomes even more vague when we consider that not a single one of the great fundamental institutions of the Hebrew religion was exclusively Hebraic. Sacrifice, prayer, Sabbath, circumcision, clean and unclean, prophet, priest, temple, feasts, fasts. All these institutions were existent among other Semitic peoples, and that, too, long before the Hebrew nation and people came into being. The latter did not create their religious institutions. They inherited them. This inheritance carried with it a tremendous body of Semitic religion, which became the substratum of Hebrew religion. In order to get a right historical view of the religion of the Old Testament, it is incumbent upon the student to obtain some idea of the elements in it that were held in common with their Semitic ancestors and brethren, to trace their resemblances and to note their differences. When we discover, for example, that in many cases precisely that which was unclean for the Hebrew was taboo for other peoples, we are on the way to a new understanding of clean and unclean. When we note that circumcision was not an exclusively Hebraic rite, nor even confined to the Semites, but a practice in vogue among the most widely scattered peoples, from the North American Indian to the aborigines of Australia, we approach the study of it in Israel with a wholly different mental attitude. When we learn that the root word for holy is the same throughout the Semitic group of languages, and that in Assyrian, for example, it is used in one form to designate a prostitute or harlot, we get a new point of view for the interpretation of the Hebrew word. Even prophecy, the crown and glory of Hebrew religion, was at home also in Syria, Assyria, and Egypt. It is gradually appearing that messianic prophecy had very close parallels in Assyria and Egypt, and it is by no means unlikely that the messianism of Israel received some of its coloring and content from one or the other of these sources. Facts like these force upon the student the obligation to study the religion of the Old Testament from the comparative standpoint. It was not a thing apart. It was a religion among religions. It was one of a great family of religions. It exhibits strong family resemblances, but it also is marked by distinctly individual characteristics. Both alike must be investigated. The differences will appear all the more wonderful when they are seen against the background of so many and such great resemblances. Problems in the study of Hebrew religion. The modern student finds the study of the religion of the Hebrews bristling with problems which invite attention. For example, when did monotheism succeed in establishing itself firmly in Israel, and when was it first formulated? Was it arrived at through a process of speculative thought, as in Egypt in the days of Amenephis IV, or was it attained as the result of ethical necessity? That is to say, did the Hebrews formulate monotheism in response to the demand for an ethical interpretation of the world to which such a doctrine seemed indispensable? Was any impetus toward monotheism received from Babylonia, Assyria, or Egypt, or was it a purely native product? Again, how is the marvelous ethical superiority of Israel's religion to be accounted for? Was it a gift from above, unmediated by human instrumentalities? If not, what elements in the environment and history of Israel contributed to this development? Were these elements present or absent from the experiences of the related peoples? Are we content to say that the Hebrews had a special and innate affinity for ethics, even as, according to some historians, the Greeks had for aesthetics? Cannot practically every Hebrew ethical ideal and precept be paralleled in the ethical teachings of the neighboring peoples? If so, wherein precisely does the ethical superiority of Israel consist? Yet again, the tendency of critical scholarship has to be placed practically all the eschatological writings of the Old Testament in the exilic or post-exilic age. Is this procedure valid, or is it better with some recent scholars to make eschatology antedate the whole prophetic movement, and to see in the prophetic promises and threats merely an ethicizing of older eschatological ideas belonging to a more or less general Semitic world view? That is, did Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, and their successors simply take over already existing non-ethical conceptions regarding national disaster or deliverance and world catastrophe and read into them great ethical lessons, making effective homiletical use of them for the religious education of Israel? The development of Hebrew law is likewise a subject that calls for fresh examination. The historical school of interpretation has arranged the codes in this order: 1. Covenant Code. 2. Deuteronomy. 3. Holiness Code. 4. Priestly Code. With this arrangement has gone the tacit assumption that the last two codes at least were composed almost entirely of new laws formulated in the days of the exile and the following centuries. But we are now asking whether it is not more probable that very much of the content of these later codes was in existence and in use at the various shrines quite early in Hebrew history. Some of the laws in these two codes are obviously late, but are they all necessarily equally late? Is it not probable that much of the law and custom of Israel escaped formal literary revision until a relatively late period, when the aggressive priestly scribes laid hands upon the whole religious life of Israel and set their seal indelibly thereon. Finally, the influences and elements that entered into the composition of Judaism need closer definition. How much was the later legislation influenced by Babylonian law and ritual, either in the way of direct imitation and emulation or by the way of reaction and protest? What did Persian views contribute toward Jewish religious thought, especially in the realm of demonology, angelology, and eschatology? Did Greek philosophy, either directly or indirectly, positively or negatively, shape the thought of the Hebrew sages? 6. The religious value of the Old Testament, the canon. The extraordinary value of the writings composing the Old Testament was very early recognized. A process of official recognition and standardization of the literature was begun when the priests in Josiah's day secured the royal approval and public endorsement of the Deuteronomic Code of Law, 2 Kings chapters 22 and 23. Another long step in the same direction was taken in the days of Ezra and Nehemiah, when a new edition of the law received the stamp of public acceptance, Nehemiah chapter 8. The end toward which it all aimed was the direction of a canon of Scripture. Canonization itself was not a single act, but a long drawn-out process. The precise time of its beginning has not been determined, but the prologue to the Wisdom of Jesus, Ben Sirach, Ecclesiasticus, furnishes clear evidence that the law and the prophets were regarded as canonical before 200 BC, and that the formation of the third division of the canon, namely, the writings, had already begun at that time. Like uncertainty obtains regarding the date of the conception of the process of canonization. It seems safe to infer from the existing evidence that the entire canon of the Old Testament was completed before the Christian era. In any case, the question of the canon was taken up for discussion and settled by the Jewish Synod of Jamnia, which convened about 90 A.D., and decided in favor of the retention in the canon of all books that had thus far been included. End of chapter 3, part 6. Recording by Tony Richardson. Part 6. The study of the Old Testament and the religion of Israel. Chapter 3, Part 7 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 3, Part 7. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 6. The religious value of the Old Testament. The canon. The extraordinary value of the writings composing the Old Testament was very early recognized. A process of official recognition and standardization of the literature was begun when the priests in Josiah's day secured the royal approval and public endorsement of the Deuteronomic Code of Law, 2 Kings chapters 22 and 23. Another long step in the same direction was taken in the days of Ezra and Nehemiah, when a new edition of the law received the stamp of public acceptance in Nehemiah chapter 8. The end toward which it all aimed was the erection of a canon of Scripture. Canonization itself was not a single act, but a long drawn-out process. The precise time of its beginning has not been determined, but the prologue to the Wisdom of Jesus ben Sirach equals Ecclesiasticus furnishes clear evidence that the law and the prophets were regarded as canonical before 200 BC, and that the formation of the third division of the canon, namely, the writings, had already begun at that time. Like uncertainty obtains regarding the date of the completion of the process of canonization. It seems safe to infer from the existing evidence that the entire canon of the Old Testament was completed before the Christian era. In any case, the question of the canon was taken up for discussion and settled by the Jewish Synod of Jamnia, which convened about 90 A.D., and decided in favor of the retention in the canon of all books that had thus far been included. Problems in the history of canonization. Many questions regarding canonization still remain unanswered. At what time did the canon of the law close? Just when did the Old Testament canon of the prophets close? How much longer did the canon of the writings remain open? What considerations led to the inclusion or exclusion of a book from the canon? What did canonization involve? Were canonized books immune to all further editorial modification? What were the contents of the so-called Alexandrian canon? How did the theory of the Hellenistic Jews regarding the canon differ from that of the Palestinian Jews? Why does the Protestant canon not include the apocryphal books recognized by the Roman Catholic canon? Must the decision of past generations of the Christian Church regarding the relative values of the Old Testament and the Apocrypha be binding upon the conscience and judgment of the present day? Does the canonization of a writing make it of any more intrinsic value to the mind and heart of the individual reader? Are not some of the Apocrypha more conducive to edification than some of the canonical books of the Old Testament? History of the interpretation of the Old Testament. The fact of canonization carried with it a heavy increment of sanctity and authority to the writings thus exalted. These passed on to later generations with credentials that could not be lightly regarded, much less ignored. Bringing such weighty endorsement, they had to be utilized in the religious education of the church. The record of the way in which they were used by the successive generations of believers is one full of interest and significance. One system of interpretation after another has come to the fore, held the center of the stage for a while, and finally retired, yielding its place to its successor. The New Testament interpretation of the Old Testament is of especial interest, contrasting as it does the rabbinical exegesis of most of the writers of the New Testament with the saner and sounder methods of Jesus, though the latter, if his attitude is correctly represented in the Gospels, is not wholly free from rabbinical influence himself. Among the more prominent schools of exegetical method have been the literalistic, the allegorical and spiritual, the typological and mystical, the dogmatic, and in later times particularly the grammatical and historical. The bane of practically all the older exegesis was that it read into the text of the Old Testament the ideas and ideals of the interpreters themselves. Whatever the method of interpretation adhered to, the interpreter felt himself under obligation to obtain from the words of the Old Testament, of whatever character the passage treated might be, some message for teaching, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. He always took it for granted that the Old Testament was written throughout from the point of view of the needs of men in all times. Consequently, that method of interpretation was the most successful which secured the most moral and religious stimulus and instruction from any given passage. The value of the Old Testament. In the light of the modern historical method of interpretation, the question of the value of the Old Testament calls for a fresh examination of the evidence. The kind of answers that satisfied former generations of Bible students may not be acceptable to modern students. We approach the Old Testament with different presuppositions and with different expectations, or rather, we try to bring to its interpretation no presuppositions nor expectations. We merely seek to discover what the writers of the Old Testament had to say. Having learned that, we weigh their utterances in the scales of critical judgment for the purpose of estimating their value. The contribution of the Old Testament to religious education, aside from its value as a source of philological, historical, archaeological, sociological, and ethnological information, is chiefly in three directions, namely, 1. To the interpretation of the New Testament, 2. To the content and method of systematic theology, and 3. To the instruction and edification of the religious life. The Old Testament in relation to the New. Every properly trained student of the New Testament at the present time recognizes the methodology of study worked out by the Old Testament scholarship, and the point of view there obtained must be made operative also in the New Testament. For a certain time after the historico-critical method had established itself as legitimate and indispensable in the interpretation of the Old Testament, many scholars failed to realize the necessity of carrying it over into the New. The full application of the method in the study of the New Testament has as yet been made by but few. But that the New Testament may not exempt itself from the same kind of thoroughgoing treatment that has applied to the Old is now generally recognized. From the point of view of the need of acquiring a right standpoint and methodology for his New Testament work, a student makes no mistake in securing a preliminary training in the interpretation of the Old Testament. In addition to its value for training in method, the study of the Old Testament is an indispensable element in any preparation for the interpretation of the New, because of the genetic relationship between the two. The religion of the New Testament is but the finest product and ultimate realization of the ideals of the Old Testament. The New cannot be understood apart from the sympathetic and appreciative acquaintance with the contents and characteristics of the Old. Old Testament phrases and thoughts abound in its pages. Such books as Hebrews and Revelation simply overflow with Old Testament terminology, archaeology, theology, and eschatology. The Old Testament was the only Bible of Jesus and of the writers of the New Testament. Their minds were saturated with it and their thinking shaped by it. The New Testament is the continuation of the Old, and those scholars who insist that the two must be studied together, that there is no legitimate line of demarcation between the Old Testament and the New, but that the New is the completion of the Old, are not to be lightly set aside. In the words of a recent writer, the Old Testament affords the presuppositions that are indispensable to apprehend the character of Christ. It is the Old Testament religion that Christ came to fulfill. It is as necessary to understand what the material was which Christ completed as the method of his completion. It is as impossible, therefore, to understand the purpose and spirit of Jesus without something of his reverence for the Old Testament and something of his intimacy with it, as it would be to understand a proposed amendment to a constitution without a knowledge of the original constitution, or to comprehend an advanced course in physics without studying the elementary laws of heat and light. The most fatal misapprehensions of Jesus are those that fail to see the spirit of the Old Testament in all his ideas and deeds. The Old Testament and systematic theology. It will probably have become quite evident to those who have read the foregoing pages that we need not expect the Old Testament to furnish the systematic theologian ready-made doctrines with which he may build up his system. We have A.W. Vernon, Religious Value of the Old Testament, pages 66 and following, outgrown the period when the content of systematic theology was supposed to be furnished by biblical theology. The fact is that the historical study of the Old Testament does not deliver to us any product which we can properly label Old Testament theology. The Old Testament is the fragmentary record of a growing religious life. Changing environment, growing experience, the coming and going of towering personalities kept Israel's life from becoming fixed and rigid. No 2 centuries presented the same type of religious thought and experience. But theology and religious experience are, or at least ought to be, inseparably related. So the ever-changing experience involved an ever-changing theology. The seeker after an Old Testament theology is therefore embarrassed by a superfluity of riches. He finds not one but many theologies. He may, for example, speak of the theology of Amos, or of Isaiah, or of Ezekiel. Or he may group certain personalities and formulate a theology of the 8th century BC, or of the exile. But he may not group them all into one Old Testament theology, for the differences, yea, contradictions, render such a step impossible. Nor may he select the best features from the various periods and weave them into a harmonious whole. The result would be an eclectic theology derived from the Old Testament, but not an Old Testament theology. It would be an abstract, imaginary thing that never had any historic existence or value. Nor may he even take the theology of the last days of the Old Testament period and say, this is the typical Old Testament theology, this is the ripe fruitage of the whole process of growth. It is the end, the purpose of the whole theological development of the Hebrews, and so may be taken as fitly representing the Old Testament point of view and contributing to theological science. End of quote. Such a method would give only a partial presentation of the theological teachings of the Old Testament, for the theology of the last days did not, as a matter of fact, take up into itself all the good of the preceding ages. No matter how generous we may be in our attitude toward the literary and religious activities of the post-exilic age. It appears then that Old Testament science is not now, nor ever will be, in a position to present to the systematic theologian a scheme of Old Testament theology which he may accept or reject in whole or in part, as it meets or fails to meet his systematic needs. Old Testament science, with all of its departments, belongs in the category of historical disciplines. Old Testament theology must give way to religionistic. It is from this point of view only that we may consider its relation to systematic theology. The adoption of this conception of the Old Testament as the register of a series of historical permutations of life and thought carries with it a total abandonment of the conception of an external mechanical authority to be exercised arbitrarily over the thoughts of men. Such authority as inheres in the Old Testament will now be seen to be conditioned solely upon the existence of the Old Testament of great truths, which appeal with compelling force to the mind and conscience of man. It is as the repository of such self-authenticating truth as needs no factitious support of any kind that the Old Testament must appeal alike to the religious man and to the systematic theologian. The Old Testament is thus a source book for the theologian. Theology may ignore no phase of human experience from the beginning of human history. It must take into account all known facts of both past and present. The Old Testament's value for theology lies in the fact that it is the record of an especially illuminating section of the religious history of our race. In that period were wrought out the foundations of much of the religious thought of our day. We understand the nature and value of the ideas and instructions of our own religious life the better for being able to trace their origin and growth. A satisfactory theology must root itself deeply in the experience of former generations as well as in that of contemporaries. Here the Old Testament aids the theologian. It does not in any sense stand as dictator over his utterances, but, like other tributary disciplines, it offers him free use of all its stories. The Old Testament and vital religion. It is unnecessary here to emphasize the great contribution of the Old Testament to moral and religious character building, a contribution much of which lies upon the surface and is thus within the reach of every reader. The great sermons of the prophets, the spiritual longings and ideas of the Psalter, the sound maxims of the sages, these have always wrought mightily in the experience of men for good, no matter what method of interpretation was for the time being in control. But it may be well here to call attention to a phase or two of the religious value of the Old Testament that are not so commonly recognized. Its attitude towards truth. One of the most significant things in the Old Testament is the attitude towards truth therein reflected. The Old Testament worthies respected the past, yea, reverenced it. They never tired of reference to it. They gloried in their history. It was to them a never-failing fount of information and inspiration. They never dreamed of such a thing as ignoring their traditions. They could not and would not make an absolute break with the accumulated experience of preceding centuries. But on the other hand, they did not blindly worship the past. They did not allow it to take such complete possession of them as to render them incapable of appreciating the present or of making progress toward the future. They valued the past for what it had to teach them about God and about life, but they never regarded it as being the repository of all knowledge or the full and complete guidebook for all time to come. Their attitude, indeed, was quite the reverse. It was one of expectation, anticipation, hope. They were ever looking eagerly, longingly, confidently for new light to flash forth from above. They were decidedly receptive toward new ideas. They did not attempt to open the future's golden portals with the past's blood-rusted key. The history of Hebrew literature clearly demonstrates this. It is a history of revisions. New editions of the old truths were constantly in demand. We have only to call to mind the three great editions of the Hebrew law, each of them practically a rewriting of the old law book. Between these great editions there was constantly going on a process of correction and expansion in preparation for a new code. All this was in response to the growth of knowledge and to the ever-changing needs of the time. The law of Israel was not the cold, dead thing that it is commonly conceived to have been. It was a vital organism, in closest touch with the growing life of the nation. It was not too sacred and holy for the touch of human hands. Its promoters never conceived of it as having reached the stage of finality. It grew under their hands up to the very last. There were not wanting men who even dared to look forward to the time when the written law would be outgrown, a thing of the past, having fully accomplished its mission, and all this notwithstanding the fact that they held it to be a revelation from God. They knew better than to think that the revelation of one age could satisfy the needs of every age. Each age must have its own revelation from God. Jesus did but reincarnate the old spirit of Israel's best thinkers when he dared to set aside certain phases of the law of Moses and to substitute for them great far-reaching principles of truth and right. The same spirit of independence and progress is manifested in the prophets, and even to a greater degree than in the law. The very foundation of prophecy lay in the conviction that God was ever ready to speak to his children, that he had not yet exhausted his message to Israel. Consequently, with every fresh crisis in the history of Israel, there appeared great prophets with the necessary message from God. They conceived it to be their task to interpret the world as they found it, and not as their fathers or grandfathers had known it. They utilized the experience of the past for the interpretation of the present, but ear and eye were ever open and alert for the divine message in the new, in the experiences of today. In ethical and theological ideas, growth was manifested and progress was made, so that at the end the religion of Israel was immeasurably richer and more spiritual than it was at the beginning. The religion of Israel was not a static thing, but a dynamic spirit. It was not a gift from above, bestowed upon Israel at the beginning of her career to be carefully treasured in earthen vessels. Nor was it a series of gifts imparted from time to time in some way wholly unrelated to the natural and normal life of the people. It was an achievement wrought out with heroic faith and courage and marvelous persistence. Israel was girded for this task in no way that was not available to their fellow workers in that age or to her successors in the present age. The story of her religious progress is not one of unbroken success and steady advance. She labored under the same limitations that beset religious men today. She encountered the same opposition and was subjected to the same sorts of temptation and trial. The whole record is intensely human and, for that reason, intensely interesting. Her good men did not always think alike or feel alike. Radical differences of opinion at times separated her prophets and saints in hostile camps. There was no royal road to truth and power in Israel. The men of Israel had to struggle toward the truth and to agonize for it, even as men must now. There is no discharge from that war. It is man's heritage. The task of faith. Nor was the task of faith any easier then than now. The Hebrew faith insisted that godlessness ought to be profitable for all things. Prosperity and piety were almost interchangeable terms, but the actual facts of experience seemed to contradict such doctrine at every turn. The national history is one of successive disasters. The greater nations of the Orient, one after another, conquered and exploited Israel. The people of Yahweh were almost continuously trodden under the foot of the Gentiles. The more zealously Israel strove to please her God, the less did he seem to do for her. No severer test of faith than this could have been devised. But Israel held fast to her God. Forced to abandon hope of relief in the present dispensation, she took refuge in the thought of a new dispensation. The nation's goal of faith became the establishment of a messianic kingdom upon earth. This expectation involved the coming of a golden age comparable to that once represented by the Garden of Eden. All the wrongs of the present were to be righted in the new world, and Israel, the chosen people, was to be exalted to the place of honor and power as the representative of God upon earth. It was almost tantamount to saying that in the Messianic age all conditions would be exactly the reverse of what they were in the historical Israel. But the time of the fulfillment of this dream was continually deferred. Out of what looked like the national grave, Ezekiel saw clearly the coming of the longed-for kingdom and went so far as to prepare an outline of the regulations that should control its work and worship. The Isaiah of the exile saw the dawn of the Messianic age upon the horizon when Cyrus started his career of conquest. When the Persian Empire was shaken to its foundations upon the death of Cambyses, the prophets Haggai and Zechariah were certain that Yahweh was about to intervene and to introduce the Messianic kingdom. They were so sure of this that they confidently identified Zerubbabel as the expected Messiah. This hope was again aroused by the personality and work of Nehemiah, whom some declared to be the Messiah. So Israel went on from age to age, believing in God, surviving shock after shock of disappointment and disillusionment, and through this severe process of training, coming ever into a clearer and better conception of God. Theological dogmas were modified or abandoned in order to make place for new ones. But through it all, faith endured. The trial and triumph of faith as it affects the life and religion of the individual are depicted with marvelous skill in the book of Job. This affords us a new kind of problem that was of vital importance in the Hebrew religious experience, and of the unflinching courage and of the loyalty to truth, to facts, and to God of which the Hebrews were capable. Their religion was not a gift, it was a prize. They fought for it, they suffered for it, they died. but through their struggle, endurance, and death, they have incalculably enriched the religious life of all ages. The record of this great religious experience was written for our learning. That experience was wrought out under ordinary conditions, such as are common to men. The Hebrews were given no extraordinary or abnormal aids or advantages, not within the reach of other men, then as now. God did not show favor toward them in any such way as to render them exempt from the temptations, weaknesses, failures, and sins that beset us all. Nor were they endued with power or grace that was not accessible to other men. Having the same opportunities, and being possessed of the same faculties as other men, no more and no less, the Hebrew prophets and saints threw themselves heart and soul into the task of interpreting the world about them in terms of God. The Old Testament is the record of their success. Vitality of Hebrew religion. This means that the Old Testament has become for us, as compared with our ancestors, a more human document, and consequently a more helpful one. It has become, that is to say, more definitely applicable to the conditions of modern life. We learn from its pages how the Hebrews wrought out their own salvation. In this record of their religious experience we have the story of the making of a religion. The 1,000-year-long process is portrayed before our eyes. It reveals much of inestimable value to the historical student of religion. The Hebrew religion was always in the making. It was never a finished product. Each generation exercised the right to make its religion for itself. Not that they started out afresh each time by casting overboard all the accumulations of preceding generations, but they did not hesitate to prove all things, in order that they might hold fast that which was good. They changed their theology from time to time. They reorganized their religious institutions as changing circumstances and changing views required. They accepted materials from every hand and used them for the enrichment of their religious faith and hope. They were never satisfied with present attainments. They were constantly striving towards something better. In spite of reaction and relapse, they persisted in pushing forward. They were by no means making a religion to order for later generations. They were rather making one for themselves, something to live by as they went along. What they had to do, every age has to do for itself. They made their religion in the full light of history. They made it out of their daily experiences in the great currents of the world's life. A vital religion is always in the making. It is never made. Satisfaction with present achievement spells death here as elsewhere. Religion is under the same law as every other product of the human spirit. We too must interpret our own world religiously. We must be making our own religion. We may learn from the successes of the Hebrews and profit by their failures. The words of Matthew Arnold on the relation of modern poetry to that of the ancients apply with special force here. Quote, "The present has to make its own poetry, and not even Sophocles and his compeers, any more than Dante and Shakespeare, are enough for it. That I will not dispute. But no other poets so well show to the poetry of the present the way it must take." End quote. No matter how much we may learn from Israel, we cannot rest content with that. We cannot shirk the task of making a religion for ourselves. Ready-made religion, from whatever age it may come to us, will not fit our spiritual needs, however well it may have fitted the age in which it originated. The 20th century world needs a 20th century religion, and it is a part of its task to make that religion for itself. The Hebrews, with far less of inherited privilege and educational and social opportunity than we, carried the torch of truth and piety far up the heights. Material civilization and culture have moved far since their day and are still advancing with giant strides. Religion and morality, too, upon the basis of the achievements of the Hebrews, have added greatly to their attainments. But progress cannot cease at any point if religion is to remain a vital force in the lives of men. As long as progress is characteristic of other phases of human activity, religion too must grow. It cannot remain static while all else is dynamic. An unchangeable Christianity would mean the end of Christianity itself. There has never been such an unchangeable Christianity, and never can be so long as it belongs genuinely to history. It is the task of the leaders of the religious life of today to see to it that the religion they teach and embody shall be one suited to the needs of the modern world. If they can meet the demands of the present age, the future may be trusted to look out for itself. If they serve their day and generation faithfully according to the will of God, they will hand on the heritage to their successors with some increment of truth and power, and inspiration to the modern minister. The modern attitude toward the Old Testament brings to the true preacher a sense of freedom and the realization of a creative opportunity. He discovers himself to be in the line of the prophetic succession, at least, even if he dare not lay claim to apostolic succession. He is released from the necessity of merely repeating, in parrot fashion, the messages of men long since dead. His work is at once seen to be of the same kind as that of his great prophetic predecessors. They had no Bible from which they must preach or from which they might learn. Equipped with a knowledge of a few traditions regarding their people's history, they studied closely the social and political conditions of their times and poured forth words of scathing denunciation of wrong, or glowing assurances of Yahweh's purpose to deliver, as the situation might demand. They preached to the people of their own day and about the things in which the nation was most deeply concerned. They applied their highest ideals of religion and ethics to every phase of contemporary life. When Jerusalem was split into contending political parties, one pro-Assyrian and another pro-Egyptian, Isaiah preached on politics. When the rich were grinding the face of the poor and swallowing up widows' houses, men like Amos and Micah became the champions of the poor and preached social justice. Such men did not fritter away their time upon the exposition of abstract and dead issues, nor upon the contemplation of iridescent dreams. They used the raw materials of contemporary life in the structure of their religion. They were not content with pointing out the dealings of God with past generations, nor with dwelling upon his purpose for the future, but they took the events and movements of their own day and gave them religious significance. Hence their words have great and imperishable value for all time, not because they set out to write great books, but because, being great men, they grappled fearlessly and effectively with the real problems of their own day. The history of Greece and Rome furnishes us a familiar analogy here. A well-known classical scholar, speaking of the new education, has said, "I have tarried a moment with the ancients, instead of beginning much later in the history of Europe, expressly to suggest that the best things in ancient literature were not written solely from the artistic, but often from the social motive as well." Letters, and originally men of letters, were not sundered from public life, but actively contributed to it. If the classics have modeled later history, it is not merely because of their great qualities as literature, but because they are involved in the history of their own times." End quote. It is such wrestling with the social, political, and religious problems of one's age that makes intellectual, moral, and religious fiber strong. No greatness ever came as the result of a mere slavish doing over again of the things that have already been done, or of a thinking over again of the thoughts that have already been thought. It is always, in some degree, the application of the old idea to a new situation in a vital way that makes the old idea into something new and great. The prophets sought all the light the past had to shed upon their task, but they gave themselves primarily and with open minds to the study of their own times. The evils and errors of their contemporaries they undertook to detect and correct. It was their unselfish and untrammeled devotion to the tasks of their own day that made them great and resulted in a literature that is an object of admiration and a fountain of inspiration to all thoughtful men. The Old Testament prophets are a worthy example and inspiration for the modern preacher. They call him to the exercise of his highest function. They would not justify him, indeed, in ignoring the wisdom and experience of the past, but they urge upon him the duty and privilege of utilizing the past for the illumination of the present. They indicate to him that his task is to study the conditions of his own day and to address himself to the betterment of those conditions in the fear of God and of none other. The prophets, living in a small world, made a great religion. We live in a world immeasurably greater than that of the prophets' thought. Our God is the God of a boundless universe. Is our religion proportionately greater? Have we made a place in our religion for every remotest corner and every hidden force and inexplicable power of this universe? Have we succeeded in adjusting our thought of God to our expanding world, as the Hebrews were able to enlarge their thought, which carried Yahweh along from the most restricted beginnings until he became the God of the whole known world? What was it that made the prophets so strong and fearless in the execution of their commission? Their reliance upon God. They were ever conscious of his presence in his world. They saw proof of his activity on every hand, in the phenomena of nature and in the course of history. They conceived of him as seeking to make known his will to man. They thought of themselves as his mouthpiece. As the spokesman of God, they could not keep silent when his will clamored for utterance. The Lord hath spoken, who can prophesy? Some such consciousness of God and of working together with God is indispensable to the true preacher in whatever age he may appear. A preacher not conscious of fellowship with the God of the universe has no message for this age. The age cries out for God. The man who can make God seem real and can acquit himself as a man of God will never lack a hearing, though his way may be a via dolorosa. The church needs leaders. The record of Israel's leaders is a splendid challenge to the men of today. It appeals to all that is highest and holiest in the one ambitious to do great things for God. Israel's saints expected great things from God, but received greater things than those for which they hoped. Coveting position and power for their nation among the nations of the world, they received instead exalted purity of thought, magnificent ethical passion, and a depth of spiritual insight that have made the whole world their debtors. If the men of this and succeeding generations, following the example of their Hebrew predecessors, will become the fearless spokesmen and champions of a virile and spiritually progressive Christianity, it is, perhaps, not too much to hope that the religion of the not far distant future will be as much greater than and different from that of today as present religion differs from and is greater than the Judaism of post-exilic Israel. End of chapter 3, part 7. Recording by Tony Richardson. Part 7. The study of the Old Testament and the religion of Israel.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Study of the New Testament. Introduction. General purpose and scope of New Testament study. 1. The purpose and character of New Testament study. The purposes for which the New Testament is legitimately studied are many, but they may be comprehensively stated as two: the intellectual and the religious. Men come to it to get knowledge or to get help for the better living of their lives as religious men. But these two purposes again blend into one another. One may conceivably acquire knowledge, geographical, archaeological, historical, or doctrinal, without any religious benefit. But normally, at least one can gain no religious benefit except through the medium of an intellectual process. It is through the ideas that come to us from the New Testament that we gain spiritual benefit. And it is with these ideas that New Testament study has directly to do. But we may seek ideas from the New Testament along several different lines and by several different methods. We may conceivably treat the New Testament as a book of magic and seek to discover in it sentences which, regardless of their original connection or meaning, shall give guidance in the perplexities of life. We may think of it as furnishing a program of the future, and seek from it to write history before the fact. We may come to it as to a source book of ethics, culling from it its moral maxims and constructing them into a code, or of theology, and endeavor from its utterances to construct a system of Christian thought. The tendency of recent years, however, is to emphasize the historical aspect of New Testament study. And this seems to be right. For in the first place, interpretation, by which alone we obtain the ideas of the New Testament, is itself a historical process. Its comprehensive question is, what thought did the writer of the book have in his mind, and by his book endeavor to express? The answer to this question is that he thought thus and so, and this fact that he so thought is a fact of history. so much so as the date of a battle or the name of a king. Secondly, all the processes that are contributory to interpretation are themselves in the field of historical study. If one ask the meaning of an ancient word, or the force of a Greek tense, or which of two readings of a passage of the New Testament is the original one, he is asking for facts of history. And in the third place, if from the facts ascertained by the interpretation of ancient records one seeks to construct the story of the life of Jesus or an account of his teaching, he is obviously engaged in historical study. It is facts of history in their historic relations with which he is dealing. This is not, however, to say that the results of the interpretative process have no value except for purposes of history. The New Testament books are rich in profound and stimulating religious thought, and because of this fact have a value as religious literature quite apart from their value to the historian. At 2 points, therefore, the historical study of the New Testament may make its contribution to religious thought and life. First, at the end of the process of interpretation, when it turns over to the theologian or the religious man needing inspiration and stimulus the rich treasure of religious thought which exegetical study has discovered. And secondly, at the end of the process of historical construction, when it has written the history of the early church. From both points of view, whether we think of the New Testament books as sources from which we may learn the history of early Christianity, or as religious literature valuable as such, independent of its contribution to history, they are of the highest value for the religious life and to the religious teacher. For history is the great teacher of mankind, and our richest inheritance from the past is found in the great thoughts preserved in literature. Nor must the distinction between these 2 points of view be overemphasized. The historian must recognize the religious value of the books in order to be a good historian. The student of the literature, for its religious value, must read it in the light of the history of the movement out of which it sprang, if he would gain from it its highest religious value. The 13th chapter of the first epistle to the Corinthians is magnificent, read as a panegyric of love, even when detached from its connection and historical background. But it becomes doubly significant and expressive when it is read as addressed to the Corinthians, who were ambitious to possess the showy charismatic gifts of the Spirit, and were forgetting and depreciating the far more valuable fruit of the Spirit, love. The historian must be appreciative of the material with which he is dealing. The student of religion must have the historical spirit. 2. Interpretation the central task. With the task of historical construction, though it falls properly within the field of New Testament study, we are not at this point immediately concerned. For reasons of practical convenience, this subject is dealt with in Chapter 5, The Early History of Christianity. That which claims our immediate attention is that which is prerequisite to constructive history, viz., interpretation and the processes contributory thereto. To understand the nature and methods of the interpretative process and its central place in New Testament study is of first importance to the New Testament student. 3. Studies preliminary to interpretation. But to the interpretation of these books, certain other studies are for us of today necessary preliminaries. The books were written in Greek. They have been preserved in manuscripts of the original text and of ancient translations which do not, however, perfectly agree among themselves as to how the books originally read. Hence arises the necessity for a process of textual criticism by which the original text may be as nearly as possible recovered. Furthermore, since the Greek of the New Testament is for us a foreign tongue, and even for modern Greeks an antiquated form of their mother tongue, we need, in order to ascertain with accuracy the thought of the writers of these books, a knowledge of the grammar and vocabulary of that ancient language. But not only so, for the interpretation of the books from which we learn the history of the religious movement out of which Christianity came to be, we need to know something of the story of their own origin. And to an understanding of the origin of the New Testament books there is needed, in turn, a knowledge of the life in the midst of which they arose, that of the Jewish people of the first century, and of the Greco-Roman world, and of the Christian movement itself, of which they were the products. In other words, a general knowledge of the origin of Christianity, of the environment in which it arose, and of the way in which it came to express itself in literature, is a needful preparation for the interpretation of the books from which we are, in turn, to gain a fuller knowledge of the rise of Christianity. Thus we move in a circle, or rather in a spiral. From the books by a simple and incomplete interpretation, we gain a general knowledge of the movement. With the aid of this, we read the books with fresh understanding, and this, in turn, leads to a larger knowledge of the movement, and so on indefinitely. 4. Studies that must follow interpretation. But if these things, textual criticism, grammar, lexicography, and a general knowledge of the times in which and of the movement out of which the books arose, are necessary preliminaries to the interpretation of the books and of the many other sources of the history of the beginnings of Christianity, there must be added to the work of interpretation certain other processes, if New Testament study is to achieve its goal. These processes subsequent to interpretation may be described as the critical and the constructive. For the results of the interpretation are the thoughts of the ancient writers, and the interpretative process does not, of itself, determine their value for the purposes of history or for the promotion of the moral and spiritual life. The student of the New Testament who would gain from his study the largest value must, on the one hand, carefully avoid diverting the interpretative process from its proper goal by premature estimations of value, and on the other hand must add to the work of interpretation both a critical and a constructive process. The critical process, as it deals with narrative material, has for its purpose to add to the fact that the writer believed certain events to have happened in a certain way, a well-founded judgment as to what actually happened. Luke says that John began to preach in the 50th year of Tiberius. Is his chronology correct? As pertains to material of a didactic character, the critical process seeks to add to the historic fact that a given writer held this or that view of religion or morals, itself a valuable fact immediately available for the history of thought, a judgment called for not by the historian, but by the theologian or the moralist, concerning the value of the doctrine held by this ancient writer. Paul held that marriage was desirable only under certain conditions and for certain reasons. Was this judgment a sound one? When we engage in the critical task in the field of event, i.e., when we seek to ascertain what happened in the New Testament times, whether the question pertain to external event or internal thought, though we are no longer interpreters, we are still in the field of New Testament study, for we are still dealing with the history of the New Testament period. So also, when we proceed from the historical data furnished by interpretation and criticism to construct the history of the rise of early Christianity, we are still within the New Testament field, whether dealing with events or ideas, since both events and ideas are facts of the history of the New Testament period. But when, having discovered by our interpretative process that a given early Christian writer or teacher, or group of writers, held certain opinions and doctrines, we proceed to subject these to a process of critical judgment to determine how much of this thought can justifiably be taken up into modern thought. We are certainly on the outer edge of New Testament study and approaching that of theology and ethics. We are dealing not with the facts of the past, but with present values. The New Testament student may certainly ask these questions, but he has perhaps in that fact become something else than a New Testament student. 5. Closer definition of the field of New Testament study. The study of the New Testament, as thus understood, is accordingly wholly a historical task. The studies preliminary to interpretation deal wholly with historical questions. Interpretation itself is a process of historic inquiry. The results of interpretation have a double value and use. The student may use them as data for the construction of the history of early Christianity, or for their intrinsic value in the field of religious thought and life. In the former case, he is still the historian of the New Testament period of the Christian movement. In the latter, he is passing into the field of the theologian and the preacher. 6. The use of other books than those of the New Testament canon. But the recognition of New Testament study as historical, and as including within its task the construction of the history of the rise of Christianity, compels the inclusion of other books than those of the New Testament within its field of work. There are two reasons for this broadening of the field. First, because from these other books we discover the environment in which Christianity arose, and secondly, because from them we gain supplementary data for its early history. The sources of the history of any period or people consist of those historical documents and monuments which furnish valuable testimony of what took place in that period among that people. These sources may be classified as direct and indirect, the former including those that testify directly concerning the matter in hand, and the latter consisting of those which by their evidence concerning the anecdotes and surroundings of the movement under consideration furnish a basis for the understanding of the direct sources and of the historic movement as a whole. Under such a definition, we cannot either in principle or in fact strictly identify the books of the New Testament with the sources of the history of early Christianity. Yet we shall not be far wrong if we think of these as constituting the direct sources of our study. When the church of the 2nd century collected from the existing literary products of the new religious movement the books that gradually came to be accepted, along with the books of the Old Testament, as the sacred literature of the Christian church, the test by which they were selected was not indeed their value for historical purposes, but their value for doctrine and edification. Yet, in fact, the church chose none which are not valuable for the history of the origin and early development of Christianity, and but few that do not belong to the 1st century. And on the other hand, it did not fail to include the most important of the sources, at least of those which are still extant. When, therefore, modern biblical scholarship came gradually to assume the historical point of view and to esteem the books of ancient times not only for their devotional and inspirational value, but also as sources of history, it not only followed a natural course, but was substantially right from a historical point of view in continuing to use as the principal subjects of its historical study, and the principal sources of the history it was endeavoring to construct, the books of the New Testament. It would indeed be of immense value to us to possess today some of the books which our study of the New Testament books and of early tradition has shown to have existed in the 1st or 2nd century, such, for example, as the Logia of Matthew or the works of Papias. Yet if we are speaking of direct sources still extant for the history of the Christian movement, down to, let us say, the production of the 4th Gospel, we shall have to add to the books of the New Testament perhaps only the 1st Epistle of Clement, and we shall omit, not as having no value, but as falling outside the period, at most only 2 or 3 of the general epistles, say 2 Peter and Jude, and possibly James. Of the indirect sources, those from which we are able to recover the environment of early Christianity, on the other hand, the number is legion. To this class belong all the books that were produced by the Jewish people in the last 2 centuries before Christ, and the 1st century after. In a sense, indeed, the earlier literature, including the whole Old Testament. And all those numerous works by non-Jewish authors, which reflect for us the currents of thought in the Roman Empire in the period in which Christianity was finding its way out from Jerusalem to all the lands of the empire. 7. Subsidiary lines of studies. In still another direction also we may legitimately extend the boundaries of New Testament study in order to include 2 subsidiary subjects which are necessary in order to give to New Testament scholarship due breadth and balance, and to ensure a proper measure of contact with the practical interests of the religious life. On the one hand, in accordance with the general principle that any process of investigation is illuminated by a knowledge of the experience of previous study in the same field, students of the New Testament have found it expedient to examine into the history of the use of the New Testament in the Christian church. On the other hand, the study of the New Testament does not find its end in itself, but in the contribution which it can make to life. For this reason, and because a perception of the end to be achieved illuminates the whole process, it is expedient that a general survey of the field of New Testament study should include a consideration of the relation of New Testament study to such other interests as those of systematic theology and the religious life of the modern man. 8. The divisions of the field. The whole field of the New Testament study may then be subdivided as follows. A. The books of the New Testament and their interpretation. 1. The general nature of the interpretative process. 2. The environment of early Christianity. 3. The discovery of the occasion and purpose of the several books. Introduction to New Testament literature. 4. The acquisition of the language of the New Testament. 5. The recovery of the text, textual criticism. 6. The interpretation of the books of the New Testament. B. The history of the New Testament in the Christian Church. 1. History of interpretation and criticism. 2. History of the canon. C. The use of the New Testament at the present day. 1. For purposes of history. 2. For systematic theology and ethics. 3. For the cultivation of personal character. 4. For religious teaching and preaching. But while all these studies fall within the range of New Testament study and must be pursued with thoroughness and accuracy by someone, if we of this generation are to understand the New Testament and know how our religion came to be, it does not follow either that every student of the New Testament must pursue these studies in the order indicated, or that every one shall pursue all these lines of study. Thus, a given student may carry on his study of the New Testament on the basis of a modern critical text of its books without knowing anything about the evidence on which this text is based, or the principles according to which such evidence must be used in order to arrive at the true text. In this particular part of the field, he may simply accept the results of the studies made by other men. Again, he may, most students do and must, use the lexicons and grammars written by other men without investigating the evidence on which they are based. He may even do his work of interpretation on the basis of a translation instead of a Greek text, in which case, instead of taking the word of the lexicographer as to what individual Greek words mean, he accepts the word of a translator as to what whole sentences mean, so far as that meaning can be indicated by a more or less literal translation. No scholar, however thorough, is wholly independent of others. Every man must build on another man's foundation, but some begin much farther back than others. Again, as to order of studies, we must, as indicated above, move in a spiral rather than in a straight line. For centuries, the books of the New Testament were interpreted without any systematic development of the preparatory lines of study, and each such study still depends upon the others and upon interpretation. The order of studies above indicated is therefore a logical rather than a hard and fast chronological or pedagogical one. In practice, the systematic pursuit of the different lines of study may well be in the order indicated, but the thorough student will necessarily go back and forward from one line of work to another, using the results of all the studies he has at any time made to deepen his knowledge of each line of study to which he returns. End of chapter 4, part 1.